Chapter 262, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 262. With her mana completely drained, Megumin was unable to move. Nero, ever the benevolent emperor, decided to carry her back. After asking where Megumin lived, Nero realized her mistake. It was a foolish question. Megumin had come with Yun, so naturally, they were staying together. Megumin was surprisingly light, her weight barely noticeable on Nero's back. Of course, Nero's exceptional physical abilities as a servant played a part in this as well. However, we won't be going straight back. I still need to stop by the guild to submit the quest. You don't mind, do you? Not at all. This is much better than lying in the dirt until nightfall and then dragging myself back home with my staff. Clinging to Nero's neck, Megumin seemed unusually docile. To be carried by me, the Emperor, is an honor you should cherish. Then you should feel honored too. After all, you're carrying the strongest mage of the Crimson Magic clan and the future greatest wizard in the world. Even in her current state, completely powerless and relying on Nero to carry her, Megumin refused to concede in their verbal sparring. Alice walked alongside Nero, occasionally glancing enviously at Megumin, who was perched on Nero's back. Alice couldn't help but recall the night she first met Nero, when Nero had carried her in a princess carry. Nestled in Nero's warm embrace, the faint, pleasant fragrance lingering in the air had made her head spin. When Nero leapt from the castle window with her, it felt as though she had broken free from the chains of her responsibilities, soaring into the liberating embrace of the sky. The shock of it all had given way to exhilaration that consumed her entirely. Big Sis, is she, the Crimson Magic clan girl you mentioned before, the one who used explosion magic in the forest? Alice couldn't resist asking. Did you two already know each other? Now that you mention it, I don't believe I've properly introduced Megumin to you. Blinking, Nero adjusted her hold on Megumin's legs. This is Megumin, Yun's companion. I am not that girl's companion. She's my rival. Megumin interjected abruptly, her tone firm and serious. Do you really see it that way? Of course I do. What other relationship could I possibly have with her besides being her rival? Hearing Megumin's defiant words, Nero gave her a knowing smile. Megumin and Yun came to Axel together. When I first met Yun, Megumin was right there with her. Back then, when I invited Yun to join us, Megumin thought I was inviting her instead. Don't say that. Despite her exhaustion, Megumin somehow managed to summon a shred of energy, attempting to stop Nero from revealing her embarrassing moment. However, her meager strength was no match for Nero. Next, Nero introduced Alice to Megumin, using Alice's alias, Iris. Nero was mindful of the timeline. In the original story, Megumin would eventually become part of Kazuma's party, followed by Darkness, who was a noble. While most people might not recognize Alice, there was no doubt Darkness would. If Megumin discovered Alice's true identity and word got back to Darkness, it would spell trouble. Frankly, Nero didn't trust Megumin to keep a secret. That said, since Megumin was still casually using explosion magic near town without much backlash, it was clear she hadn't joined any party yet. In other words, Kazuma and Aqua hadn't entered her life. Even with Nero's interference, it was hard to imagine Megumin not joining Kazuma's party. After all, who else besides Kazuma's chaotic group would tolerate her eccentricities? As Nero mused over such thoughts, she noticed a commotion nearby. Come one, come all. Look at this. Fresh bananas, just hauled out of the water, now on sale for just 300 eris. That's right, 300 eris. Take a look. Wait. What? Bananas? Hauled out of the water? Excuse me. Hold on a second. Hey, did you just say those bananas were pulled out of the water? A boy's voice rang out, sounding just as baffled as Nero felt. Nero turned toward the voice. It seemed oddly familiar, like she'd heard it multiple times recently. Following the sound, she spotted a brown-haired boy calling out from a fruit and vegetable stall. Beside him stood a stunning woman with waist-length aqua-blue hair. "Why are you suddenly staring at me?" "Nothing, just marveling at how fate works. It's so unbelievable, it makes me want to curse." Nero shifted her gaze from Megumin's face back to the duo at the stall. "Hey, Iris, are bananas something that grow underwater?" I'm not sure, but that man doesn't seem to be lying. And nobody around here seems to think it's strange." Alice responded uncertainly. At that moment, Megumin chimed in from Nero's back. "What are you talking about? If bananas don't grow in water, where else would they come from?" "Excuse me? What do you mean, excuse me? What kind of backwater? No, wait. If you're from a rural area, you should know this even better. Don't tell me you're both sheltered nobles who don't know basic common sense." Nero was utterly dumbfounded. Where on earth is it common knowledge that bananas grow underwater? Right, I see now. Bananas come from the water. "I've learned something new today," Alice said earnestly, looking at Megumin with an expression of newfound understanding. "Thank you, Megumin, for teaching me this." "Oh, it's nothing, really." Megumin's cheeks turned pink. Alice's polite gratitude left her feeling a little embarrassed. As the group chatted, the crowd around the fruit stall grew larger and rowdier. Perhaps invigorated by the growing audience, the aqua-haired woman became even more animated, banging on the table with a paper fan as she shouted. "Step right up, step right up. Now, don't be shocked when I show you this. These bananas will disappear at my command." "Hey! Can you actually do that? The crowd's only getting bigger. What'll you do if you mess up?" The brown-haired boy, Kazuma, shot a skeptical glance at the aqua-haired girl, Aqua. "Ha! A mere shut-in dares to question me? Fine, I'll show you. Prepare to witness the divine power of a goddess. And once you do, you'd better bow down, reflect on your insolence, and properly worship me." T/N, Nuovu Translation Pokemon, my titles know no limits. However, it seems there's already a translation ongoing already, so just letting you know they did it first. Last I checked they had 66 chaps out on web novel and 150 plus on Patreon. Go check them out if you are interested. Pokemon, with title system. Garde voir. End of chapter. Support the translator at patreon.com/ystl !! Chapter 263, I don't want to be a heroic spirit. 263. Hey, Nero, what's that blue-haired lady doing? It looks really interesting. Shush, Iris. Just watch. Megumin cut Alice off, her full attention fixed on Aqua's hands. "I've got nothing up my sleeves, no tricks at all. I'll cover these bananas with this cloth, invoke my divine goddess powers, and disappear, disappear, don't blink. 1, 2, 3. Voila! Whoa!" While Nero remained unimpressed, the reactions from Megumin on her back and Alice clutching her sleeve were in sync with the astonished crowd. Because when Aqua lifted the cloth, the bananas underneath had vanished without a trace. Amazing! Who is that woman? This is the first time I've seen such incredible sleight of hand. Hey! I'll buy a bunch of bananas. Me too. 300 Eris, right? I'll take 2 bunches. In a flash, the spectators transformed into eager customers, swarming around Aqua. She's amazing. Hey, Nero! That beautiful lady is incredible. Alice tugged excitedly at Nero's sleeve, her eyes sparkling. How did she do that? Was it magic? Did she use a spell to teleport the bananas? No, there's no trace of magic, Megumin muttered from Nero's back, her brows furrowed. Despite her efforts, she couldn't deduce how Aqua had made the bananas disappear under everyone's watchful eyes. Interesting. A technique even I, the Crimson Magic Clan's greatest genius, cannot discern. Thanks for the purchases. Ha, I can't believe you actually pulled it off. Kazuma grinned, his mood soaring as he watched the bananas sell like hotcakes. At this rate, we'll hit our sales target in no time. You're occasionally useful for a useless goddess, alright, now bring back those bananas you just made disappear so we can sell them. But just as Kazuma basked in his rare triumph, Aqua's expression turned baffled. Hey? What are you talking about? When I make something disappear, it's gone. There's no way it can come back. Now, hurry up and give me more bananas to make vanish. Wait. What? Kazuma's smile evaporated. What do you mean, gone? Bananas don't just vanish into thin air. Don't joke around. Where did you hide them? Bring them out now. Who's joking? I told you from the start I don't use tricks or props. You heard me, shut and neat. Now give me more bananas to make disappear. You're a walking disaster, you useless goddess. Kazuma grabbed Aqua by the collar, venting his frustration, just as the furious grocer appeared like a specter behind them. Without a word, he fired both Kazuma and Aqua on the spot. Aqua burst into tears, while Kazuma frantically tried to explain or, more accurately, shift all the blame onto Aqua. There wasn't much point in watching further. While Nero was keen on nudging Megumin toward joining Kazuma's team, this was something that couldn't be rushed. It had to happen naturally. They're quite the amusing pair, Nero remarked as they walked toward the Adventurers Guild. Alice nodded in agreement. I think so too. They look so happy, it's enviable, really. I see nothing enviable about them, Megumin muttered weakly from Nero's back. To me, they're just a couple of weirdos. Nero chuckled at Megumin's blunt observation, but said nothing. Finally, the group arrived at the Adventurers Guild. At night, the guild was much livelier than during the day, serving as both a hub for adventurers and a bustling tavern. Upon entering, Nero intended to head straight to the counter to submit their completed quest. But she immediately sensed a familiar presence and turned her head to look. Megumin, curious, followed her gaze. That person in the corner. Megumin's brow twitched as she let out a long, exasperated sigh. That atmosphere, it's so pitiful. What is she even doing? Megumin's thoughts mirrored Nero's. With a steady stride, Nero carried Megumin toward the corner, Alice following closely behind. There, seated at the farthest table, was Yunyun, meticulously stacking playing cards into a tower. Perhaps due to her solitary practice, Yunyun's technique at card stacking was impressively refined. But her intense concentration made it hard for anyone to interrupt her. Watching her so engrossed, Nero started to understand why Yunyun hadn't been able to find teammates in Axel. While Nero and Alice hesitated to disturb her, Megumin showed no such restraint. Still playing that boring solo game, lonely little Yunyun. Eek! Megumin. Predictably, Yunyun's carefully built tower collapsed instantly, her hard work reduced to nothing. But what caught Yunyun's attention most was the sight before her. Megumin, and Nero? And Iris. Catching the slip just in time, Nero interjected to remind Yunyun, prompting her to quickly correct herself. Oh, right, Iris. Iris, of course. Yunyun. Megumin's gaze softened as she looked at her. You've already joined a party, and yet you can't even remember your teammates' names? Has it been so long since you had normal social interaction that your brain's rusted over? What? That's not true. Yunyun shot back indignantly, glaring at Megumin. You're one to talk. I bet you've been off somewhere causing trouble with explosion magic again. That's nonsense. I've been contributing to Axel's economy. Yes, that's it, by creating craters near town, I'm providing job opportunities for construction workers. I'm doing public service. That's still causing trouble. Yunyun didn't buy Megumin's nonsense for a second. At least she wasn't completely gullible. When Yunyun turned her attention to Nero, Nero explained, Iris and I completed our quest for today. On the way back, we found Megumin collapsed from mana exhaustion, so we brought her here. Garde voir. End of chapter. Support the translator at patreon.com/wisetl !! Chapter 264, I don't want to be a heroic spirit. 264. Yunyun, I must apologize to you. Nero's sudden declaration caught Yunyun off guard. I didn't realize that my beautiful singing would lull you into such blissful sleep that you'd miss today's adventure. You must have been really looking forward to it, right? And no, not really. I mean, I was really looking forward to it. No, wait, actually, the truth is. Yunyun stammered, flustered by Nero's unexpected apology. Though missing the day's adventure left her a little regretful, the prospect of sharing a meal with everyone made up for it. While Nero headed to the counter to submit their quest, the others stayed behind to order food. No quests for white wolves. That's correct. White wolves are monsters that live deep in the forest and rarely venture near towns this season, so there are no active quests to hunt them, the receptionist explained. Though Nero and Alice had defeated several white wolves that day, they couldn't claim a quest reward. Fortunately, they could still sell the white wolf carcasses for some money. Still, it's unusual for a whole pack to appear. They're supposed to remain deep in the forest at this time of year. The receptionist gently touched her cheek, looking troubled. I expect white wolf extermination quests will appear on the board in the coming days. When they do, Nero and Iris, I hope you'll lend us your strength. We'll have the quest rewards ready for you. You can rely on me, Nero said confidently before returning to the group, only to hear Megumin and Yunyun arguing. This one, and this one. Stop it, Megumin. Why are you ordering so much food? Silence, Yunyun. Interrupting my meal is unforgivable, even for you. Do you know how I've survived these past few days after losing all my money? Now that someone's finally treating me, how could I not order extra? Extra? More like you've ordered an entire banquet. There's no way we can finish all this. Don't underestimate someone who hasn't eaten for 3 days. It seemed Megumin had unleashed her gluttonous side, liberated by Nero's offer to pay for the meal. While Yunyun and Megumin wrestled over the menu, Alice suddenly spoke up. It's fine, Miss Yunyun. Nero and I defeated a lot of strong monsters today and earned plenty of Eris. You don't have to worry about us. With a kind smile, Alice continued, besides, a friend's friend is also a friend. Since Miss Megumin is your friend, that makes her our friend too. Treating friends to a meal is perfectly normal, right? In fact, I've always wanted to treat my friends to a meal but never had the chance before. Yunyun froze mid-struggle, releasing the menu. Megumin, caught off guard, tumbled backward. Yunyun's eyes gleamed with excitement as she processed Alice's words. Friends. Iris just said. I'm her friend. Barely able to contain her joy, Yunyun nodded fervently. Why yes. We're friends now. Me, Iris, and Nero, and even Megumin. I'm not Yunyun's friend. Nor do I want to be friends with her, Megumin said flatly. Why not? Alice watched their banter with a hint of envy, her gaze lingering on their lively exchange. Nero soon rejoined them. Have you all finished ordering? Yes. Everything's set. Do you want to take a look, Nero? Of course. Are there any mushrooms on the menu? The dishes arrived one after another, a balanced feast of meat, vegetables, and soups. Megumin declared her intent to eat with the fervor of someone who wouldn't see another meal for days. Alice picked up a piece of cabbage with her chopsticks. Today's cabbage is really fresh. In this world, freshness wasn't judged by sight or taste, but by the cabbage's resistance when being eaten. Following Alice's lead, Nero grabbed a piece of cabbage, which wiggled and writhed as if rejecting its fate. It was, admittedly, unsettling. "Miss Yun, this is delicious. You should try some," Alice encouraged. Yun felt a pang of emotion. Sitting down to a lively meal with friends, it was something she'd dreamed of countless times. Yet every time, she'd awaken to the cold reality that it was only a dream. "Oh, goddess, thank you for this blessing." Wiping the corner of her slightly damp eyes, Yun nodded firmly. "Okay." She reached for the cabbage, but her chopsticks came up empty. The entire plate of cabbage seemed to scuttle away like it had seen a ghost. Yun's smile froze in place. She tried again, only for the cabbage to evade her grasp. On her third attempt, she managed to pick up a leaf, but it let out a strange squeak before snapping itself in half and falling back onto the plate. "Ugh!" Yun let out a small, defeated whimper. "Here, Miss Yun. Let me get you one," Alice said kindly, placing a cabbage leaf into Yun's bowl. Deeply moved by the gesture, Yun sniffled. "Thank you, Iris." Not only was she sharing a meal with friends, but one of them had even served her food. Yun felt as if she might die from happiness. But as she reached for the leaf in her bowl, it suddenly clung to the edge, flipped itself out, and bolted across the table only to dive into Megumin's bowl. The leaf seemed resolute, as though it had made its final decision. Startled, Megumin instinctively ate it without a second thought. Meanwhile, Yun sat frozen, her chopsticks hovering midair. "Megumin! That was my cabbage. Iris gave it to me. Do you have proof it was yours?" "All I saw was it jumping into my bowl, so it's mine now. Just like if someone drops their coin pouch and I pick it up, then it's mine. That's awful. Hey! What are you doing? Stop grabbing me. My mana hasn't fully recovered yet, and stop squishing me with your water balloon chest. I swear I'll pinch you if you don't stop. Dash. Garde voir." End of chapter. Support the translator at patreon.com/wisetl !! Chapter 265, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit. 265. "Nero, Iris, you two aren't ordinary townsfolk, are you?" After finishing their meal, Megumin suddenly asked a question so serious that it was impossible for Nero and Alice to ignore. Yun, however, wore an expression of utter confusion. "Megumin, what nonsense are you spouting this time? Sure, your chest is, well, lacking, but you've got room to grow out." Megumin, blushing furiously, slapped Yun squarely across the chest. Yun clutched herself, looking like she was about to cry. If they weren't out in public, she might have checked to see if there was a red mark where Megumin had hit her. "Of course, I'm no ordinary citizen," Nero declared, crossing her arms to emphasize her regal bearing. She lifted her swan-like neck with pride. "I am the Emperor of Rome." "I've never even heard of a place called Rome," Megumin replied, narrowing her eyes suspiciously. "And seriously, what kind of emperor becomes an adventurer in Axel? Even though you've tried hard to conceal it, the Crimson Magic clan's intelligence stat is off the charts. And as the genius of our clan, you can't hide the truth from my piercing insight." Raising her right hand to cover one eye, Megumin struck a dramatic pose, her face glowing with self-satisfaction as if she'd uncovered a profound truth. Nero remained composed, but Alice's nerves betrayed her under the table, her hands clutched her skirt tightly. To satisfy her own theatrics, Megumin began explaining her deductions. "Back at the fruit stall, I already felt something was off. The two of you seem entirely clueless about basic knowledge, like how bananas grow in water." "Oh, So it's about that. And Iris pays far too much attention to mundane things. Even toys for children catch her interest, like some country bumpkin visiting the city or perhaps a city girl visiting the countryside. Only someone unfamiliar with the world would react like that. Hearing this, Alice lowered her head, her golden hair cascading over her face and obscuring her expression. Then there's your behavior, it's far too polite and refined. It makes people tense just being around you. Nero frowned slightly, while Alice ducked her head even further. Neither of them had realized how many clues they had inadvertently left behind. And finally, the biggest clue of all. Megumin raised a finger, like a boxer poised to deliver a knockout blow. Someone already approached me, asking me to look for a golden-haired noblewoman with impeccable manners. If I find her, I'll be handsomely rewarded. Her eyes gleamed like gold coins as she continued. In this country, golden hair and blue eyes symbolize pure noble lineage. Your hair is the biggest giveaway. Nero let out a quiet sigh after some thought, while Alice bit her lip, frustration flickering in her eyes. Nero had known all along that sneaking Alice out of the palace to live as adventurers couldn't last forever. The royal court would never stop searching for Alice, it was only a matter of time before they found her. Until then, Nero just wanted Alice to enjoy herself to the fullest. She had anticipated that their identities would be exposed eventually, but not this soon. And certainly not by Megumin, of all people. If what Megumin said was true, those searching for Alice were already certain she was in Axel. They had even commissioned Megumin to help find her. I underestimated this kingdom's efficiency. That's my failure, Nero admitted. She wasn't concerned for herself, she didn't regret her decision to bring Alice along, nor was she afraid of what the palace might do to her. But she did worry for Alice. Glancing at Alice, who sat with her head bowed, Nero's heart ached. This dreamlike life had only just begun, and there were still so many things Alice longed to experience. Should we run? It didn't seem necessary. If Alice could be tracked down in Axel this easily, fleeing elsewhere wouldn't change much. And there was Union to consider. If Nero took Alice and ran, wouldn't that feel like betraying Union? Her thoughts tangled into a web of conflict. The silence stretched, heavy and suffocating. Megumin, what are you talking about? It was Union who finally broke the tension, her face filled with bewilderment. You were there too. Megumin snapped, throwing her a sidelong glance. Remember? That day, an old man in a tailcoat approached us. He said their family's young lady ran away to avoid an arranged marriage, and he asked for our help finding her. Oh! I remember now. I think he mentioned being from the Dustiness family. Union's face lit up with realization, and then she turned to Alice, shock written all over her features. Alice! Are you really a daughter of the Dustiness family? No, actually, Even Union didn't know your true identity. Megumin interrupted, her voice dripping with smug triumph. You're quite thorough, but to me, you're full of holes. She jabbed a finger at them for emphasis. Still, don't hold it against me. I mean, you did help me, but I already accepted the request. And once I accept something, I'll see it through spectacularly. I swear, I'm not doing this just for the reward money. So it was for the money after all. How rude, treating me like that depraved knight. You've guessed wrong. We're not from the Dustiness family, Nero said coolly. Still trying to deny it? You've been thoroughly exposed. Stop making pathetic excuses, it's unbecoming. Megumin was worked up, but Union grabbed her arm to calm her down. Megumin! If Nero and Iris really were noble women from the Dustiness family, your attitude could get you into serious trouble. Offending a noble is a grave crime. If handled poorly, you could end up on the gallows. As the two bickered, Nero contemplated how to clear up this misunderstanding. Then she felt a gentle tug on her sleeve. Looking down, she met Alice's eyes. Megumin mentioned the Dustiness family's daughter running away to avoid an arranged marriage. Alice whispered so only Nero could hear. That sounds like Lalatina. So, we haven't actually been exposed? This is just a misunderstanding. Omu. That's right, Nero replied, nodding. It seems Claire and the others haven't found us yet. If we can resolve this misunderstanding, our adventuring life can continue. Let me think of a solution. Okay. Relief washed over Alice's face like sunlight breaking through storm clouds. Her radiant smile returned, lifting Nero's spirits. Garde voir. End of chapter. Support the translator at patreon.com/wisetl !! Chapter 266, I don't want to be a heroic spirit. 266. Resolving the misunderstanding wasn't particularly difficult. All it required was for the Dustiness family's elderly butler to meet with Nero. However, only Nero could meet him. Alice couldn't be involved. There was no guarantee that the butler wouldn't recognize the princess of this country. Eager to claim her reward, Megumin quickly contacted the butler, reporting that she might have found someone matching his description. This brought immense relief to the butler, who had been struggling without leads. But since it was already late after dinner, the meeting had to be postponed until the next morning. When morning came, Nero and her group met the anxious butler, who clearly cared deeply for the runaway darkness. Unfortunately, he was bound to be disappointed. Nero and Alice were not the ones he was searching for. To ensure safety, Alice stayed out of sight. Given her different age and build compared to darkness, Nero easily dismissed Alice as a suspect by providing the relevant details. With that, the misunderstanding was cleared. Though the butler had found the wrong people, he still gave Megumin a sum of money as a token of appreciation. When Nero noticed the weariness and disappointment etched on the old man's face after their meeting, she almost felt sorry for him enough to consider giving him information about darkness. Seriously, so it wasn't them. I told you, Megumin. You're always coming up with the weirdest ideas, Yunyun scolded. But my deductions felt so spot on. Enough already. Hurry up and apologize to Miss Nero and Miss Iris. Reluctantly, Megumin allowed Yunyun to grab her head and force her into a bow of apology before Nero and Alice. The lush greenery of the forest surrounded Nero's group as they ventured deeper into its depths. Nero led the way at the front, Alice trailed behind, and Yunyun, as their mage, was safely positioned in the middle. To make up for Yunyun's absence the previous day, and to reduce the monster threat near town, they had returned to the forest for another adventure. Is this really okay? Yunyun clutched her staff, her voice tinged with nervousness. Shouldn't we start with something simpler, like giant frogs, to practice teamwork before diving straight into the forest? Omu. I've told you, I don't care about my teammates' combat abilities. Your role is simply to serve as delightful scenery to please me. Leave the enemies and the fighting to me, Nero said confidently. Her assurance began to rub off on Alice and Yunyun. With me leading, you're standing in the safest haven this world has to offer. So relax. Exactly, Miss Yunyun, Alice chimed in, stepping closer to reassure her. My sister is incredibly powerful. Just recently, I saw her defeat a mighty demon with my own eyes. A demon? Yunyun's astonishment was palpable. Satisfied with Yunyun's reaction, Alice eagerly recounted the tale. Yes, that's right. I saw it myself. A terrifying demon surrounded by high-level adventurers and knights, with mages casting spells from the rear and none of them could do anything to it. Nero, walking ahead, overheard their conversation but chose not to comment. Alice, is it really fair to use those adventurers and knights as a foil for me? Claire and Rain were part of that group too, weren't they? Alice went on to describe the demon's appearance in vivid detail, wings as black as the night sky, crimson eyes that could curse with a mere glance, and a massive body towering over buildings. Was it really that terrifying? It sounds so scary. Could it have been a greater demon? But even a demon like that was sliced clean in half by my sister. Just one swift strike shum. Amazing. Miss Nero is so strong. The more they talked, the more animated they became, especially Alice, who seemed even happier about Nero's praise than Nero herself. Feeling the admiring gazes from behind, Nero accepted them without a hint of modesty. Of course. I am the greatest being under the heavens and above the earth. To revere me is only natural. The ancients say one should remain humble despite praise and rewards. But Nero had no such concerns. Her pride was unwavering, regardless of others' opinions. Suddenly, Nero's gaze sharpened. In this world, there was a skill called enemy detection. While Nero didn't possess it, her Imperial Privilege X could replicate a similar effect. When she stopped walking, Alice and Yunyun immediately fell silent, shifting into a defensive stance. Holding their breath, the three of them watched a patch of grass rustling ahead. The rustling grew louder, accompanied by faint shuffling sounds. Eventually, a small creature emerged from the foliage. Snow-white fur, bright red eyes, long ears, and a single horn on its head. It was a horned rabbit. How cute! Yunyun exclaimed, instantly charmed by the fluffy creature. Chirp! The rabbit let out a soft sound, tilting its head as it observed the trio. Ah, how can it be so adorable? Alice murmured, her voice full of wonder. As expected, the two girls were quickly smitten. They crouched down and started cooing over the rabbit. Little one, why are you here? This place is dangerous, you know. If scary monsters see you, you'll be in trouble. Are you hungry, little guy? Want something to eat? Completely enchanted, Yunyun pulled out some vegetable sticks likely meant for her lunch and placed them on the ground. Miss Yunyun, do you have any more? I want to try feeding it too. Alice said eagerly. The rabbit tottered over to the vegetable sticks, sniffed them curiously, and then looked up at Yunyun and Alice. It's okay, I have plenty. If you're hungry, you can. Before Yunyun could finish, a sudden whoosh broke through the air. Swoosh! Dash! T/N, Pokemon got nuked, laughing face, garde voir. End of chapter. Support the translator at patreon.com/wisetl !! Chapter 267, I don't want to be a heroic spirit. 267. Yunyun fell back, landing hard on the ground with her face pale from fright. A sharp horn hovered just inches from her eyes, its tip gleaming ominously. Chirp! The cute squeak of the rabbit from earlier turned into a fierce, guttural screech, filled with aggression and malice. It thrashed violently, but a slender, white hand held it firmly in place. Omu! So monsters like this do exist, Nero said calmly. Using an adorable appearance to disarm its prey, then delivering a fatal strike. It's quite a cunning and vile creature. With that, Nero tossed the rabbit high into the air. Before it could regain balance, her sword sliced through it in one fluid motion. Horned rabbits were swift and agile, but once their disguise was seen through, they weren't particularly difficult to handle. The group continued deeper into the forest, eventually stumbling upon a pack of horned rabbits feasting on the corpse of an unidentified monster. The carcass bore numerous puncture wounds, likely inflicted by the rabbit's horns. It wasn't hard to imagine that, without Nero's intervention earlier, Yunyun might have met the same fate. Despite their adorable appearance, these rabbits were carnivores. This world really is dangerous, Nero mused. The rabbits' agility, combined with their small size and sheer numbers, made them formidable opponents. I finally understand why I felt an instinctive sense of unease toward you, Nero murmured as she swung her flame-imbued greatsword, incinerating over a dozen rabbits in one slash. Her expression was laced with complexity. You remind me of a certain giant rabbit that once gave me severe psychological trauma, but at least you don't reproduce infinitely like that monster did. Cute yet vicious creatures. Nero couldn't help but draw a connection to the great rabbit from ReZero, the beast that devoured Subaru Natsuki piece by piece. Among all the gruesome deaths Subaru had suffered, being eaten alive by the great rabbit stood out in Nero's memory. First, they gnawed at his hands and legs, then tore open his stomach to feast on his organs, all while pulling out his tongue and gouging his eyes. Even after reviving, the phantom pain of that horrific death left Subaru curled up on the ground for hours, paralyzed by fear. It was one of the most unforgettable deaths Nero had seen during her anime watching days. So, when she first saw the horned rabbits in this forest, a sense of dread had instinctively crept over her. Ah! There it is! One of the most classic monsters in fantasy worlds! Nero exclaimed, her voice tinged with odd excitement. Nero, what are you talking about? Alice asked, confused by Nero's enthusiasm. It's just a slime, isn't it? Domu, Domu. Alice, you mustn't underestimate slimes, Nero said with a knowing smile. I've seen a slime become the demon lord of an entire world. A demon lord? You're joking, right? How could a slime possibly become a demon lord? I'm not lying. That slime was one of the 8 demon lords in its world, an 8-star demon lord, the rising star Rimuru Tempest. 8 demon lords. What kind of world is that? We only have one demon lord here, and that's already caused endless wars. I can't imagine a world with 8 demon lords. It must be a nightmare for its people. If you're curious, I can tell you about that world, Nero offered, though she admitted, but my knowledge of it is limited. Alice seemed to misunderstand Rimuru as some malevolent figure, likely because of the imposing title of Demon Lord. After all, in their world, the Demon Lord was synonymous with destruction and war. But Rimuru was nothing like the Demon Lord Alice imagined. Nero knew Rimuru as a benevolent leader who sought peace between humans and monsters, often more virtuous than the humans who waged war against the Monster Alliance. Determined to clear up the misconception, Nero resolved to tell Alice Rimuru's story later. After all, Nero had a soft spot for Rimuru. When she first got her smartphone, her wallpaper, screensaver, and even her QQ profile picture were all of Rimuru. Still, for such an adorable slime, one that transcends gender with its charm, why are its kin here so disgusting? The slimes in this world were nothing like Rimuru. They were slimy, gooey, and downright revolting, more akin to oversized slugs than anything remotely cute. Yunyun was already turning pale at the sight of the squirming creatures. Domu. If only all slimes were like Rimuru's, soft, round, and pleasantly cool in the summer, Nero lamented. Or even like the slimes from I've been killing slimes for 300 years and maxed out my level. Not only are they adorable, but they can also transform into daughters you can raise. Nero, please stop mumbling to yourself and help me. Yunyun's desperate cry snapped Nero back to reality. In most worlds, slimes were the weakest of monsters, easily defeated by even a child wielding a sturdy stick. But in this world, slimes were the bane of adventurers. Immune to physical attacks and vulnerable only to magic, these slimes also excreted a corrosive slime that rapidly degraded weapons, armor, and clothing. It was said that one of the Demon Lord's 8 generals was a slime, too. At first, Nero had no idea about these slimes' peculiarities. She slashed one clean in half with her sword, only to watch in disbelief as the bisected slime split into 2 smaller slimes and continued their assault. Thankfully, the flames of Nero's sword were effective against them. Yunyun's magic also inflicted massive damage, taking out entire clusters of slimes at once. However, the sheer number of slimes, combined with Yunyun's mounting stress, eventually caused her to panic and require Nero's intervention. As for Alice, Nero had initially worried that she would be at a loss against the slimes. But to her surprise, Alice cast magic golden lightning bolts that rained down like divine hammers of judgment. Each spell cleared swathes of slimes in a single strike. What? What kind of magic is that? I've never seen anything like it before. Yunyun, safely shielded by Nero, stared at Alice in shock and confusion. Could it be? Nero thought, realizing the truth. As a descendant of the hero, Alice not only wielded the hero's sacred sword but also inherited unique, powerful magic. It seemed her little sister was far more capable than Nero had imagined. Garde voir. End of chapter. Support the translator at patreon.com/wisetl !! Chapter 268, I don't want to be a heroic spirit. 268. Good morning, Miss Nero. Here to take on more quests today? You've been so active lately. Axel is truly fortunate to have an adventurer like you. Thank you for your continued contributions to our town, said Luna, the guild receptionist, with a warm smile. Omu. Good morning, Miss Luna. Your gratitude is well received. Feel free to rely on me even more. Solving problems for the people is my duty as emperor. If there are any troublesome quests, don't hesitate to leave them to me. Miss Nero, you're so dependable. If only other adventurers were even a third as proactive as you, I might actually have some free time to do things outside of work, like, say, dating. Anyway, as it happens, we do have a few challenging quests today. Though it was overcast, the day remained stiflingly warm. The Adventurers Guild was sparsely populated. Thanks to the freedom of their profession, adventurers in Axel usually only took quests when they needed money. Once they earned enough, they would indulge in leisure until they ran out, then return to the guild to accept more quests. Additionally, due to the inherent danger of their work where one misstep could mean death, adventurers preferred to avoid quests involving powerful monsters, even if the rewards were significant. Nero, however, was an exception. Not only did she actively seek out high-level monster quests, but she also completed them with astonishing speed. Some quests that had languished on the board for months, or even years, were taken up and successfully finished by Nero. Luna still vividly remembered the day Nero completed several of these pickle quests. Her smile had been the brightest Nero had ever seen, though, during the payout, Luna had clung to the reward money with startling strength, reluctant to part with it. Speaking of which, is it just you today? Luna asked, glancing around in mild surprise. Aren't Miss Iris and Miss Union with you? Omu. They said they wanted to take the day to explore the town properly. They mentioned that since arriving in Axel, they've been too focused on quests and haven't really experienced the town. They didn't want to leave with only memories of monster hunts and quests. It'd be too regretful. That's true, Luna agreed warmly. Axel may be a beginner's town, but I'd proudly say it's as charming as any other. I'm sure Miss Iris and Miss Union will have a day to remember. Luna's voice, as soothing as a spring breeze, left Nero momentarily wondering why such a kind and beautiful woman was still single. Leaving the guild, Nero strolled alone through the bustling streets. It was rare for her to walk around town unaccompanied. She took the opportunity to observe the lively street vendors and the charming architecture. Omu! What a thriving, vibrant scene! Truly, this is Rome! Nero exclaimed, taking in the energy of the bustling marketplace. Diligent people, happy people, fulfilled people. Rome wasn't built from grand cities or exquisite palaces, but by the tireless efforts of people striving for a brighter future. Omu. Even in another world, Rome's spirit shines brightly. Nero nodded in satisfaction. Crash! As Nero enjoyed her leisurely stroll, the sharp sound of shattering glass pierced the air, drawing her attention. Not far ahead, she saw a church-like building with a large, shattered window on the second floor. Shards of glass littered the street below, evidence of the source of the noise. From inside the building came the muffled sounds of angry shouting. Of course, if this was indeed a church, the occupants would be furious. To them, the church represented sacred, inviolable ground under the protection of their deity. As for the perpetrator of this blasphemy, Nero didn't need to look far. On the street, standing alone, was a blue-haired girl clutching several stones in her arms. She glanced around nervously, likely having heard the angry voices from within the church. And then, her eyes met Nero's. Nero raised an eyebrow, a sense of foreboding washing over her. What is this idiot goddess planning now? Before Nero could react, Aqua darted over at lightning speed, a sycophantic smile plastered on her face. She shoved the stones into Nero's hands. Hi! Please hold these for me. Don't drop them, okay? Thanks, bye. Speaking absurdly fast yet enunciating every word clearly, Aqua turned and bolted. Barely a second after Aqua disappeared, the church's doors burst open, and several furious clergymen stormed out, veins bulging on their foreheads. Omu, framing me, is it? Nero glanced down at the stones in her hands, then at the approaching clergyman. She sighed, a mixture of exasperation and disbelief. Why is it that this idiot goddess only shows any semblance of cleverness when it comes to causing trouble? The church Aqua had targeted belonged to the Eris faith, a sect that worshipped the goddess of fortune, Eris. Eris worship wasn't just widespread, it was the state religion of this country. Eris herself governed this world, making her far more revered than Aqua, whose domain was limited to Japan. This explained why Aqua handled the transfer of Japanese souls into this world. Seeing Aqua throwing rocks at the church's windows, Nero had immediately guessed her motives. Despite being Aqua's junior, Eris was far more popular, and her faith overshadowed Aqua's Axis cult in both reputation and size. Aqua, consumed by jealousy, often spread baseless rumors about Eris. Her followers in the Axis cult shared her hostility. Darkness, for example, was frequently pelted with rocks and spat on by Axis devotees due to her allegiance to Eris. But, as a masochist, Darkness perversely enjoyed the humiliation, often provoking further ire by declaring her faith in Eris openly. The leader of the Axis cult once even claimed he could find pleasure in anyone regardless of gender, age, or even species except for demons and Eris followers, whom he despised with all his heart. Garde voir. End of chapter. Support the translator at patreon.com/wisetl !! Chapter 269, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 269 30 ps. Although the priests of the Eris Church initially mistook Nero for the perpetrator who had broken their stained glass window, clearing up the misunderstanding turned out to be surprisingly easy. Omu, all I did was say, these stones were handed to me by a blue-haired girl who looks like an Axis Church member, and they immediately believed me, Nero remarked. She could still vividly recall the exhausted expressions the priests wore when she mentioned Axis Church member. It's probably not the first time something like this has happened. The Axis Church and the Crimson Magic Clan, two groups said to cause more trouble for this world than the Demon King's army ever could. In many worlds, there are stories told to frighten children into behaving, like monsters that come to take away disobedient kids. In this world, the Axis Church had that role. Whether among humans or demons, the mere mention of the Axis Church could silence even the most restless children. Such was the reputation they had cultivated. As Nero reminisced, her surroundings darkened. She realized she had wandered out of town and was now standing face to face with a giant frog. A giant frog was no real threat to Nero. This kind of low-level monster wouldn't last even a single strike against her. Most adventurers in Axel could handle them without much trouble. Move aside. I've already grown tired of dealing with your kind, Nero said lazily, gesturing for the frog to leave. My goal is to gain more experience points and rewards, and you provide neither. Be grateful for my mercy now, Scram. Despite slaying countless monsters ranging from high-level threats like the killer bear to swarms of grey wolves, slimes, and horned rabbits, Nero's level was still only 3. In this world, the experience points required to level up were proportional to one's innate talent. For Nero, the requirements were so absurdly high that she was left speechless. The only time her experience bar had visibly moved was when she defeated the killer bear. Giant frogs, on the other hand, Didn't even register. Still, despite Nero's apparent goodwill, the giant frog refused to back down. With a sudden lunge, its long tongue lashed toward her like a whip. But Nero effortlessly dodged, vanishing in an instant. Omu. So you've chosen to reject my kindness. Calmly sidestepping another tongue strike, Nero added, how unfortunate. The giant frog's attacks were simple, using its size to crush, lashing out with its tongue to capture prey, or outright swallowing its opponent whole. Fortunately, giant frogs detested the taste of metal. Wearing a suit of armor made one immune to being eaten, allowing even novice adventurers to defeat them. Omu, Omu. Too slow, too slow. Come on, faster now, Nero teased, dodging the frog's strikes with ease, her movements so precise that it seemed as if she were dancing. For a moment, Nero found amusement in toying with the frog. But her interest waned quickly. Ah, this is boring. Let's finish this. Dodging the frog's tongue one last time, Nero closed the distance with a single step. She struck a pose, an almost forgotten Bajiquan stance, and lowered her voice, mimicking someone she had once seen. My Bajiquan needs no second strike, one-hit kill. With that declaration, Nero unleashed a devastating punch, hitting the frog square in its soft, white belly. Maintaining her striking pose, Nero smirked and delivered a dramatic line. Omi wa Mao Shindiru. Omu. I've always wanted to say that, but never found the right chance. Confident in her victory, Nero looked up only to meet the giant frog's unblinking gaze. It even blinked twice, as if mocking her. For a moment, silence filled the air. Now that I think about it, aren't giant frogs immune to blunt attacks? The frog, of course, offered no response. Instead, it opened its mouth wide, preparing to swallow her whole. But before it could act, crimson flames erupted from Nero's body, engulfing the creature. In mere seconds, the scent of roasted meat filled the air. Did you really think I'd act like Aqua? Nero muttered, placing her hands on her hips as she kicked the now charred frog. Let me show you the might of Rome. You dare block my path? You dare oppose Rome? Roman fist. A concentrated strike of all Rome's strength. You're already dead. And then, after failing to deal any damage, I'd awkwardly say, oh, on closer look, frogs are actually kind of cute, just to save face, before being swallowed whole? Did you think it would end like that? Smugly satisfied with her monologue, Nero gave the frog's burnt remains another kick, only to immediately pull her foot back, wincing from the heat. The flames she had used weren't magical in nature, but rather a product of her Imperial Privilege X, granting her temporary access to Mana Burst, Flame. She had seen Karna use this skill before, even using it to propel himself through the air like a jet. Nero had successfully recreated the skill, but its mana cost was astronomical. While Karna could freely wield it thanks to the Holy Grail, Nero had no such luxury. Omu. As Emperor, I should be able to use all the skills in the world, so why don't I have unlimited mana? Truly unfair, don't you think? Leaving the roasted frog behind, Nero turned her attention to the forest ahead. She had wasted enough time and was eager to press on. Just as she began to move, a distant sound reached her ears. It was faint but unmistakable. Help me! Dash! Garde! Voir voir! Garde voir! End of bonus chapter. If you like my work, consider supporting me at patreon.com/wisetl !! Chapter 270, I don't want to be a heroic spirit. 270 40 ps. My name is Sato Kazuma. I am a proud NEET. With an ordinary background, ordinary talents, and an ordinary life, I thought my existence would continue to be just that, ordinary. But on that fateful day, everything changed. I bravely stepped forward to save a girl from a car accident, even though it was just a slow-moving tractor and no accident was likely. In doing so, I met my end, from the shock of my own misunderstanding. A goddess appeared before me, moved by my courage, more like she laughed herself breathless at my embarrassing death, and sent me to another world to become a hero and defeat the Demon King, or so she said, though really, it was because she couldn't go back to the heavens unless I defeated the Demon King. And now, I'm facing the greatest crisis of my life. If no miracle occurs, I'm probably going to die here. This makes no sense. I'm supposed to be the future hero. Isn't the goddess right next to me? How is it that I haven't even left the beginner's town, yet I'm already up against such a formidable opponent? Could it be, the Demon King's army sensed my potential and decided to eliminate me before I could fully awaken? Its colossal size, sanity-breaking eyes, rippling muscles, devouring maw, and nearly impenetrable hide. This must be one of the Demon King's most powerful subordinates. Curse my overwhelming talent. It seems I've attracted too much jealousy. What the heck are you rambling about, weak chicken Kazuma? That's just a giant frog, the weakest monster in the area, Aqua said, her disdainful tone cutting through my self-important monologue. Aqua! Aqua! Stop just standing there! Save me! My legs flailed as I ran with all my might, but the gap between me and the giant frog didn't widen at all. Being broke, I only had a basic dagger for a weapon. If I had full body armor, I wouldn't need to worry about these frogs since they hate the taste of metal. But with just a dagger, I was utterly helpless, even against such a low-level creature. My situation was dire, but Aqua! Omega! Aqua! Why are you just watching? Have you betrayed me already? I don't like your tone, Kazuma. Don't you think you should show a bit more respect when asking for help? Maybe add Miss to the end of my name. Aqua-sama. Aqua-sama. Please save me. I've decided. The moment I get out of this mess, I'm burying this idiot goddess in the ground up to her neck and surrounding her with giant frogs. Well, I guess I can't ignore you, Aqua said with a huff. Honestly, neats like you are so helpless. Remember this, the one saving you is the goddess of water, Aqua. After I rescue you, you'd better worship me properly. No more hitting me on the head whenever you're annoyed, and you must buy me snacks and drinks whenever I ask. Oh, and you're joining the Axis Church. From now on, you'll pray to me 3 times a day, and... Aqua continued rambling, but my luck ran out before she finished. The giant frog caught up to me. As expected, I couldn't put up any resistance and was swallowed whole. Kya! I screamed, my head popping out of the frog's mouth, drenched in slime. Then it sucked me back inside. Help me! I shouted again, poking my head out, only to be swallowed once more. Quick! I'll do anything! Just save me! I cried a 3rd time, desperate to get Aqua's attention. But as I turned toward where she had been standing, I saw another giant frog. Its mouth held a familiar booted leg dangling from the corner. You, got eaten yourself! Aqua! With a voice that could shred my vocal cords, I yelled in utter despair, if you're eaten, what am I supposed to do, you useless goddess? I could feel it, the frog's stomach juices were about to finish me off. Ah, so I'm going to die again, hey? I thought back to my first death. If I had known things would turn out like this, I wouldn't have argued with this idiot goddess or dragged her down to this world just to spite her. I should have just picked a cheat ability and soared through life by now. Why did I even listen to her dumb idea? Early morning is the best time to hunt monsters, there'll be fewer people around to steal them. If we'd arrived later, at least other adventurers might have been around to help us. I began to pray, not to Aqua, of course. What kind of prayer would reach the heavens if all deities were as incompetent as her? As I resigned myself to death, I looked down and met the eyes of someone unexpected. A blonde woman in a crimson dress stood below, looking up at me with amusement. Save! Before I could finish my plea, the frog pulled me back into its mouth. Dash! So it's the main cast, Nero mused, glancing at the frog that had swallowed Kazuma and the other frog with Aqua's leg dangling from its mouth. If I weren't here, this party might have faced total annihilation. With a knowing smirk, she murmured, could this be Kazuma's absurd luck at work again? She remembered hearing about Kazuma, a NEET whose only exceptional trait was his absurdly high luck, second only to Eris, the goddess of fortune. Even more ridiculous was that as Kazuma leveled up, none of his other stats seemed to change, only his luck kept growing. How does that even make sense? She recalled tales of Kazuma visiting casinos in neighboring kingdoms, causing such chaos with his sheer luck that he nearly bankrupted their treasuries. If Kazuma were a servant, his luck stat would undoubtedly be X rank. What happens if I don't save him? Nero's curiosity piqued. If his luck was orchestrating events to ensure his survival, what would happen if she chose to stand by and do nothing? Would Kazuma's overpowered luck summon another miracle to save him? I'm genuinely curious now. Garde. Voir. Garde voir. End of bonus chapter. If you like my work, consider supporting me at patreon.com/wisetl !! Chapter 271, I don't want to be a heroic spirit. 271 50 ps. In the end, Nero couldn't just stand idly by and chose to rescue Kazuma and Aqua from the belly of the giant frogs. Sob, heek. Waah. The two emerged from the frog's stomach completely covered in a viscous substance. It was unclear whether it was frog saliva, stomach acid, or both, but the stench was overwhelmingly foul. Kazuma looked relatively composed, though his face was twisted in disgust. Aqua, on the other hand, had a full-blown meltdown, bawling uncontrollably since the moment Nero pulled her out. Ahem, thank you for saving us, Kazuma said, assessing the situation and offering Nero a bow of gratitude. Indeed. I shall accept thy thanks. Nero responded with a triumphant nod. Though she was curious what might have happened had she chosen not to help, Nero knew she would feel terrible if they actually died because of her inaction. Giant frogs like these are quite common on this plane. I'm not sure what you two were doing out here, but I suggest you return to town post-haste, Nero said, pointing her sword toward Axel in the distance. It's not far. If thou art worried about more monsters, I could escort thee there myself. And no need for that, actually, Kazuma stammered, unexpectedly polite and docile in Nero's presence. Perhaps it was gratitude for being saved from the brink of death or shame. Nero, of course, knew Kazuma and Aqua were adventurers. But to avoid complications, she feigned ignorance as if meeting them for the first time. Wait, was it their first meeting? I seem to recall knowing thee. Nero turned her gaze toward Aqua, who was still quietly sobbing, and her expression shifted to one of shock. Her reaction made Kazuma feel an ominous chill. Thou? Nero's brow furrowed in displeasure, her tone sharp. This morning, thou didst shatter a window at the Eris church and attempt to frame me for it, didst thou not? Kazuma stared at Aqua in horror. Aqua, finally registering who Nero was, lifted her head. Ah! It's you! You absolute menace! Kazuma roared. I wondered why you were so cheerful this morning. Turns out you were pulling this nonsense again. Can't you go a single day without creating trouble? Apologize to her, now. I am a goddess. Goddesses make no mistakes and therefore need not apologize. What are you doing with my hair? Ow, ow. Let go. You disrespectful NEET. I curse you in the name of the water goddess to find no water when flushing your toilet. And you have the gall to call yourself a goddess? You can't even handle a low-level giant frog. You were literally swallowed whole, covered in slime. Ugh. Forget water goddess, you're more like slime goddess or frog slobber goddess. You jerk. That's unforgivable. Aqua shouted, tackling Kazuma. The two began wrestling on the ground. But it wasn't long before Aqua, boasting far better stats, pinned Kazuma beneath her. Serves you right. This goddess was merely careless earlier. Watch as I obliterate the next frog with one punch. I swear on my name, Aqua the water goddess. Frogs shall tremble before me. With that declaration, Aqua charged at another nearby giant frog. Wait! How dare you defile this goddess? To soil my divine and radiant body with your disgusting slime. Repent in hell! Behold the divine wrath of my millions of worshippers, condensed into this attack. Sacred Light Fist. A brilliant, blinding light enveloped Aqua's fist, shining brighter than the sun. Even Nero squinted against the radiance. But the attack did nothing. The giant frog, immune to physical damage, casually swallowed Aqua again. Only her legs dangled in the air, wiggling comically. Nero and Kazuma both stared in silence before voicing the same thought simultaneously. Should we just let the frog keep her? Eventually, Kazuma saved Aqua, not Nero this time. Seizing the moment while the frog was distracted, he stabbed it with a dagger and finished it off. After slaying the giant frog, Kazuma felt a surge of triumph. Finally, a method to farm frogs effectively had dawned upon him. The skies seemed clearer, and Kazuma felt reinvigorated. Next time, I'll use Aqua as bait, a decoy. Then I'll swoop in for the kill. Perfect. Sadly, Kazuma's party only had 2 members. With more companions, he could manage several frogs at once, making the process even smoother. Wait, with a competent teammate, couldn't they just overpower the frogs directly? After all, even beginner adventurers could handle them. As expected, Aqua was just useless. Sniff, sniff. I can't believe it. I lost to a frog, twice. And now I'm covered in slime. I reek of fishiness. Aqua sobbed, kneeling on the ground. Despite her disheveled state, Aqua's beauty was undeniable. When Kazuma first met her, he'd been smitten for a fleeting moment. Her appearance truly befit a goddess. But now, drenched in frog slime and reeking of filth, Kazuma felt only disdain. Sneaking a glance at Nero, Kazuma's disdain for Aqua deepened. Not only was Nero just as attractive, but she was also far more competent. She had dispatched the giant frogs effortlessly and saved their lives. Ah, right. Kazuma hadn't asked for Nero's name yet. Miss Savior, may I know your name? I'd like to repay your kindness someday. If thou dost approach me again, that would be repayment enough. Thy stench is most foul, Nero replied, wrinkling her nose and stepping back slightly. Kazuma froze in place, utterly crushed. It was as if a sad, melancholic tune began playing in the background. Are you serious about taking that half step back? Such a small action, yet it hurts so much? So, the disdainful look from a cute girl really does cut deep. Kazuma muttered, clutching his chest over his heart with a pained expression. It seems. I'm just an ordinary guy after all. A guy who longs for a girl's affection. Dash. Garde. Voir voir. Garde voir. End of bonus chapter. If you like my work, consider supporting me at patreon.com/wisetl right parenthesis. Chapter 272, I don't want to be a heroic spirit. 272 100 ps. So thou wishest to know my name? Nero's opinion of Kazuma was mixed. Not particularly favorable, but not entirely unfavorable either. Sure, he was a bit lecherous, cowardly, and sleazy. Yet those very flaws made him feel more dimensional, more human. Perhaps that was why so many people liked him. Compared to those overly perfect protagonists, Kazuma was a more relatable, living, breathing person. He had plenty of strengths, but his weaknesses were just as abundant. Brave in critical moments, yet often a letdown elsewhere. Very well. Listen closely and remember it well, for it is an honor to know the name of I. Straightening her posture, Nero raised her swan-like neck, her melodious voice ringing like the song of a nightingale. I am the flower of Olympia, Emperor of Rome Nero Claudius. Radiant as the red rose, noble as the ruby. Though she was likely being hunted frantically back in the capital, along with Alice whom she'd brought along, Nero had no intention of concealing her identity. Hiding in fear? Such a notion was laughable for the illustrious Emperor Nero. She would always remain resplendent, standing tall and proud. That said, apart from my imperial identity, I am currently working as an adventurer in this town for certain reasons. You may simply call me Nero. Smiling faintly at Kazuma, Nero added, I've only recently become an adventurer, so perhaps thou hast more experience than I. Nero wasn't just being polite, she had her reasons for saying so. When she registered as an adventurer, the receptionist, Luna, had mentioned that someone before her possessed even higher magical power than her own. As a servant, Nero's magical power was rated at B, not the highest compared to AOR the exceptional X, but far from weak. Without sufficient magic, she couldn't even use her noble phantasms, such as her reality marble. Even the famed Crimson Demon genius, Megaman, likely didn't surpass Nero in magical power. The only one who might was the so-called goddess, Aqua, who had been dragged down to the mortal world by Kazuma. It was true Nero hadn't been an adventurer for long, but Kazuma probably wouldn't believe her. After all, her demonstrated strength didn't resemble that of a rookie adventurer. Should she explain? No, it didn't seem necessary. Kazuma, meanwhile, prepared to drag Aqua away. The two had barely stepped out of the beginner's area, not even leaving the starter village properly, only to almost be wiped out by giant frogs, monsters even rookie adventurers could handle. The humiliation was palpable. Watching the two slime-covered companions, Nero couldn't help recalling Megaman, who had yet to find proper teammates. I have a suggestion for thee, Nero said. Seek out one or two more comrades. Though sharing rewards with more people reduces earnings, it makes battling monsters easier and ensures thy safety. A party of 4 is ideal. Kazuma had already been contemplating recruiting teammates. His current sole companion, Aqua, was simply too unreliable. Hearing Nero's advice only solidified his resolve. Before dragging Aqua off, Kazuma stole one last glance at Nero. Her silky golden hair shimmered like radiant sands, framing her crimson dress embroidered with golden threads along the hem and sleeves, exuding an aura of opulence. Even her boots gleamed like polished gold. She was breathtaking, a vision that seemed almost unreal in its beauty. Her peculiar manner of speech only added to her charm in Kazuma's eyes, making her feel all the more endearing. She was so dazzling, Kazuma felt unworthy of her presence. Earlier, he had been so nervous speaking to her that he nearly bit his tongue. If she existed in his former world, suitors would probably queue from Japan to America just for the chance to talk to her. Someone like him, utterly average in every way, would never even be permitted to speak to her. The bitter truth stung, but truth often did. Honestly, Nero felt more like a true goddess than Aqua did. With her stunning appearance, dependable nature, and compelling words, she easily outshone Aqua, who seemed more like a fraud. Kazuma couldn't help but glance at Aqua again. If I sold her off, could I get Nero to join my party instead? Of course, Nero couldn't read minds and had no idea Kazuma was mentally comparing her to Aqua. At the moment, she was lost in thought, wondering how Alice and Yunyun were doing in town. Nero had invited Yunyun to join their group, not because of her strength, though their two-person team of Nero and Alice already surpassed any adventurer squad in power. Alice was the strongest human in this world, and Nero, with her record of battling awakened beings, was an equally formidable servant. Their party could likely storm the Demon King's castle outright. But Nero had invited Yunyun so Alice and Yunyun could each have a peer, a true friend of the same age. To most people, Alice was first and foremost the royal princess, making genuine friendships nearly impossible. Meanwhile, Yunyun had grown up in the Crimson Demon village, surrounded by eccentrics. As the only relatively normal one, she too struggled to connect with others. Megumin might count as Yunyun's friend, though that stubborn tsundere would never admit it. I do hope those two become close friends. Both Alice and Yunyun are such sweet children. Nero's purpose in bringing Alice along was to fulfill her wishes. Becoming an adventurer had already been checked off the list, but making friends was another of Alice's dreams. Lost in thought, Nero's gaze sharpened suddenly. She sensed an unusual magical presence rapidly approaching. A massive shadow fell over them, prompting everyone to look up. It was a creature with vast leathery wings that blotted out the sun, its dark metallic skin gleaming ominously. With a hulking body that seemed capable of crushing an ogre with ease, horns and sharp fangs that exuded menace, there was no mistaking its identity. It was a demon. Though unfamiliar with this world's specific demon ranks, Nero could easily tell this one was formidable. The towering demon descended, its wings stirring gusts of wind that bent the grass beneath them. Lowering its massive head, its eyeless sockets scanned Nero, the strangely motionless Aqua, and finally Kazuma, whose face had gone as pale as a ghost. Then, to their astonishment, the demon opened its mouth and spoke. "Ah, my apologies. Did I frighten you?" It seemed oddly polite. Garde. Voir voir. Garde voir. End of bonus chapter. If you like my work, consider supporting me at patreon.com/wisetl !! Chapter 273, I don't want to be a heroic spirit. 273 200 ps. Nero's expression shifted to one of surprise. Despite its menacing appearance, the demon before them, towering, winged and formidable, seemed oddly well-mannered. "Ah, please don't be alarmed," the demon spoke in a measured, courteous tone. "I am host. I'm searching for a massive, jet-black beast in this area. Have you seen anything like that?" Trying his best not to intimidate them, the demon, who had introduced himself as host, spoke with as much gentleness as he could muster. Since Kazuma and Aqua were too stunned to reply, Nero took the initiative to answer. "A massive, jet-black beast? Are you talking about the novice killer? There are plenty of them in the nearby forest." The moment host mentioned a jet-black creature, Nero's first thought was of the novice killer she had encountered in recent days. These monsters, resembling a cross between a tiger and a panther, were aptly named for their tendency to prey on rookie adventurers. They lurked near groups of goblins or kobolds, using the lesser creatures as bait to lure novices to their doom. The novice killer would then ambush and kill its unsuspecting prey. "Novice killer? That's not what I'm looking for," host replied, his tone tinged with faint disdain, or so Nero thought. "No, I'm searching for Lord Wolbach. I caught the familiar scent of Lord Wolbach here, but I've found nothing so far. That's why I decided to ask you." "Wolbach?" Nero furrowed her brows. The name tickled at her memory, faintly familiar, but she couldn't quite place it. Host sniffed the air again, his expression shifting to one of intrigue as he fixed his gaze on Nero. "Strange, the scent of Lord Wolbach seems to be coming from you. Tell me, what is your connection to Lord Wolbach?" "Even if you ask, I don't know who this Wolbach is," Nero replied, her brows knitting tighter. It was frustrating, this sense that she was so close to remembering, yet the truth remained just out of reach. The harder she tried to recall, the more elusive the memory became. "Think carefully. The scent is strong and fresh, likely from this morning," host said, leaning down as if to implore her. Nero frowned as she thought back. "This morning, the only ones I interacted with were Alice, Yunyun, Megumin, and Megumin's familiar, a small black cat called Komusuk." The realization struck her mid-sentence, and she paused. Among those she encountered that morning, Komusuk stood out. Megumin often neglected to feed her familiar and, on one occasion, had locked it in her room all day while she went questing. The poor creature had nearly starved. Feeling pity for the cat and frustration toward Megumin's absent-mindedness, Yunyun had entrusted Nero with caring for Komusuk. Thanks to her imperial privilege X, Nero had acquired the skill animal communication and quickly earned the cat's trust. Komusuk often napped on Nero's shoulder or head. Digging into her hazy recollection of the original story, Nero vaguely remembered that Komusuk wasn't an ordinary cat but rather a fragment of an evil god, specifically, the aspect of destruction and wrath belonging to the god of violence and sloth. "I think I know what you're talking about," Nero said, her expression growing complicated. "Among those I know, there is a crimson demon girl named Megumin. She keeps a black cat called Komusuk. I suspect that's what you're looking for." "Komusuk? A black cat? And a crimson demon?" Host stroked his chin, contemplating her words. "I see. If it involves the crimson demons, that does make sense. Thank you for the information. It seems I must seek out this Megumin and her familiar. By the way, since you know both Megumin and Lord Wolbach, could you perhaps—" Host seemed about to ask Nero to bring Megumin and Komusuk to him, but he never got the chance to finish. Ultimate sacred exorcism. Gah! A brilliant column of light engulfed Host, and an agonized howl erupted from within. Nero turned to see Aqua, her arm still outstretched, clearly the one who had unleashed the spell. "What are you doing?" Nero demanded. "Kazuma! Kazuma! Let go of me! If you don't, that damned demon will escape!" Aqua shrieked as Kazuma throttled her. "You idiot! What are you thinking? The atmosphere was fine a second ago, and then you go and attack him out of nowhere. What do you mean why? He's a demon. Demons laugh evilly while stealing your soul. If we leave them alone, they're an even greater threat than the Demon King's army. But that demon looks terrifyingly strong. What if you've pissed him off and we all die here?" As the pillar of light faded, Host re-emerged. Though there were no visible wounds on his body, wisps of black smoke rose from him, and his aura felt noticeably diminished. He exhaled a puff of smoke and spoke weakly. "This stinking woman, is she a high priest? No, something's off. Even a high priest's purification spell shouldn't be this powerful. Just one blast, and I was nearly sent back to hell." Demons from hell were rarely present in their true forms, their physical bodies were merely vessels, while their true essence remained in the infernal realms. Even if their vessel was destroyed, they would return to hell, provided they had enough spare bodies stored. Host staggered past Nero toward Aqua and Kazuma. "I dislike violence and prefer peaceful resolutions," Host said, his tone carrying a resigned weariness. "But you're too dangerous. And since you attacked first, I have no choice. I will deal with you here and now, nameless priest." Kazuma's face drained of color, terror etched into every line. "This is all your fault. You attacked him for no reason, and now he's angry. We're going to die, and it's all because of you. Apologize to him, maybe he'll forgive us if you say you're sorry." "Are you kidding me? You want me, a goddess, to apologize to a filthy demon? That's worse than being eaten by a frog. You've already been eaten by a frog. Just apologize." "I won't." Host was no ordinary demon. The fact that he had withstood Aqua's purification spell said as much, though he was still no match for Nero. However, Nero never got the chance to intervene. A shadow streaked toward Host at incredible speed. With her sharp vision, Nero saw it clearly, a silver-haired girl with a flat, boyish figure and a scar across her cheek. Her cold, determined eyes locked onto Host as she brandished a silver dagger radiating a potent aura. "Demon Slayer! Where did you come from? Ow! What's with this dagger? Is it enchanted? A cursed weapon? Why does it paralyze me just from a touch? I can feel a murderous hatred for demons imbued in it." "Silence, foul demon! Polluting the air with your words. I will exterminate you. Listen to me, you lunatic! Ultimate sacred exorcism. Having escaped Kazuma's grip, Aqua raised her arm and unleashed another purification spell. Again. Dash. Gar. Devoir. Voir. Garde voir. End of bonus chapter. If you like my work, consider supporting me at patreon.com/wisetl !! Chapter 274, I don't want to be a heroic spirit. 274. Host escaped. It was absurd. Despite being relentlessly pursued by two goddesses, the demon somehow managed to flee with his life. Yes, the silver-haired girl who had suddenly appeared and launched an attack on Host without hesitation was also a goddess. Her name was Chris, the mortal guise of Eris, the goddess of luck, and Aqua's junior in the divine hierarchy. Before Host fled, he had initially planned to deal with both Chris and Aqua in one fell swoop, unleashing the advanced magic spell Hellfire. However, just as the fiery magic was about to strike Aqua, Chris, and Kazuma, a heroic blonde knight suddenly appeared. With nothing but her mortal body, she shielded them from the spell, muttering things like, "Come on! Hit me harder! Let me feel even more pain!" Even Host was dumbfounded. Why do so many bizarre people keep showing up here? Determining that the town's feng shui must be cursed, Host made a hasty retreat. "Mark my words, I'll be back," he declared. "Aqua and Chris, you dare come back?" Host truly was impressive. He had endured 2 blasts of Aqua's ultimate sacred exorcism, multiple stab wounds from Chris's enchanted dagger, and even lost a wing. Yet somehow, he remained alive. While Chris, as Eris's incarnation, possessed no divine powers, Aqua retained a fraction of hers as the goddess of water even after being dragged down to the mortal realm by Kazuma. Her abilities included passive skills like purifying any liquid she touched into clean water, as well as her well-documented power to resurrect Kazuma. When Host quoted a certain infamous cartoon wolf's line about returning, Aqua and Chris gave chase immediately. Predictably, Aqua got eaten by a giant frog. Again. Chris and Kazuma worked to rescue her, but by the time they succeeded, Host had vanished without a trace. To be honest, Nero was still trying to figure out how the whole fight had started in the first place. Watching Chris and Aqua lamenting over their failure to finish off the demon, Nero quietly approached the blonde knight who had blocked Host's magic earlier. "Are you unharmed?" Nero asked, a note of concern in her voice. Though she already knew the answer, this knight was tougher than she looked. "I'm fine. Actually, I feel better than ever, ahem. I mean, protecting everyone is my duty. Don't let my appearance fool you, I'm quite resilient," the knight said, her face briefly flushed before she regained her usual stoic demeanor. This peculiar knight was Darkness, the masochistic crusader and a member of Kazuma's party. Nero hadn't expected to meet her so soon. Darkness's attacks rarely landed, but her defense was practically unparalleled. Few could endure being struck by Megumin's explosion magic and walk away unscathed. Even the demon Duke Vanir, who had once possessed Darkness's body, had marveled at her inhuman physical durability. Later, during the party's journey to Crimson Demon Village, she even managed to fight the Chimera Sylvia, a fusion of 2 Demon King generals, on equal footing in close combat. As Nero recalled the details about Darkness, she noticed the knight staring intently at her. "Is something the matter?" Nero tilted her head in curiosity. Why was she staring so intensely? As far as Nero knew, they had never met before. Darkness's sharp gaze was puzzling. Nero hadn't been in Axel long and hadn't had the chance to meet many people. Before arriving, she had spent most of her time in the royal capital. "The royal capital? You're Nero Claudius, aren't you?" Darkness's tone turned serious, her words striking like a blade. "Why are you here? And where is Princess Alice?" "What a shame, letting that demon escape," Chris muttered dejectedly as she approached. "Sorry, Darkness. It must have been exhausting rushing over here when you heard about the demon. Wait, what are you two doing? Why are you standing so close? Earlier, when Darkness had confirmed Nero's identity, she had instinctively begun drawing her sword. But Nero stopped her, holding the blade firmly in its scabbard. Darkness's astonishment was clear, but Nero was even more surprised. What does this woman eat? Her strength is ridiculous. Nero had almost failed to keep the sword sheathed, only succeeding by using her Imperial Privilege X to boost her physical strength. Fighting her is like wrestling a dragon, Nero thought. It was a slight exaggeration, but with her strength still growing, Darkness's future potential might indeed rival a dragon's. For now, though, she was more like a baby dragon. Alice is doing well, Nero said in a low voice, ensuring only Darkness could hear. She's been adventuring with me, taking on quests, and even made a new friend. I'll take you to see her soon, but for now, please keep this quiet. Don't contact the capital yet. Darkness, despite her eccentricities, was a noble woman of high standing. She was well informed about the situation involving Alice. Nero had momentarily forgotten this detail but quickly adjusted. It's nothing important, Nero said aloud, smiling at Chris. Just a small matter between Darkness and me. Chris still seemed curious, but before she could press further, Nero turned her attention to the silver-haired goddess. More importantly, oh, brave and valiant young maiden who drove away the demon. May I know your name? Me? A brave maiden. Chris's face turned bright red. That must be a joke, right? There's no way someone like me thank you, though. Have some confidence, Nero said, her brow furrowing slightly as she stepped closer and took Chris's hand. Locking eyes with her, Nero declared firmly, my compliments are never idle flattery. Every word I speak is deliberate and true. To dismiss my praise is to insult me. Now, accept it with pride. Why yes, of course. Chris stammered, instinctively straightening under Nero's commanding presence. Excellent. Such spirit. Nero said with a satisfied smile, crossing her arms as she nodded approvingly. Chapter 275, I don't want to be a heroic spirit. 275. The plan had been completely disrupted. Originally, Nero intended to take on a monster hunting quest, but running into Darkness had thrown everything off track. To make matters worse, Darkness recognized her. Nero had assumed that without Alice by her side, even if she encountered Darkness, it wouldn't be a big deal. Still, being discovered by Darkness wasn't entirely bad. Nero knew that bringing Alice along would have caused a massive uproar back in the royal capital. Given Alice's importance, her disappearance would have thrown the entire kingdom into chaos. If Nero truly wanted to remain undetected, she would have acted far more discreetly. Instead, she had carried on boldly, almost inviting attention. So, there's no need for you to treat me like a criminal, Nero said, glancing back at Darkness with a calm expression. I only brought Alice out to have a little fun. It's not as though we're not going back. But what you did was too reckless, Darkness replied coldly. Taking Princess Alice without informing anyone. Do you have any idea how dire the consequences could be if something happened to her? Nero's gaze grew peculiar at Darkness's words. Aren't you the one who ran away from home yourself? With what authority are you chastising me? I had my reasons. Darkness stammered. Nero, of course, knew exactly what those reasons were. Darkness had carefully hidden her masochistic tendencies from her father and suitors. Her father had tried to set her up with suitors who were perfect on paper, kind, handsome, wealthy, but none of them were remotely within her strike zone. Darkness had once openly admitted her ideal partner, a grotesque, lecherous drunkard who would treat her cruelly. She fantasized about marrying such a man, enduring his abuse, and pleading with him not to squander their money on gambling only to be berated, degraded, and used further. Though, eventually, she fell hopelessly in love with Kazuma. Because she despised overly perfect suitors, darkness had fled her noble life and started fresh in Axel as an adventurer. Despite her infamous masochistic nature, darkness was surprisingly serious around Nero, likely because the situation involved Alice. She didn't want to tarnish the good image Alice had of her by revealing her true self. Darkness had originally come to Axel with Chris, but now she stuck close to Nero. It was clear she wouldn't leave Nero alone until she saw Alice safe and sound. "Honestly, I'm not going anywhere," Nero muttered. "Even if you claim to have good intentions, taking Princess Alice without permission is a serious crime. We can't just trust you," Darkness said firmly. "You're mistaken. My words are law. My actions are justice. After all, I am a tyrant." Nero responded with a confident smirk. As they walked toward the inn where Nero and Alice had been staying, Darkness's reaction was unexpectedly strong upon seeing the building. "You let Princess Alice stay in a place like this?" Darkness exclaimed. "If I, the Emperor of Rome, can stay here, why can't the princess? If you have complaints, go ahead and voice them, though I don't plan to listen," Nero said, her imperial demeanor on full display. Once they reached the room, Nero flopped onto the bed unceremoniously. "Alice and Yun might not return for a while. If you don't mind waiting, you're welcome to join me," Nero said casually. She had suggested earlier that Darkness could leave and wait for news, promising to contact her once Alice returned. Unsurprisingly, Darkness refused, determined to keep a close eye on Nero until Alice's safety was confirmed. Not that Nero minded. Having a beautiful and well-dressed noblewoman like Darkness around was hardly a bad thing. Despite her eccentricities, Darkness had top-tier looks and a figure that had undoubtedly drawn many suitors. As Darkness paced the small room, she seemed curious about the place Alice had been staying. "You've been staying here with Alice these past few days?" Darkness asked. "Indeed," Nero replied with a nod. "This place is so cramped it's like a prison." "There's a difference. This room is probably smaller than a prison cell," Nero said with a teasing smile. Darkness froze for a moment, caught off guard. Nero continued, her tone playful yet sincere. "Though, to be fair, I did suggest renting 2 rooms at first. But Alice insisted we share one." Nero chuckled softly, recalling the memory. "With the expression she gave me, how could I say no? Princess Alice trusts you that much." Darkness's face twisted with a mix of emotions. However, her hostility and suspicion toward Nero seemed to be gradually fading. "Of course, she trusts me," Nero said brightly, tilting her head slightly. "Why wouldn't she? I am nothing if not trustworthy." "You're incredibly arrogant, you know that," Darkness finally said after staring at Nero for a long moment. "To underestimate others or overestimate oneself, that is arrogance," Nero replied confidently. "But I don't do either. Every word of praise I give, whether for others or myself, is truthful and fair. I don't make such mistakes." Darkness glanced out the window. The sun was high in the sky, its rays blazing fiercely. "Hungry?" Nero asked. "This inn serves meals, though the food here isn't as good as the guilds. Still, it's cheaper and more convenient." "I don't need." Darkness paused mid-sentence, reconsidering. "No, I'll have something." After a brief silence, Darkness hesitantly asked, "After lunch, could you tell me about how you've been spending your time with Princess Alice?" Nero's emerald eyes sparkled as she smiled warmly. "Of course. I'd be happy to." Chapter 276, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit. 276. Hand in hand, bathed in the golden light of dusk, Alice and Yun walked side by side. The sound of their laughter, clear and melodious as silver bells, echoed in the fading sunlight. For both Alice and Yun, today was bound to be unforgettable. "This was my first time seeing a place where horses are raised. There were so many of them. Alice exclaimed. Alice, haven't you ever ridden a horse or travelled in a carriage before? Yun asked, surprised. No, not really. I usually use teleportation magic, and when I do ride in a carriage, it's usually pulled by running lizards instead of horses. Personally, I think horses are cuter, but Claire says running lizards are faster. Running lizards? Aren't those monsters? Does your family really use monsters to pull carriages? Yun gasped. After spending the day together, the two had clearly grown much closer. Even their choice of words had become more casual, dropping the formal suffixes they had used at the start. That grilled skewer we had earlier was so delicious. I'd love to come back for more sometime, Alice said. Absolutely. The flavor of the meat and the seasoning went so well together. It was perfect. Though, when I asked the shopkeeper what kind of meat it was, he gave me this mysterious smile and said, "That's a secret." What a shame. Right? The way he kept it secretive makes me think the meat itself might be the key to how delicious it was. If we could find out what it is, maybe Nero could make it too. Miss Nero can cook? Yun asked, surprised. Of course. Nero can do almost anything. She's so talented it's hard to believe, Alice said, her admiration clear. Reminiscing about their day, the two finally returned to the inn where they were staying. They parted briefly, each heading to their respective rooms. But when Alice opened her door, she found more than one figure waiting inside. Princess Alice. Darkness rushed forward, overcome with emotion, and pulled the stunned Alice into a tight embrace. Lalatina? Is that you, Lalatina? Why are you here? Alice asked in bewilderment. Darkness's full name was Dustiness Ford Lalatina. She had disguised herself as Darkness to avoid being discovered by her family. Kazuma and the others had even teased her about how ironic it was for a devout crusader to choose such a sinister-sounding name. Still in Darkness's arms, Alice shot a startled, questioning glance at Nero. Nero, lounging casually on the bed, responded with a reassuring look before standing up. "I'll leave you two to catch up," Nero said, her tone nonchalant. "I'll cast a barrier to block sound from leaving this room. That way, no matter what you say, no one outside will hear." "You can do that?" Darkness asked, a mix of awe and doubt in her eyes. Nero's response was a sly smile. "A silly question. As Emperor of Rome, is there anything I can't do?" After confirming Alice's well-being, Darkness's initial relief gave way to a scolding tone. "Princess Alice, you've been far too reckless this time. The royal capital is in complete chaos because of your disappearance." Nero recalled that Darkness had once trained Alice in combat, teaching her basic close-range techniques. What puzzled Nero, however, was how Alice had turned out to be such a competent fighter, considering Darkness's strikes almost never hit their targets. "Alice, you don't have to listen to everything she says," Nero interrupted with a smirk. "The woman before you is even more reckless than you. She ran away from home because she didn't like the marriage her family arranged for her. In fact, her family's steward has put out a search request for her here in Axel." "Nero, please don't interfere," Darkness protested, her cheeks turning red. Nero shrugged nonchalantly in response. Alice looked at Darkness with wide, astonished eyes. "Lalatina, you ran away from home too?" "Well, yes, but..." Darkness hesitated, then sighed, seeing the curiosity in Alice's gaze. "Yes, Princess Alice. I am just as impulsive as you. You ran away because of an arranged marriage, became an adventurer, and sought comrades you could entrust your life to. It's just like something out of a storybook." Alice's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Lalatina, you're so brave." "No. I haven't actually found any comrades to adventure with yet," Darkness admitted. Although she often worked alongside Chris, the two weren't officially part of a party. This made sense, given Chris's secret identity. Darkness saw Chris as a wandering thief, but in reality, Chris didn't need a permanent residence. She could simply return to the heavens when she wanted to rest. Then why not join our party? Alice suddenly asked, catching both Nero and Darkness off guard. Lalatina, you're an advanced class crusader, right? Our party has 3 members now, so there's still room for one more. You're so strong, I'm sure you'd be a great help. An invitation from the princess herself would have been a tremendous honor for someone like Darkness. But Darkness didn't seem thrilled. I ran away to live freely. If I join Princess Alice's party, I'll have even less freedom. Your Highness, oh, that's right. Darkness's face lit up as she found an excuse. Claire has been tirelessly searching for you these past few days. She's utterly worn out. Everyone in the capital is worried about you. Please, Princess Alice, return to the royal capital. Darkness was right. Now that Alice had been found, the proper course of action was to return her to the capital as quickly as possible. Alice knew this, but the reluctant look in her eyes betrayed her feelings. She glanced at Nero, silently pleading for help. Darkness noticed Alice's hesitation and nervously bit her lip. After a moment's thought, she added, Claire is furious. She blames Miss Nero entirely for your disappearance and has vowed to capture and execute her as a criminal. Darkness's words made Alice panic. Chapter 277, I don't want to be a heroic spirit. 277. How could this happen? It was my selfishness alone. It has nothing to do with Nero. Alice protested. That's why you need to return, Darkness said, her tone calm and firm as she met Alice's gaze. Go back to the capital and explain to Claire yourself that this wasn't Nero's fault. Only you can stop her from continuing to blame Nero. Alice hesitated, conflicted. She had just made new friends. Today had been one of the happiest days of her life, and her adventure had only just begun. Compared to her days in the royal castle, the past few days had been far more exciting and fulfilling than she could have ever imagined. But, if it was for Nero's sake? Returning is inevitable, but does it have to be now? A gentle hand ruffled her hair, and that simple gesture brought Alice a sense of comfort and reassurance. Axel is a wonderful place, Nero said softly. It's full of warm-hearted people, delicious food, and captivating stories. Leaving before you've seen and experienced it all, don't you think that would be too cruel for Alice? But Darkness still looked uneasy. Alice's pleading eyes only added to her discomfort, leaving her visibly restless. Princess Alice! Please don't look at me like that! Darkness muttered helplessly. What are you so worried about? Nero interjected with a smirk. Hesitation shows that your heart has already tipped the scales. You've made your choice, you just won't admit it yet. Darkness bit her lip in frustration, unable to refute Nero's words. Nero stepped closer, her emerald eyes gleaming with confidence. Listen well, uncertain one. Nero's voice rang out, strong and commanding. Standing before you is the Rose of Rome, the Empress of Majesty, the ruler of all under heaven, Nero Claudius. I admire your loyalty to your master, but I loathe your disregard for me. Where I stand is Rome's territory, and all who dwell here are under Rome's protection, including the one you serve so loyally. So, swallow your needless worries. With Alice by my side, she's safer than anywhere else. Darkness stared at Nero's unwavering confidence, then glanced at Alice, who looked at her with wide, hopeful eyes. Finally, with a heavy sigh, she relented. Fine. Princess Alice can stay for a few more days. Nero turned to Alice, locking eyes with her. In Alice's gaze, she saw pure admiration, gratitude, and joy. Darkness had agreed to let Alice stay, but only for a few days, 3 to 5 at most. Still, that was enough. All good things must come to an end, no matter how much you wish otherwise. Komusuk, are you hungry? Want some dried fish? Or maybe water first? Nero asked, holding out a small dish, The room was dimly lit, the street lights outside glowing softly as night blanketed the town. Or perhaps, you'd like a bath first? Nero teased, her tone playful. Relax, just kidding. I know you hate baths. Now, stay away from the window, don't even think about escaping. On the bed, Alice and Yun were engrossed in a game. It resembled chess but featured pieces representing swordsmen, adventurers, and mages, reflecting this world's unique professions. Nero figured some otherworldly traveler must have adapted the game to fit this culture. She recalled seeing Megumin and Yun play this game before. That match had ended with Megumin shouting, "Explosion," and flipping the board, claiming victory as she bolted from the room. At first, Nero thought it was just Megumin throwing a tantrum, but later discovered the game actually had a rule allowing players to use explosion magic to wipe out the enemy, albeit only once per day. I'll upgrade my adventurer to an advanced mage and use light sword. I win! Yun exclaimed triumphantly. Hey! I lost! Alice muttered, her face falling in defeat. Yun jumped up in excitement, her enthusiasm causing her assets to bounce slightly. In contrast, Alice pouted in frustration. Their attention shifted as they heard movement near the window. Nero had caught Komusuk trying to escape and was now carrying the small black cat with wings back into the room. Komusuk seems to like Nero a lot, Yun remarked, a hint of envy in her voice. Whenever I try to pet its head, it bats my hand away. Nero, are you just really good with animals? Even Nero can't make Komusuk take a bath, though, Alice chimed in with a giggle. The sound of the door opening drew their attention. Megumin entered, leaning on her staff for support, clearly exhausted. I'm back. She murmured. Welcome back, Megumin. Did you find any teammates today? Yun asked. Something about Megumin seemed different. Though she was as drained as usual after using her explosion magic, her expression was unusually animated. She looked downright euphoric. Of course not. Megumin declared with exaggerated pride. Then why are you so happy? I thought the biggest troublemaker from Crimson Demon Village had finally found someone as odd as she is to team up with. Yun sighed. Hey! Who are you calling the biggest troublemaker? Say it to my face. Megumin snapped. Not just Yun, but Alice and Nero, too, were curious about what had Megumin so elated. Prepare to be amazed. Megumin said with a smug grin. She tried to strike a dramatic pose, only to nearly topple over from exhaustion. Giving up on theatrics, she pulled out her adventurer's card and proudly held it up. From this day forward, I am Megumin, the first and greatest demon slayer explosion mage. I defeated a powerful high-ranking demon all by myself. As Megumin recounted her story, Nero finally pieced together what had happened. While wandering around, looking for a target for her daily explosion spell, Megumin had come across a demon missing a wing and covered in injuries. Seeing this as the perfect opportunity to claim a glorious title, Megumin had unleashed her explosion magic, obliterating the demon in one fell swoop. The battle had rewarded her with a massive amount of experience points, allowing her to level up significantly. Watching Megumin boast about her feat to Alice and Yun, Nero couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the demon named host. T/N, I couldn't find a Vic, I mean someone to do endnotes, so here's my obligatory shilling patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Chapter 278, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 278. Wah! It's all your fault! All your fault! All your fault! Nero had no idea how things had escalated to this point. The morning had started like any other. Nero, Alice, and Yun had headed to the Adventurers Guild, intending to look for suitable quests to take on. But before doing so, they decided to grab breakfast at the guild. While they ate, some sort of commotion broke out at the counter. Nero glanced over, curious, and saw the receptionist wearing an awkward but polite smile as she tried to explain something. Across from her, Aqua was pestering her incessantly, while Kazuma stood nearby with a look that screamed, "I don't know this idiot." Nero quickly lost interest. It was probably the usual. Aqua, with her negative IQ, had likely done something stupid again, gotten overconfident, bitten off more than she could chew, and made a mess of things. Now she was probably begging for help after failing spectacularly. This kind of nonsense was Aqua's forte, after all. Not my problem, Nero thought. She had no intention of getting involved. Dealing with Aqua was like handling a particularly clingy octopus from an episode of Tom and Jerry. Once she latched on, she wouldn't let go. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. The sound of approaching footsteps made Nero uneasy. She barely turned her head before Aqua, tears streaming down her face, grabbed Nero by the collar and started shaking her violently. Aqua was about 165 centimeters tall, while Nero stood at a mere 150. This height difference allowed Aqua to easily lift Nero off the ground. To put it in perspective, Megaman was also around 150 centimeters tall. If imagining Aqua shaking Nero doesn't seem plausible, simply picture her doing the same to Megaman. Suddenly, it feels much more reasonable, doesn't it? As Aqua furiously shook her and shouted, "It's all your fault," over and over, Nero barely managed to keep her composure. She really wanted to ask, "Have you finally evolved from an idiot to a broken record? Enough already, you brainless idiot with a walnut for a brain!" Nero shouted, glaring. "Gaia! My head! My head!" Aqua wailed. Seeing Aqua's antics, the rest of Kazuma and Nero's parties moved to intervene. But before they could act, Nero, having had enough, reacted on her own. With a well-aimed 9-yin white bone claw, she clamped her hand over Aqua's face. The faint sound of cracking could be heard as Aqua's head made unsettling noises under Nero's grip. The noise was soon drowned out by Aqua's screams. What's going on here?" Kazuma stammered, wide-eyed. Nero, her hand still firmly planted on Aqua's face, turned her gaze to Kazuma and his party. "Kazuma, Darkness, and Megaman," while Aqua flailed helplessly. "She's finally quieted down," Nero muttered, her feet back on the ground, though she didn't loosen her grip. Aqua clawed futilely at Nero's hand, her strength no match for Nero's steadily increasing pressure. "My head's going to shatter. Someone help! Help! My divine brain is going to be crushed." Aqua's wails grew increasingly pitiful. The surrounding adventurers swallowed nervously as they watched Nero with newfound reverence. It seemed Megaman and Darkness had officially joined Kazuma's party, completing the core group. And just recently, Axel had been abuzz with excitement due to a major event, the cabbage migration. In this world, most vegetables were living creatures. Whether it was sanma that sprouted from the ground or watermelons that grew in rivers, these plants were alive. The cabbage migration occurred when cabbages, unwilling to be harvested, began their journey across the plains and towns, fleeing to the edges of the continent to rot in solitude, safe from being eaten. To prevent this waste, adventurers would work to capture as many cabbages as possible during the migration, harvesting them at the peak of their flavor. Each cabbage fetched a hefty price, 10,000 eris each, making the event a profitable opportunity for anyone who could catch them. Best of all, cabbages posed little threat. Lacking claws, fangs, or magical abilities, they attacked by simply ramming into people like being hit by bouncing basketballs. This made the event safer and more lucrative than most adventuring jobs, which explained the guild's enthusiasm. For Nero, it felt like participating in a limited-time event in Fate/Grand Order. And Aqua's current meltdown was connected to this event. "This idiot thought she'd make a fortune during the migration," Kazuma explained. "She spent the last few days splurging recklessly and even racking up debt. But..." He trailed off, smirking as he pointed to a nearby pile. Nero followed his gesture and saw a mountain of lettuce-like vegetables. "This moron caught almost entirely iceberg lettuce," Kazuma said flatly. Although iceberg lettuce resembled cabbage, its value in this world was less than a tenth of cabbage. So in the end, Kazuma sighed dramatically. All those vegetables only earned her 50,000 eris, equivalent to catching 5 cabbages. By contrast, Nero, Alice, and Yunyun had been highly active during the migration. Even Yunyun, who had caught the least, earned several 100,000 eris. Nero, with her usual flair, had caught the most, raking in over 2 million. It helped that Nero's cabbages were of exceptional quality, fetching premium prices. Perhaps her A-rank luck stat was working overtime. After hearing Kazuma's explanation, Nero understood why Aqua was so distraught. But she remained unimpressed. And this concerns me, how? Whether it was Aqua's bad luck or her reckless spending, neither had anything to do with Nero. So why are you grabbing me and screaming it's all your fault like a lunatic? Nero narrowed her eyes at Aqua, then turned to Kazuma. Be honest. Was this woman bitten by a rabid dog and infected with something? She's behaving like she's got rabies, attacking anything that moves. Kazuma didn't even try to deny it. Instead, he nodded solemnly. Honestly, I've suspected she caught something long before I ever met her. Chapter 279, I don't want to be a heroic spirit. 279. Clutching her head, which felt as though it might crack open, Aqua cowered behind Megumin. Even though Kazuma and Nero were openly bad-mouthing her, Aqua didn't dare say a word in protest. For once, it seemed she had learned her lesson. Well, after racking up a mountain of debt over the past few days and earning almost nothing during the cabbage migration, Aqua decided she needed to take on more quests to make money, Kazuma began to explain. But as you've probably noticed, he gestured toward the quest board. Nero followed his gaze and understood the situation immediately. For the past few days, the number of monsters in the surrounding areas had dwindled drastically, resulting in a significant drop in available quests. Rumors had begun to spread. Apparently, a high-ranking Demon King army general had taken up residence in a small castle near the town. The presence of such a powerful figure had frightened the weaker monsters into hiding. The once bustling quest board was now almost empty, offering only a handful of jobs, all of which were extremely difficult. Axel's adventurers, notorious for being lazy unless absolutely desperate for money, had made a killing during the cabbage migration. Now, faced with high-risk quests, most of them had gone back to slacking off. All except one exception. Or, rather, one exception among exceptions. That would be me, wouldn't it? Nero said with a slight smirk. At this point, the only team still actively taking on monster subjugation quests was Nero's group. Unlike most adventurers, Nero and her companions weren't short on funds. They took on quests purely for the experience. Besides, they were powerful enough to handle monsters that ordinary adventurers wouldn't dream of facing. Nero glanced at Aqua, who flinched under her gaze. Don't tell me you thought that if I didn't complete those quests, you'd somehow be able to collect the rewards instead? Nero asked, her voice dripping with disdain. Eek! Aqua let out a pathetic squeak and shrank even further behind Megumin. Kazuma, meanwhile, looked like he was witnessing a miracle. I've never seen Aqua this terrified of anyone before. For good reason. Aqua was notoriously impervious to learning from her mistakes. Kazuma's party was a collection of unique talents: Megumin, a master of the world's most destructive magic; Aqua, a divine priest with unparalleled healing and support abilities; Darkness, a crusader with dragon-like resilience; and Kazuma himself, a crafty leader with absurdly high luck. On paper, they could face Demon King generals and come out victorious. And yet, in everyday situations, they struggled to take down even a single giant frog, often risking total party wipes. Nero had no illusions about what would happen if Kazuma's party attempted the same quests her team breezed through. She was fairly certain Kazuma would end up dying again, dragged back by Aqua's resurrection powers in a humiliating state. The thought was enough to make her sigh. Use that walnut-sized brain of yours and develop some basic judgment skills. Nero scolded, her tone sharp as a blade. It's going to crack. My head's really going to crack this time. I can already see that annoying junior of mine, Eris, sitting in my favorite chair and smiling down at me. Aqua screamed. Despite her fondness for beautiful women, which had only intensified after obtaining her heroic spirit form, Nero felt nothing for Aqua. Sure, Aqua was objectively a beautiful girl, but something about her personality nullified any appeal. Nero finally understood why fans often joked, "If you ever fall for Aqua, I'll laugh for a month. If you fall for Sun Wukong, I'll laugh for a lifetime." The rocky terrain was barren, its deep brown crags jagged and unyielding. On this harsh landscape, a massive black bear easily the size of a small hill let out a thunderous roar and swiped at Alice with its massive paw. But Alice, already prepared, dodged gracefully. In one swift motion, she spun her wrist, and her holy sword, sharp as the finest blade, severed the bear's paw cleanly. The creature howled in agony. "Yun, now!" Alice called out. "Light of saber!" Yun responded, her voice steady as her magic surged. A gleaming blade of pure energy, capable of cutting through anything as long as mana was sufficient, slashed down, severing the bear's head in one stroke. With a tremendous crash, the bear's massive body collapsed, sending tremors through the ground beneath their feet. Both girls, panting slightly, exchanged glances before breaking into triumphant smiles and sharing a high five. "Yay! We did it!" they cheered in unison. Nearby, Nero stood with her sword, Estus, the original flame, embedded in the rocky ground. With both hands resting on the hilt, she watched the scene unfold, her posture as straight as bamboo. Her emerald eyes sparkled with pride as she observed Alice and Yun's teamwork. On the way back to town, the group chatted about their recent battle. "I never expected such a powerful monster to appear near Axel," Yun said. "Well, this is a beginner's town. If a monster that strong had shown up near the capital, the knights and guild would have immediately sent out a subjugation force," Alice noted. Nero couldn't help but marvel at how strange Axel was. This place wasn't just a haven for beginners, it was a hub of extraordinary figures. Gods, demons, demon king generals, and even rumors of divine beasts lurking nearby. She'd overheard adventurers at the guild casually mention creatures like Genbu and Byakko over drinks. The monster they had just defeated was known as Black Fang, a dangerous beast with a high bounty. With weaker monsters hiding due to the presence of a demon king general, only these stronger creatures dared to roam. Still, that suited Nero and her team just fine. Lesser monsters wouldn't provide enough of a challenge to hone their skills. "How's the experience from this quest?" Nero asked Yun. "Great. Since I landed the finishing blow, I earned a ton of experience points. I can now learn another advanced spell," Yun said, her voice filled with excitement. As a Crimson Demon, Yun was an advanced class mage. Most Crimson Demons learned one advanced spell before graduating from their school of magic, but Yun's path had been unconventional. Once, to save Megumin's sister from monsters, Yun had learned intermediate magic instead of advanced spells, allowing her to graduate earlier. This made her stand out as the only Crimson Demon without an advanced spell at the time. But things were different now. After joining Nero's party and defeating high-level monsters, Yun had rapidly gained levels. Just a few days ago, she had learned her first advanced spell, Light of Saber, and now she had earned enough skill points to learn another. Ahem, behold patreon.com/ystl right bracket. Chapter 280, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 280. Alice, do you live in the royal capital? The three of them were walking along a forest trail when Yun suddenly asked the question. "It's just, neither you nor Miss Nero act like ordinary people. And, well, Megumin mentioned something like that before, too." As a crimson demon, Yunyun wasn't lacking in intelligence. It was only when compared to Megumin, who was sharper than her in many ways, that Yunyun sometimes came across as slow. Besides, Yunyun had learned that playing dumb made it easier to make friends, so she often pretended to be more naive than she actually was. Even if you aren't from the Dustiness family, Alice and Miss Nero must come from some noble lineage, right? Nero felt Alice's gaze on her. The girl was likely unsure how to respond. But Nero knew there was no need to explain. Yunyun had already come to her own conclusion. She must have figured it out days ago. The reason she brought it up now was simple. Do you think you'll go back to the capital someday? At this, Nero and Alice exchanged a look, uncertain how to answer. Because the truth was undeniable, Alice would eventually have to return to the royal capital. Though Nero had managed to convince darkness to keep Claire and the others in the dark for a few more days, the delay was nearing its limit. With news of a Demon King general lurking nearby, Darkness's insistence on returning Alice to the capital had grown stronger. She seemed determined to ensure Alice wouldn't encounter the general, even though Alice's combat abilities rivaled those of her adversaries. I see. Even without a direct response, Nero and Alice's silence spoke volumes. Sadness flickered across Yunyun's face, an unmissable hint of loneliness. But she quickly forced a smile, trying to ease the weight of her own words. You must have your reasons. It's probably like you snuck out, right? If you don't go back, your family will worry. For someone who hated farewells the most, Yunyun was remarkably quick to comfort others about them. Nero knew just how much Yunyun had longed for companions she could chat and adventure with, and how deeply she cherished their group now. Oh! Alice, I saw a magic item shop the other day. They had some really interesting wares. With that, Yunyun eagerly started chatting with Alice, pretending as if the earlier conversation had never happened. The heavy atmosphere lightened somewhat. Still, there was an unspoken shift between them, subtle but present. Nero walked ahead, glancing at the sun's position. At this pace, we might not make it back to town in time for lunch, she noted. That's fine. Worst case, we'll just have a late lunch and dinner. It won't hurt, Yunyun replied. Turning dinner into a midnight snack? Once in a while, that's not a bad idea, Nero said with a soft chuckle. The forest path they were on was a well-used trade route, primarily for merchants' wagons. This meant it was relatively safe, with a lower chance of encountering monsters. But lower didn't mean zero. Even the roads leading to the royal capital weren't completely free of danger. Nero, walking in front and on guard, suddenly tensed. Her servant instincts pricked at something in the air, replacing her usual relaxed demeanor with sharp focus. There seems to be someone ahead. Not far away, perched on a large rock, was a green-haired girl. She waved at them with a bright smile. What's a young girl doing here of all places? Alice asked, puzzled. She looks hurt, Yunyun added, noticing the bloodied bandage wrapped around the girl's ankle. We can't just leave her like this. The girl occasionally glanced at her injured ankle, wincing with a pained expression. When Nero and the others approached, she looked up at them with wide, imploring eyes, a picture of vulnerability. Just looking at her stirred a fierce protective instinct. What should we do? Alice asked, concerned. None of us know healing magic, and we didn't bring any potions. Before long, Alice and Yunyun had drawn close to the girl, intent on helping but unsure of how to proceed. Nero, you can do anything, right? Surely you know some kind of healing magic? Alice asked hopefully, turning to her companion. But Nero's attention was focused elsewhere. She studied the green-haired girl carefully. There was something off. This wasn't a human girl. It was a monster. Her perch, her clothing, even the bloodied bandages, everything was part of her body, mimicked through shape-shifting. Alice, Nero said firmly, her tone sharp. Take a closer look. That isn't a human, it's a monster. Those bandages and wounds are all part of its disguise. Her words had an immediate effect. Both Alice and Yun instinctively stepped back, their eyes now wary as they regarded the girl. It was a testament to their trust in Nero. If Kazuma had been the one to call out such a monster, his party would likely have ignored him or worse, attacked him to protect the creature. But, she looks like she's about to cry, Alice said hesitantly. The monster girl's eyes glistened with tears as she gazed at them with a pleading expression. Even knowing her true nature, Alice and Yun couldn't help but soften. She looks so pitiful. Are you sure she's really a monster? Yun asked. Even if she is, maybe she's harmless. Alice added. She doesn't look like she'd hurt anyone. The two wavered again, uncertain. And then, the girl spoke. Her voice was halting, like a child learning to talk, barely louder than a whisper. Will you kill me? Her trembling hands clutched at her chest as she looked up at them from her rocky perch, tears brimming in her eyes. She was shaking, a picture of pure helplessness. Anyone with a shred of conscience would feel like their heart had been stabbed just looking at her. I'm sorry, Nero. Alice said softly, lowering her weapon. Sadness filled her voice as she turned to Nero. I can't do it. I can't bring myself to kill a child that looks so helpless. Chapter 281, I don't want to be a heroic spirit. 281. Even knowing that the girl before them was, in truth, a monster, humans are, after all, visual creatures. Add to that a surplus of misplaced compassion, and you have a dangerous combination. When a beautiful young girl gazes at you with teary, pleading eyes, it takes an extraordinary amount of resolve to strike her down. Few could muster the will to do so in such a situation. At that moment, the monster, disguised as a girl, spoke again. Her voice was ethereal, hollow, and haunting, piercing the ears of Nero and her companions. So much pain. I'm sorry. It's all because I exist in this world. With a faint, fragile smile, she continued. It's all because I'm a monster. Because my life is a burden. For the first time, I've spoken to humans like this. She clasped her hands together in front of her chest, as though in prayer. Then, as if surrendering to her fate, she raised her head and closed her eyes, baring her neck. Thank you. I'm so glad to have met you all. If I could be reincarnated, I wish to become human. To be friends with you. At this, Yun began to cry. She said she wants to be my friend. She said she wants to be my friend. Why? For all her intelligence, Yun often lost all sense of reason when it came to matters of friendship. It seemed that Alice and Yun had decided to spare the monster disguised as a girl. Was it that those with kinder hearts found it harder to harm her? But as the girl monster stood there with closed eyes, ready to accept her fate, Nero. With a single slash, she severed the monster's head and reduced her body to ash. Did anyone really believe Nero was a merciful or kind person? She was Nero Claudius Caesar Augustus Germanicus, the infamous tyrant whose life was painted with conspiracies and poison. The one who poisoned her mother, drove her mentor to suicide, mercilessly slaughtered any noble who opposed her, and whose hands stained countless roses with blood. As they dug into the ground beside the monster's remains, Nero and her group unearthed a skeleton, dressed in tattered clothing. It was clear that the girl monster had lied about everything. Alice, Yun, look closely. This creature is not the harmless being you believed it to be. Every word it spoke was a lie, Nero reprimanded. Your moment of mercy could have led to more travelers falling prey to this monster, sacrificed as its food. Can you bear the weight of such deaths on your conscience? Nero scolded Alice and Yun harshly, hoping they would learn from this mistake. This creature, known as a blissful maiden, was a heinous monster that preyed on human compassion. Legends spoke of adventurers who, after slaying one of these creatures, were haunted by guilt for the rest of their lives. Blissful maidens lacked any means of direct attack. Rooted to the ground, they could not move and instead lured victims with their fruit. These fruits contained neurotoxins that did not satiate hunger but blocked sensations of hunger, fatigue, and pain, leading victims to slowly weaken and die in the blissful maiden's company. Because elderly adventurers often sought these creatures for a comforting death, they were named blissful maidens. In the depths of the forest, it was said, there existed a far more dangerous variant, the blissful queen, whose lair was considered a sanctuary for those seeking death. The guild was desperate to eliminate such monsters, but despite numerous requests to slay the blissful queen, no adventurers who had accepted the task could bring themselves to complete it after encountering her. This left the guild in a perpetual quandary. Nero and her group learned all this from guild staff after returning to the guild. But for now, they had only just emerged from the forest. "Once we cross this plain, we'll reach Axel," Nero said. "I've never walked this far before," Alice murmured. The plain stretched wide and open, offering little cover. Even the massive frogs were scarce, deterred by the presence of a demon king's general. In the distance, Axel's city walls came into view. "Nero, look! There are so many people over there!" Alice exclaimed. Nero, with her sharp vision, saw more clearly than Alice. A large group of familiar faces, adventurers they had seen at the guild, were gathered near Axel's gates, each armed and ready for battle. It was a scene reminiscent of the Great Cabbage Migration. In the crowd, Nero spotted the protagonist group except for Megaman. Megaman stood at the forefront of the crowd, conversing with a figure clad in pitch-black armor. Although she could see the distant scene, Nero couldn't hear their conversation. Her skill clairvoyance didn't come with eavesdropping. "That looks like a headless horseman," someone remarked. The figure wore dark armor, cradling its head in its arms. Its mount was an undead warhorse. Indeed, it resembled the headless horseman from ghost stories. But wasn't the headless horseman supposed to ride a wolf named Hessian Lauber? Nero queried. "The headless horseman doesn't ride a wolf. Besides, this one is Chaldea, not Hessian Lauber, one of the Demon King's generals," Alice corrected. Because the royal capital often clashed with the Demon King's army, Alice was well versed in information about their generals, particularly those who had already appeared. But if this was truly a Demon King's general, what was Megaman talking about? Could it be that she had finally decided to put her dream of unleashing an explosion spell on the Demon King's castle into action? No matter what, you refuse to stop using your explosion magic near my castle, correct? Very well. Though I have fallen into darkness, I was once a knight and have no interest in striking down the weak. However, if you continue to disrupt my peace, I will take measures of my own," the headless horseman declared. "It's not our fault. You're the one loitering around, making it impossible for us to do our work. But your days of arrogance end today. With so many of us here, including experts in dealing with undead, your defeat is inevitable." Megaman retorted, brimming with overconfidence. "Is that so? From my perspective, not a single one of you looks capable. In fact, I could kill you here and now, and none of them would be able to stop me," Chaldea sneered. A menacing aura radiated from him as he raised his left hand, pointing at Megaman. "I hereby declare your death. You shall perish in 1 week," he proclaimed. There was no doubt it was a curse. And it was unavoidable. Once the declaration was complete, the magic had already taken hold, leaving no time for Megaman to react. Though Megaman couldn't respond in time, someone else could. Megaman felt herself being yanked back by her collar. She stumbled and fell behind. When the spell finished, Nero stood before her. "Nero!" Megaman exclaimed. Black energy faintly shimmered around Nero, and fear gripped Megaman's heart. Her eyes grew hot, and she instinctively bit her lip. "Why? Drops link patreon.com/ystl right bracket. Chapter 282, I don't want to be a heroic spirit. 282. I declare your death. You will perish in 1 week. As the Headless Horseman's magic concluded, Nero felt a sudden, overwhelming heaviness envelop her body. Did I fall under the spell? Of course, Nero hadn't recklessly stepped in just to shield Megumin. She had a reason. This was an experiment. As a Saber class servant, one of the 3 knight classes, Nero possessed the magic resistance skill. This ability allowed her to nullify or mitigate magic-based skills and spells to a certain degree. However, Nero's magic resistance wasn't particularly high. It wasn't as paltry as Okada Tsuji's near-useless magic resistance E, but Nero's magic resistance C could only nullify magic with incantations fewer than 2 verses. Large-scale magic and ritual spells were beyond her defense. So, the magic cast by the Headless Horseman just now would qualify as a high-grade thaumaturgy in the Nasu verse. Hey! Nero! A voice behind her drew Nero's attention. She turned to see Megumin, whose eyes were filled with fear and confusion. Why? It was obvious she was asking why Nero had taken the spell for her. Because I am an emperor. Nero's reply came with a radiant, childlike smile, brimming with innocence. An emperor should always stand at the forefront in times like these, don't you think? What kind of emperor does that? Megumin's heart throbbed with pain, her chest tightening as a wave of guilt surged through her. Not far away, the Headless Horseman's mocking voice rang out. My plan has gone slightly awry. How unexpected that you have such a loyal and selfless companion. But doesn't that make this all the more excruciating for you? Listen well, Crimson Demon Girl. Your beloved companion will now spend the next week in agony, tormented by the fear of death. And it's all your fault. Your actions caused this. Watch as your friend suffers, and wallow in regret for the next 7 days. Ha ha ha. The Headless Horseman's laughter chilled Megumin to the bone. Her face grew even paler. But Nero stepped forward, drawing all eyes to herself. You truly underestimate me. Her movement silenced everyone. Megumin, the adventurers, and even the Headless Horseman. Tormented by the fear of death? Cowering in terror? What nonsense! Gripping her massive flaming sword, Estus, Nero planted it firmly into the ground. I have faced sunsets on endless wastelands, stood in desolation where none bore witness. 3 times, I welcomed the setting sun. Awakened by illusory cheers, only to open my eyes to a wilderness stained red by my blood and the dying sun. My throat pierced, leaving me unable to speak, my body cold as it bled dry. Death? It is but a trivial matter, a hurdle I have overcome and cast aside. The blade in her hands burned with a crimson fire as vivid as blood. Nero's voice, resonating with confidence, echoed through the plains and into the ears of all present. I am Nero. Nero Claudius. Emperor of Rome. The dazzling rose that blooms splendidly amidst the wasteland under the setting sun. These hands have touched the stars in the heavens. These shoulders have borne the weight of countless lives. One measly death? I'll conquer it as easily as breathing. Her words, though dramatic and perhaps a touch theatrical, carried an unshakable charisma. They didn't feel like the boasts of a pretentious braggart but rather the declarations of someone who could turn her convictions into reality. I see, said the Headless Horseman. His tone, now tinged with awe, betrayed his grudging respect. Your aura speaks of truth. I believe you truly were an emperor of some grand empire. The Headless Horseman inclined his head slightly, as if paying homage. This resolve, this willpower. To say that you would cower before death was indeed an insult. I must apologize. Not even the monarch I once served or the king of this land possesses such indomitable spirit. The remnants of the knightly soul within this body compel me to offer you my loyalty. To shoulder the future of millions upon a single will. Such an emperor truly exists in this world. However, it's a shame. From the moment you stepped forward, your death was sealed. The Headless Horseman's confidence in his curse was evident. But Nero remained unfazed. Setting aside the fact that Aqua, self-proclaimed master of all curse-breaking, was present, even if she tended to fumble at critical moments, Nero herself had a trump card, her Invitus Spiritus A skill, which could allow her to revive if necessary. Besides, raising her flaming sword, Nero pointed it directly at the Headless Horseman, who stood on a hill in the distance. If I eliminate the caster, this curse will be lifted, no. Her straightforward words momentarily stunned the Headless Horseman, but he soon nodded. Indeed, if you defeat me, the curse will naturally dissipate. As a reward, I shall. He never finished his sentence. In the blink of an eye, Nero was before him. The Headless Horseman barely registered the confident grin on her face before her flaming sword descended. That's all I needed to hear. The sword, Estus, blazed with red flames as it struck, the fiery waves engulfing the area. Even before the blade made contact, the Headless Horseman felt the oppressive heat. The surprise attack struck true, flames surging like waves in its wake. But the inferno was suddenly cleaved apart. The undead warhorse disintegrated into ash, and the Headless Horseman burst through the flames. His massive black sword crashed down in a mountainous arc, colliding with Nero's blazing blade. The clash sent sparks flying, and though Nero deflected much of the blow's force, the Headless Horseman's blade still struck the ground at her feet, splitting the earth. The shockwave shattered rocks around them. Nero steadied her stance, braced her footing, and delivered a powerful kick to the Headless Horseman's abdomen. The force of the impact created a transparent vortex of energy, scattering the flames behind him and sending his body hurtling backward. As the Headless Horseman recovered in the distance, Nero's eyes narrowed. So my physical strength isn't enough. The Headless Horseman had been a masterful warrior in life. Nero, on the other hand, had been an emperor, not a soldier. The only reason she could keep up with the Headless Horseman was thanks to her Imperial Privilege X skill, which temporarily granted her unmatched martial prowess. However, her strength and endurance stats were both at D, limiting her overall performance. If that's the case, I'll just reinforce my strength the moment my attack lands. With her strategy clear, Nero grinned, flames dancing in her emerald eyes. Chapter 283, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit. 283. Beneath his helmet, the Headless Horseman glanced down at the spot where Nero's kick had landed moments before, his voice carrying a note of astonishment. I admit I underestimated you. Not only are you a great emperor, but also a formidable warrior. In terms of pure skill, you may even surpass me. But your strength doesn't seem to measure up. Since becoming a Headless Horseman, my attributes far exceed what I had as a mere human. Don't blame me for using my advantages, I'd be a fool not to. If you want to complain, blame the fact that you're only human. Confidence filled the Headless Horseman's voice, as though victory was already in his grasp. Nero, however, simply laughed. Advantages? Disadvantages? Ha! Such trivialities are no more than whims to me. All things lie within my grasp. Open your eyes wide and behold the Emperor's absolute privilege. In the next moment, Nero assumed a plain's eye stance with her flaming greatsword, Estus. Activating her reduced earth skill, she closed the distance between them in an instant. Once again, her blazing greatsword collided with the Headless Horseman's massive black blade. The horseman absorbed the impact through his legs, channeling the force into the ground. The earth beneath him cratered under the immense pressure. That strange speed won't work on me again. Having transcended human limitations as a Headless Horseman, he had fought countless battles, more than any ordinary mortal could imagine. Even Nero's sudden bursts of speed could not catch him off guard for long. In that case, then let's not compete in speed, Nero declared. The slight curve of her lips gave the Headless Horseman an ominous premonition. Before he could react, an overwhelming force surged through her blade, as if she wielded the strength of a dragon. Behold the strength that rivals the mighty Heracles! From Nero's petite frame erupted an unfathomable power, a force so titanic that it felt as though it contained the might of 10 mountains, the flow of 100 rivers, and the raw strength of 1,000 dragons. The headless horseman attempted to resist, but against such absolute power, he was as insignificant as a pebble in a raging torrent. His body was sent hurtling skyward like a cannonball. Even his trusted black greatsword, a weapon that had accompanied him through countless battles, groaned under the strain of her strike. In life, Nero admired the Greek hero Heracles. She once nearly wrestled a lion to death in the arena, claiming it was in homage to his feats. By fully unleashing her imperial privilege X, Nero momentarily gained strength comparable to Heracles. The shockwave of her strike turned into a roaring gale. Earth was torn asunder. Rocks shattered. Even Megaman, who had been spectating at a safe distance, was caught off guard. She was blown away by the force of the wind. The adventurers near the city gates found themselves unable to stand upright, many sprawling onto the ground in the chaos. Except for darkness. She stood resolute, her posture straight as an arrow. Then, with a blissful expression, she took a flying rock to the face and collapsed, murmuring her thanks to the heavens. Amid the wreckage of the plane, Nero stood tall, her figure radiating triumph. From the sky, the headless horseman's body began to plummet. Nero's keen eyes followed him as she crouched down slightly. With a deafening boom, the spot where Nero had stood turned into a massive crater, its surface webbed with cracks. She launched herself upward like an arrow, streaking through the sky. As he fell, the headless horseman inspected the cracks forming in his greatsword, only to hear the air itself shatter under the force of her approach. Emerald eyes locked onto him with deadly intent. Sparks danced like fiery wings around Nero, her blazing sword turning her into a phoenix soaring through the heavens. Realizing his fate, the headless horseman sighed. So this is it. I thought this assignment would just be an all-expenses-paid vacation, a cushy job. Why is there someone like you in a beginner's town? With such skill and strength, you've utterly defeated me. Who's the real monster here? The flames drew nearer, filling his vision with crimson. Staring at her magnificent and divine form, the headless horseman resigned himself to his fate. To lose in single combat against someone stronger than me, it's not such a bad way to die. Whether as a knight or as a monster, this feels fitting. But still, what a shame. The one defeating me is such a beauty. If only I could have seen up her skirt before I died, or spied on her bathing. With that body and face, she's exactly my type. I'll remember you, Nero Claudius. The surging flames consumed the headless horseman entirely, his form dissolving into a fiery spectacle that painted the sky in shades of red. Even from afar, the adventurers on the ground felt the heat radiating from the inferno. All eyes turned to the lone figure atop the hill, standing proud amidst the aftermath, like a vision out of a dream. The flames surrounding her danced like rose petals in the wind, her golden hair glimmering like spun gold. Her red and black sword, planted firmly in the ground, was held steady in both hands. As they gazed upon her silhouette, the crowd saw not just a warrior but a sovereign, a protector of the people, a living legend. Nero. From a distance, Alice also gazed at Nero's figure. She had witnessed the entire battle, the blazing radiance of this emperor leaving an indelible mark on her heart. The seed planted in Alice's heart had begun to sprout and grow, promising to flourish in the days to come. Under the watchful eyes of all present, Nero descended from the hill, striding toward the city gates. With a grand gesture, she spread her arms wide. Why the silence? Where is the applause? The cheers? This was my flawless victory. Tell me, how does it feel to witness my performance? Her voice rippled through the crowd like a stone cast into still water, stirring them from their stupor. The adventurers erupted into raucous cheers. That was amazing. Louder! Nero commanded, her voice brimming with authority. If it's praise, hold nothing back. Shower me with thunderous applause. You were amazing, the crowd roared. Excellent. I am most pleased. Omu. Nero declared with a satisfied nod. Chapter 284, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 284. The Adventurers Guild was livelier than usual today. Though the guild was always bustling, today's energy was distinctly abnormal. I, Nero, command you all make some noise. Woohoo! The cheers erupted like a tidal wave, almost lifting the roof off the building. Yet, none of the guild staff stepped in to calm things down. They merely shook their heads with wry smiles, allowing the adventurers their fun. After all, they were celebrating the defeat of a Demon King's general. Strictly speaking, it was Nero alone who had defeated the Headless Horseman, Chaldea. Most of the others had little to do with the victory, aside from Megumin and Kazuma's group, whose daily explosions near Chaldea's castle had drawn him out in the first place. But Nero didn't seem to mind. I grant you the right to celebrate alongside me. Hold nothing back and shower me with praise for my magnificent display. Omu. If it was a celebration, the more people, the merrier. Nero-sama is amazing. Defeating a Demon King's general single-handedly? Absolutely terrifying. Terrifying. Truly, Nero-sama has the makings of an emperor. In time, you'll be unmatched across the land. I wouldn't be surprised if she defeated the Demon King and brought peace to the world. The first adventurer, who had started with a simple Nero-sama is amazing, now stood dumbfounded. Where are they learning these ridiculously over-the-top lines? Standing on a chair, Nero listened to the enthusiastic praise with her eyes nearly closed in delight. Omu. This praise is music to my ears. How I could listen to it forever. Your compliments please me greatly. I've decided to ensure everyone here shares in my joy, eat and drink to your heart's content today. It's on me, paid for with my reward for defeating the Demon King's general. Woohoo! Long live Nero! The guild's revelry reached a new peak of excitement. No one knew exactly how much the reward for defeating a Demon King's general was worth. Since no one had ever succeeded in slaying one of the 8 generals, it was entirely unprecedented. But one thing was certain: the reward had to be an astronomical sum, enough to secure a lifetime of luxury. No, this won't do. Follow my lead this time. Shaking her head as if dissatisfied, Nero raised her cup high and shouted. Rome! Eternal glory! Rome! Eternal glory! The crowd echoed. Omu! Once more, louder this time. Rome! Eternal glory! Rome! Eternal glory! And so, the celebration began in earnest, a raucous party to commemorate the defeat of the Headless Horseman. Though, let's be honest, most people were just happy for the free drinks. Kazuma! Kazuma! Hurry and get me some of that wine. It's the expensive kind we've always been too broke to afford. Finally, we can drink to our heart's content today. You know the rules. If you want it, come and get it yourself. Somewhere in the crowd, a certain goddess with an insatiable thirst for alcohol had resorted to snatching drinks from others. Meanwhile, Nero drained her cup in one gulp, her emerald eyes lighting up in delight. I like this flavor. What is it? An adventurer nearby looked over and answered, that's called Nero's mead. Nero. Nero blinked, tilting her head in curiosity, before a wide grin spread across her face. Omu. What a marvelous name. I love it. When I hold Nero Fest one day, every shop will sell this drink. Brimming with excitement, she ran over to Alice and Union. Alice. Union. Come try this, it's delicious. And don't worry, it's not alcohol. Union seemed a little overwhelmed, clearly unaccustomed to such lively festivities. Nero. Megumin approached, her expression hesitant, as though wrestling with her words. Omu. Adorable maiden, what troubles you? Nero asked, her cheeks flushed from the revelry, her smile as radiant as ever. I'm in a great mood today, so ask away. Whatever it is, I'll answer. Hearing this, Megumin hesitated, tugging nervously at the brim of her hat. How's your body holding up? She was likely asking about the Headless Horseman's death curse, which Nero had taken in her stead. Among Kazuma's party, Megumin might appear the most hot-headed, but she cherished her companions deeply. In the original story, when Kazuma refused to be resurrected, intending to reincarnate into a wealthy family for a better life, it was Megumin who cried, begging him to stay. When her friends were insulted, Megumin was the first to bristle with anger, more so than when the insults were aimed at herself. And now, with Nero having risked her life for her, Megumin couldn't help but feel an immense weight of guilt. "I'm perfectly fine. Didn't I tell you before?" Nero replied cheerfully. Of course, she hadn't expected that killing the curse's caster wouldn't break the spell it required the caster to lift it willingly. In the end, Nero had turned to Aqua, who performed a holy purification to dispel the curse. Though not without a hiccup. Aqua had tried to use the situation to coerce Nero into joining the Axis Church, claiming that having a hero who defeated a Demon King's general would boost the church's reputation and surpass the Eris Church. Nero had responded by employing her 9-yin bone claw on Aqua's head. Honestly, where did Aqua get the audacity to try blackmailing Nero? She'd been terrified of Nero just that morning. Does this idiot really have a goldfish's memory? See? My body is as good as new. Aqua might be a fool, but her abilities are top-notch. She's healed me completely, lifting the curse and curing all my injuries. Seeing Megumin's worried gaze still fixed on her, Nero assumed she was about to ask why she had stepped in to take the curse in the first place. Though it had been partially an experiment to test her magic resistance, Nero's earlier answer had been genuine. Just as Nero pondered how to explain, Megumin suddenly bowed deeply before her. "Thank you." The words floated gently to Nero's ears. Before she could respond, Megumin walked away, leaving her stunned. "I get the feeling she'll remember this for a long time." Even though there hadn't been any need for such a gesture. Chapter 285, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 285. The celebration carried on late into the night. Some adventurers, unable to handle their drink, had passed out on the hard, uncomfortable guild floor. Nero, initially planning to enjoy a couple of drinks herself, had her glass snatched away by darkness. "Nero, you're someone Alice. I mean, Iris, looks up to. If you drink, you'll set a bad example for her. Besides, only adults are allowed to drink. What insolence! I'll have you know I am already an adult." Despite Nero's protest, her diminutive stature, comparable to Megumin's, didn't exactly lend credibility to her claim. Ugh! Still, keeping Alice away from bad influences was a valid point. Honestly, if you're going to throw a party, loosen up a little more. Why are you so restrained? I can't help it. With Alice Iris around, what if I accidentally ruin the reliable and elegant image she has of me? Unable to drink alcohol, Nero resorted to sipping the oddly named Nero mead. What about your teammates? Oh, I mean Aqua and Kazuma. I bumped into Megumin earlier, but those two, they're the kind of troublemakers who are almost guaranteed to cause chaos if left unsupervised. You're one of those troublemakers too. Nero mentally added but kept to herself. I don't know, Darkness replied, shrugging. Honestly, ever since the party started, I've barely paid attention to them. I've been keeping an eye on Iris the whole time. Leaving Alice to you is even more worrisome. Darkness thought, though her concern wasn't for Nero's ability to protect Alice. After all, Nero had taken down a Demon King's general in one-on-one combat. It was Nero's personality that raised alarm bells. Hearing Darkness's words, Nero frowned, setting her cup down. Now you've made me uneasy. Stay here, I'll go find them. With that, Nero turned and left, leaving Darkness puzzled. Isn't she overreacting? Sure, Kazuma and Aqua can be a handful, but they're not that bad, right. Darkness picked up her drink but was interrupted by someone calling her name. In the noisy guild, distinguishing a voice aimed at you wasn't easy. Hey! Darkness! The voice was unmistakably Kazuma's. Finding him wasn't difficult. Darkness spotted him standing on a table, shirtless, his face flushed from too much drink. Seeing Kazuma, Darkness couldn't help but let out a small sigh of relief. Like Nero, she had been worried about what trouble Kazuma and Aqua might stir up, but as their teammate, she also wanted to show some trust and save face for them in public. What's going on, Kazuma? Did you need something? And where's Aqua? Shouldn't you be keeping an eye on her? A simple, caring question. However, what the hell do you mean by that? Hey! I'm asking what you mean by that. Hey? Perverted Darkness, aren't you supposed to be handing out free services to everyone you meet? What's with the prim and proper acts since you walked in here? Were you possessed? Or did someone install a toilet in your head and flush away all your degenerate thoughts? You, who flaunt your filthy body suddenly acting ladylike is the most out-of-character thing ever. Hearing words like perverted and filthy, Darkness's instincts momentarily betrayed her, a spark of excitement flickering within. But then she remembered Alice was nearby. She snapped out of it instantly. This is not the time to get carried away. Damn him! How does he always manage to hit all my weak spots so accurately? Kazuma, seemingly having been dragged into a drinking contest with the other adventurers, was now drunk and running his mouth. And the adventurers around him who knew Darkness all too well joined in. Yeah, Kazuma's right. That whole prim and proper thing. It's creepy. We preferred the Darkness who'd shout, "It's a knight's duty to be ravaged by monsters." That was the real you. Acting all dignified now, what if you end up enchanting us? That's dangerous. Shut up. Mortified as Alice glanced in her direction, Darkness charged forward, knocking out each heckler in one punch, leaving them slumbering peacefully on the guild floor. Meanwhile, Nero had made her way to the Adventurers Guild's backyard in search of Aqua. The guild's garden grew various vegetables for use in cooking. Nero also noticed rows of fish autumn mackerel, to be specific half-grown, their eyes visible but their mouths yet to form. Wait, autumn mackerel? Planted in a field? A delayed realization struck her as she stared at the bizarre sight. The fish weren't just lying in the soil, they were growing from it. Rows of mackerel eyes glimmered under the dim light, giving the unnerving impression of staring into an eldritch abyss. I don't think I'll ever be able to eat mackerel again. Suppressing the urge to incinerate the cursed-looking fish, Nero ventured further into the backyard. Darkness posed no obstacle to her, as she could use her Imperial Privilege X to acquire night vision. Sure enough, she eventually spotted Aqua crouched in a corner, busy burying something. Activating presence concealment, Nero crept closer, curious about what Aqua was up to, sneaking around instead of guzzling drinks. What she heard was Aqua muttering to herself. He, I'm not just going to drink and eat. Even a goddess has limits, but if I bury these expensive bottles of wine now and dig them up tomorrow, I'll have a secret stash to take home. I'm a genius. Kazuma won't be able to make fun of me anymore. When I bring these back and drink them right in front of him, he'll be so jealous. Wahahaha. Under the silent night sky, Aqua's triumphant laughter echoed. Standing behind her, Nero's expression grew complicated. She couldn't decide whether to laugh or be angry. Isn't bullying idiots supposed to be illegal? Moments later, Aqua's distinct wails shattered the night's tranquility. Ah! I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Let go of my head. Kazuma! Kazuma, where are you? Save me! Chapter 286, I don't want to be a heroic spirit 286:30 PS. It was late at night. Heavy clouds blanketed the sky, obscuring both the moon and stars. Long lashes fluttered as Union struggled to open her eyes, her drowsiness making every movement feel like a monumental effort. She fumbled in the dark to visit the bathroom, returning with a visibly lighter expression. She intended to return to her room and pick up where her dream had left off. However, as she passed by a certain door, she stopped. This is Nero's and Alice's room, isn't it? The fact that Alice and Nero shared a room didn't particularly bother Yun. Though they'd earned enough from their quests to afford separate accommodations, there was likely a good reason they hadn't. Yun wasn't one to comment unnecessarily on others' choices. Besides, Nero and Alice had never minded Yun joining them in their room. Alice would often invite her in for a game of chess. Yun never felt excluded from their little circle. It's so late. Are Nero and Alice still awake? Faint voices emanated from within. In the dark and silent hallway, Yun could even hear the sound of her own heartbeat. Curiosity anchored her gaze on the old door. Her heart raced, clouding her thoughts one moment and sharpening them the next. Should I lean closer to listen? But, that's wrong, isn't it? Yun shook her head, attempting to quell the temptation that had crept into her mind. Besides, it's so late. Nero and Alice are probably discussing something important. No, I can't. That would be a horrible thing to do. At times like this, she should pretend nothing had happened. She should walk away quietly, leave no trace, and slip back into bed to sleep soundly until morning. Yes, that's what the books said, to maintain a relationship, one must learn when to feign ignorance. Have you said your goodbyes properly? That voice, it was Nero's. Confident, authoritative, and reassuring, it carried the weight of someone who could handle anything. Not yet. I don't know what to say. This softer, hesitant voice belonged to Alice, its gentle tones reminiscent of a songbird's trill. Tomorrow, Claire will come to pick you up. You need to say your goodbyes before then. Tonight's banquet was thrown especially for you. It has the feeling of a farewell party, more or less. I know, Nero. Everything you've done, it's all been for me. Not really. Don't forget I'm a tyrant. Everything I do is for my own pleasure. Ha ha ha. Classic Nero. Goodbyes. Yun's chest tightened as if something were clutching at her heart. Tomorrow. Nero and Alice would be leaving? She had always known this day would come. Yet, if I hadn't overheard this, maybe it wouldn't hurt as much. Tomorrow. Claire and Rain will be here. Yun didn't know who Claire and Rain were, but they were probably Alice's retainers or attendants. There's no hiding it anymore. Claire's never stopped searching for me, and after I defeated the Demon King's general, there's no way to keep this a secret even with darkness helping to cover for us. Nero, when you see Claire tomorrow, promise me you won't get into a fight with her. You should save that advice for Claire. From what I've heard, that spirited knight has been harboring a grudge against me, eager to put an end to my life. Still, to have such a beautiful girl keep me in her thoughts all this time, it's not the worst thing. Say, Alice, want to place a bet? Will Claire draw her sword the moment she sees me tomorrow? She, probably won't, right? Alice replied uncertainly. After all, you're the hero who defeated a Demon King's general. Surely even Claire wouldn't go that far, right? That's because you don't realize how highly she regards you. What? Wasn't Nero Alice's sister? Logically, Nero should outrank Alice. Why would one of Alice's retainers hold such animosity toward her? It must be an exaggeration, right? Yun decided she simply didn't understand the intricacies of noble relationships. At no point did she doubt that Nero and Alice were sisters. With a heavy heart, Yun returned to her room. As soon as she lay on her bed, she buried her face into her pillow. Goodbyes were inevitable, and the most precious moments always seemed to pass the quickest. Her time as a teammate of Nero and Alice had been unforgettable. If only there were a spell to turn back time. Yun thought wistfully. If only this were just a dream, and I could wake up to find that their departure was still far away. Why did I have to hear this? Now there's no way I can just go back to sleep. Her muffled muttering seeped through the pillow, the sound subdued but tinged with frustration. Every time she closed her eyes, she couldn't help but replay their conversation in her mind, reflecting on the irreplaceable memories she had made with them. Her restless thoughts kept her wide awake, her mind racing instead of settling. I don't want to think about this. She felt something warm and damp against the pillow, tears she hadn't realized she was shedding. Anxious and restless, Yun was plagued by the sound of her heartbeat, which seemed deafening in the quiet night. As time dragged on, the turmoil within her only grew. Clutching her pillow tightly, her fingers dug into it as if to tear it apart. Yun had believed she could face this farewell calmly. But now she realized she had overestimated herself. Massively. Her mind wandered. Could they avoid parting ways? Could Nero and Alice stay in Axel? That seemed unlikely. Alice's family clearly wouldn't allow such a thing. Then, could she go with them? Yun had stayed in Axel because of Megaman, but Megaman now had teammates who cared for her. Perhaps Yun could leave with Nero and Alice instead. But there was another issue. Alice was a noble. From their time together, Yun had realized Alice wasn't just any noble, she was someone of considerable importance. Even if Alice wanted Yun to come along, would Alice's family accept her? Would they allow a mere commoner to remain close to Alice? After all, Yun was just an adventurer, a rookie, at that. She'd only recently learned advanced magic, and even then, it was thanks to Nero and Alice's guidance. She cherished Alice as a close friend. But now, confronted by Alice's noble status, Yun couldn't ignore the creeping sense of inadequacy. Dark emotions swirled within her, spreading outward from her chest and leaving her short of breath. Sweat dampened her palms as she gripped the pillow tightly. What should I do? Chapter 287, I don't want to be a heroic spirit. 287:40 PS. The weather had grown cooler. A refreshing breeze swept across the grassy plains, brushing softly against their faces, a relief from the heat of the day. Back in her military training days, Nero had often longed for such breezes while standing under the relentless sun. Even better would have been clouds to shield the sun or a downpour to last until the end of training. Golden hair that shimmered like sunlight danced in the wind as Nero brushed it aside with a casual hand. To make me, the Emperor of Rome, wait. Such impertinence cannot be forgiven. But, since they are beautiful girls, I shall show mercy. Today was the day Claire and Rain would arrive to escort Alice back. Not wanting to draw unnecessary attention or reveal Alice's true identity to the people of Axel, Nero had chosen a discreet meeting place. Before long, Alice arrived with Yun in tow. Did you say your goodbyes properly? Yes. Alice's mood was somber. For a child, partings were often weighty affairs. It reminded Nero of something embarrassing from her own childhood. Raised by her grandmother, she had once sobbed inconsolably when her mother left after a brief visit, searching the neighborhood in vain for someone who had already gone. Seeing Alice's downcast expression, Nero spoke gently. Every farewell is a promise for a better reunion. As Alice and Yun turned their attention to her, Nero's smile softened. There's no need to weigh farewells so heavily. It's not as if you'll never see each other again. A person's life is woven from meetings and partings, but it's the regrets in farewells that make us cherish the hope of future reunions. We grow through farewells, carrying hope forward. And is that not, in its own way, a form of Rome, a kind of romance? Yes, they weren't parting forever. While this world lacked the conveniences of video calls, teleportation magic existed. Though the capital and Axel were far apart, travel between them was as simple as casting a spell, easier than even a high-speed train or a plane. Alice might find it difficult to leave the capital again, but perhaps Yun could visit her there. With enough skill points, Yun could eventually learn teleportation magic herself. As Nero glanced at Yun, she noticed the dark circles under her eyes. It seemed she hadn't slept well. Alice, have you told Yun your true identity? Yes, Alice admitted with a nod, her voice tinged with unease. She's my friend, and I didn't want to hide who I really am. Did I do something wrong, Nero? No, you did the right thing, Nero replied with a warm smile. At this point, there's no need for secrets. Yun had suspected that Alice wasn't an ordinary girl, likely a noble, but she probably hadn't anticipated that Alice was royalty. As a commoner, perhaps even a lowly adventurer in Claire's eyes, Yun felt the weight of their differences. Yet, it hadn't created a rift between them, and that reassured Nero. Can I go with you? Yun's soft, hesitant voice broke the silence, her teeth worrying at her lip as she spoke. Nero wasn't surprised by the question. She patiently explained. If you wish to come to the capital, that's possible. The monsters there are stronger, but with me around, I can help you level up and get through the early stages. However, if you're hoping to stay by Alice's side, I'm afraid that won't be possible. I see. That's fair. Nero's response was what Yun had expected. But to say she hadn't held out a sliver of hope would be a lie. If she hadn't hoped, she wouldn't have asked. Now, that last bit of hope was dashed. A mix of emotions churned within her, and Yun fought the urge to cry. But she resolved to save her tears for when she was alone. When saying goodbye, she had to smile. Not far from Nero and the others, a sudden light flared to life. Golden threads of light wove themselves into a magic circle on the ground. As the light reached its peak, two figures appeared out of nowhere. One was a knight in formal attire, her blonde hair tinged with blue. The other was a mage with a flowing cape and striking orange hair. Claire and Rain had arrived. Rain, the mage, had used teleportation magic to bring Claire here. As the glowing magic circle faded, Claire opened her eyes and spotted Nero's group. Then, without hesitation, she drew her sword and charged straight at Nero. My, what a warm greeting, dear knight, Nero quipped. Claire's blade was stopped but not with another sword. Nero had caught it effortlessly between two fingers. The overwhelming disparity between them was evident to all. Confronted with such a gap in power, even Claire found her resolve faltering. Your strength is undeniable, Claire admitted with a sigh, lowering her sword. Aside from you, no one else could have defeated a Demon King's general so easily. Sometimes, I wonder if you're even human. Tomu. I assure you, I am human. And if I weren't, what else could I be? But I'll accept your words as a compliment. Nero crossed her arms triumphantly, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction. Looking at Nero's smug expression, Claire's temper flared again. You should be grateful that nothing happened to Princess Alice. If anything had, I would have staked my life to see you executed. Claire. Princess Alice, please don't look at me like that. This is a matter of principle. Alice's soft, pleading gaze seemed to be Claire's one weakness. For Alice, Claire might very well have been willing to defy the entire kingdom. Nero. The quiet Rain stepped forward, bowing to Nero. What's this? Nero asked. It's my gratitude. Her words carried sincere respect. Claire and I both heard from Lady Lalatina about how you've adventured with Princess Alice in this city. Claire was furious when she first found out, but Lady Lalatina told us that Princess Alice has been smiling more than ever during her time here. Lady Lalatina, of course, referred to Darkness. Darkness, knowing full well Claire's hostility toward Nero for taking Alice out of the capital, had observed Nero's character over the past few days and witnessed Alice's joy. In her own way, Darkness was trying to bridge the gap between Claire and Nero. Chapter 288, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 288-50 PS. Rain leaned closer, her voice low as she whispered in Nero's ear. Don't let Claire's demeanor fool you. Deep down, she's grateful to you. Because of you, Princess Alice has been so happy lately. I'm grateful as well, Nero-sama. Rain stepped back with a playful wink, her expression quickly shifting to one of somber reflection. You see, we've always known that Princess Alice was lonely in the castle. But bound by our duties, there was little we could do for her. The best we could manage was to bring her some storybooks or invite adventurers to share tales of their journeys. As Alice's guardians and tutors, both Claire and Rain had always wished for her happiness. But as protectors, their primary duty was to ensure her safety above all else, leaving them torn. Claire, in particular, harbored conflicted feelings. She resented Nero for taking Alice out of the capital without permission. At the same time, she was grateful for the joy Nero had brought Alice over the past few days. And perhaps, somewhere deep down, Claire felt a pang of jealousy. After all, it was Nero not her who had made Alice smile. Rain turned her attention to Yunyun, who stood stiffly nearby, clearly overwhelmed. And you must be Yunyun? Nero-sama and Princess Alice's teammate? Don't worry, we've heard about you. No need to be nervous. No need to be nervous. Yunyun's inner voice screamed. You're the princess's guardian and tutor. Exactly, Yunyun. Relax, Nero said, patting her on the shoulder with an air of nonchalance. Then, she added with a teasing grin, Rain here might not even be as well off as you. That's impossible. Yunyun muttered, clearly doubting her. Nero, however, seemed all too eager to elaborate. Tomu. I'm completely serious. The other day, I saw Rain dining with a group at a high-end restaurant. Everyone else ordered a feast, but Rain only ordered a glass of water. And this shabby cloak of hers? It's not a style choice, it's the only decent thing she owns. And Nero-sama. Please, spare me some dignity. Rain stammered, her face flushed. Eventually, the moment for farewells arrived. Just as Rain had used teleportation magic to bring Claire here, she would use it again to return Claire and Alice to the capital. Well, goodbye, Yunyun. Standing between Claire and Rain, Alice offered Yunyun a final farewell. Make sure to visit the capital sometime. I'll take you around and show you the sights to repay you for showing me Axel. I will, Yunyun replied, her voice thick with emotion as tears shimmered in her eyes. With the goodbyes exchanged, Rain raised her staff and began chanting. A complex magic circle appeared beneath their feet, glowing brighter and brighter until, in a flash of light, the three disappeared. Yunyun stood motionless, hands clasped tightly over her chest. She stared at the empty space where Alice and the others had vanished, her heart heavy. Tomu. Alice is gone now, so let's head back, Nero said. Okay. Wait, what? As they began walking, Nero seemed lost in thought, arms crossed casually behind her head. Now that I think about it, I haven't had breakfast yet. You probably haven't eaten either, right? Since you came straight here. Let's grab something at the guild, and we'll pick up today's quest after that. Wait a minute. Yunyun spun around, staring at Nero with wide eyes. Why didn't you go with Alice? Nero chuckled at her reaction, seemingly pleased. You're wondering why I didn't accompany Alice? Is that it? Yunyun nodded furiously, her curiosity and confusion written all over her face. This decision had been made during a private conversation between Nero and Alice. I'm curious what made you, who never wanted to leave my side, come to this decision? Nero had asked. Because. Alice had replied with a shy smile, I think Yunyun needs your company more than I do. Alice's expression was earnest. After spending these days together, I've realized how much Yunyun longs for a true friend. If both you and I leave, I'm afraid she'll be all alone. When I return to the capital, I'll still have Claire and Rain by my side. But who will Yunyun have? She had paused, lowering her head in thought, before speaking again. Her gaze, darting up to Nero's eyes, held a quiet determination. "And I admire you, Nero." Gathering her courage, Alice had reached out and taken Nero's hand. "I want to try to become someone like you." Nero, with her radiant presence, had transformed Alice's once monotonous life into something vibrant and full of color. Alice wanted to bring that same change to others. "But, if you stay by my side, I'll always end up relying on you. And if that happens, I'll never become someone like you. That's why I want you to stay with Union for now." Taking a deep breath, Alice's face flushed as she clasped Nero's hand tighter. "But only for now, okay? You'll always be my sister, Nero. That much, I'll never let anyone take from me." Alice had smiled then, mirroring Nero's own confident expression. "You said it yourself, didn't you? This is the perfect age to be a little selfish. So." Her voice had softened, tinged with both embarrassment and resolve. "Will you allow me this selfishness?" Her boldness had lasted only a moment before Alice reverted to her gentle, timid demeanor. Nero, however, had smiled warmly. "Omu. Granted." Raising her arm in triumph, Nero had declared, "As the Emperor of Rome and as Alice's sister, I grant you the right to be selfish. I'm proud of you, my dear Alice. You've grown so much, you've learned to make choices for yourself rather than simply accept them. It fills me with joy to see your growth. Then, as you wish, go forth and follow the path you believe in. I will send you off with blessings as radiant as roses." Chapter 289, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 289 100 PS. Omu. Nero rubbed her chin thoughtfully, her emerald eyes focused intently on Union standing before her. Wrapped snugly in a fluffy white hooded cloak, with matching mittens and warm boots, Union looked every bit like a winter sprite. Perhaps Nero's gaze was a little too intense, as Union shifted awkwardly under the attention, her body slightly stiff. "Omu. Such an adorable outfit, truly refreshing to behold," Nero exclaimed, her voice filled with admiration. "A winter elf, perhaps?" "Yes, that's the feeling you give me." "Chin up, my dear. You look stunning." Thank you," Union stammered, her cheeks tinged pink. Winter was approaching. The biting chill in the air wasn't the only sign. The streets were filled with people bundled in increasingly thicker layers of clothing. "Nero, aren't you cold like that?" Union's expression betrayed her concern. Nero, after all, was still clad in her signature crimson ceremonial dress. Such a revealing outfit might be fine for summer, but in the dead of winter? Even just looking at Nero made Union feel a chill. "Omu? Worry not. This is nothing to me," Nero declared, puffing out her chest confidently. "I am an emperor. A mere winter cannot possibly hinder me." "I see. Just don't push yourself too hard. Catching a cold would be awful," Union said hesitantly. "Why, you're getting quite naggy lately, aren't you? Oh, and remember to lock the door properly when we leave." "I won't forget." Nero and Union had pooled their adventuring earnings to purchase a house. When the seller learned that Nero was the one who had defeated the Demon King's general, they had enthusiastically offered her a discount. In this world, most adventurers didn't bother buying houses. Long expeditions often kept them away for days or weeks, and accidents on dangerous quests meant many never returned home. Owning property was seen as a waste, so most adventurers simply stayed at inns. Nero, unbothered by the expense, had purchased a grand mansion complete with a garden. "If it belongs to me, it must be the very best," Nero had proclaimed. "Lavish extravagance is my style. Gold to symbolize prosperity, red to embody roses, nothing less will do. Frugality? Financial prudence? Such concepts didn't exist in Nero's vocabulary. If only the garden had a fountain, it would have been perfect." Inside the Adventurers Guild, winter had brought a notable increase in patrons, most of whom were huddled together drinking. Adventurers were notoriously lazy, typically taking on quests only when they were strapped for cash. Now that it was winter, the cold weather had made them even more reluctant to step outside. Who in their right mind would willingly brave the freezing temperatures? Only lunatics. Moreover, weaker monsters like giant frogs hibernated during winter, leaving only the strongest and most troublesome creatures active, further discouraging adventurers. As Nero and Yunyun entered the guild, all eyes turned toward them. Ah! It's Nero! No way, Nero-sama! Are you really here to take on another quest today? You don't need the money, so why work so hard? Seriously, it feels like you and Yunyun-sama have been taking every quest lately. Now, when I finally feel like doing something, there's nothing left. Oh, please. Like Nero-sama doesn't know your skills as well as we do. Even if she left some quests for you, you'd just end up as monster chow and fertilizer for the forest. You son of a... Do you have to ruin my image in front of Nero-sama and Yunyun-sama? I swear, I'll tell everyone about how you drunkenly confessed your love for Nero-sama the other night. You're full of crap. I never said anything like that. The adventurers, as rowdy as ever, were clearly fond of Nero. Ever since Nero had single-handedly defeated the Demon King's general, the Headless Horseman, her popularity had soared. Her striking beauty only added to her allure, making her a figure of both admiration and envy. As Nero approached the counter, she noticed Luna, the receptionist, sitting with her chin propped on one hand. Her smile was strained, and her eyes glinted with barely concealed jealousy. Nero-sama, you're quite the sensation, aren't you? Luna said, her tone light but tinged with bitterness. These days, I can't go a single day without hearing about you. Even though it's not spring yet, all these lovesick adventurers are constantly talking about you. So many are eager to confess their feelings how lucky you are. Surely you won't have trouble finding someone to share a meal with. Nero could practically feel the waves of single-woman envy radiating off Luna. Omu. Of course, it's only natural that I'm adored. When you think of radiance and magnificence, who else comes to mind but me? After all, I am a truly exceptional person. Say it again, I am magnificent. Completely oblivious to Luna's pointed remarks, Nero struck a dramatic pose, exuding confidence like a performer in the spotlight. Maybe the reason I'm not as popular is because I lack Nero-sama's overwhelming self-assurance. Luna murmured, her voice tinged with resignation. Before she could wallow further in her envy, Nero stepped forward. Omu. My brilliance is undeniable. But even though it pales compared to mine, you too possess your own charms. To Luna's surprise, Nero produced a bright red flower seemingly out of nowhere. Bowing slightly in a gallant gesture, she continued, your melancholy tugs at the heartstrings, but to me, your smile holds far greater beauty. So, please, have more confidence, fair maiden. You're more beautiful than you realize. Nero's words struck like lightning. Luna's cheeks flushed crimson as she stared at the flower Nero held out to her. Her lips parted slightly in shock before she covered her mouth, trying to compose herself. What was this fluttering in her chest? Her heart raced wildly, and her face burned with an unfamiliar warmth. And then it happened. Nero took her hand. Fair maiden, there's no need to doubt your charm or worry yourself. If this were my era as emperor, I would have adorned our meeting with the world's finest roses. Beneath the gaze of all and under the moonlight's witness, I would propose to you and welcome you into my harem. As Nero spoke, her voice brimming with romance, she brought Luna's hand to her lips and planted a gentle kiss on its back. When Nero released her hand, the vibrant flower was left behind, nestled in Luna's grasp. The lingering warmth of Nero's touch and the vivid red of the flower filled Luna's thoughts with a fiery, blissful haze. Mom! I think I'm in love. T/N, gay it should have been me. Where's my Yuri love with Nero? Chapter 290, I don't want to be a heroic spirit 290-200 PS. As popular as Nero was, Luna had her own admirers. As the most beautiful receptionist in the guild, she was a favorite among the male adventurers. After all, female adventurers were rare to begin with, and attractive ones even rarer. Though Kazuma seemed to be surrounded by beautiful women, this was far from the norm. Most women couldn't endure the hardships of adventuring, the lack of bathrooms, no access to proper bathing facilities, and constant danger. Male adventurers often envied Kazuma for his harem-like party, calling him the harem king behind his back. Of course, Kazuma could only laugh bitterly, as they were utterly unaware of the true nature of Aqua, Megumin, and Darkness. Among Axel's beauties, Kazuma was familiar with almost all of them. Outside of his party, the only other woman the male adventurers frequently interacted with was Luna. As a result, Luna was a coveted figure among adventurers. However, her popularity worked against her. Any man who dared get too close to Luna risked being thrown into the nearby lake, one known for housing crocodiles. As if that weren't enough, another lake in the region reportedly contained a legendary hydra that even the Demon King's army feared. Getting tossed into that lake was tantamount to a death sentence. Thus, despite her charm and many admirers, Luna had yet to find a suitor. And now, watching Nero's dramatic proposal, the adventurers were losing their composure. To them, Nero's poetic speech was nothing short of a romantic confession. Wait, what? A girl can confess to another girl. What am I supposed to do now? Nero-sama and Luna-sama are my favorite women. If they end up together, I'm screwed. They wouldn't be interested in you anyway. Also, weren't you saying 2 days ago that your favorite women were Darkness and Wiz? Can't they all be my favorites? Why don't you just drop dead? But seriously, wasn't Nero-sama's confession so romantic and cool? Adorn our meeting with the world's most beautiful roses, and propose under the moonlight for all to see. Ugh, my maiden heart can't handle this. Are you writing this down? Yeah, I'm taking notes. I'll use these lines when I confess to someone next time. Who knows? It might actually work. Nero's actions had left not only the adventurers awestruck but had also turned Union's world upside down. Wait, girls can like other girls? As the thought crossed her mind, Union's face turned red. Memories of her time with Nero came rushing back. Nero had frequently complimented her looks, often leaving Union flustered and shy. Could it be? No, no, no. Nero must have been joking. There's no way girls can feel that way about each other, right? Sure, Nero says she loves beautiful girls, but that's probably just an appreciation for beauty, not that kind of love. Clutching her chest, Union could feel her heart pounding uncontrollably. She felt utterly lost. Despite being teammates, Nero and Union had chosen to take on separate quests today. Union had once admitted that Nero was far too strong, and if she stuck by Nero all the time, she'd likely grow dependent and turn into dead weight. I understand, Nero had thought at the time. I've been there myself. It was like when she had pulled Zhongli in Genshin Impact and immediately gone from a skilled player to relying entirely on his shield. What's the first thing you do in battle? Switch to Zhongli and hold E for a shield. After some discussion, they decided to divide and conquer their quests. Nero had worried about leaving Union alone, as she was a frail mage. But after some thought, Nero realized she might be overprotective. Adventurers lived their lives alongside danger. That was the essence of the profession. Without risk, it wasn't truly adventuring. Unless I'm willing to protect her forever, but that's clearly impossible. Having accepted her quest, Nero found herself on the snow-covered plains outside of town. Though it wasn't snowing yet in Axel, the plains were blanketed in pristine white snow, a stark contrast to the town's chilly but snow-free streets. With every step, her feet sank into the deep snow, the crunch of her boots echoing in the quiet. Leaning down, she plunged her hands into a snowbank and then flung a heap of snow into the air. Heave-ho! The snow scattered, with much of it falling back onto her. It landed on her cheeks and neck, its icy chill waking her senses. Ha ha ha! Nero reveled in the carefree moment. For once, she had no grand objective, just a spur-of-the-moment decision to enjoy herself. In her past life, she had always been running forward, trying to outrun something she couldn't even name. Every goal she reached only gave way to another, leaving her no time to rest. Over time, she had learned to set her own goals, but the endless race continued. Today, for once, there was no race. Spinning on her heels, Nero twirled gracefully in the snow. Her crimson dress fluttered as she danced, the falling snowflakes her audience and her applause. Why was she dancing in the middle of a snowy field? There was no reason. It was simply a spur-of-the-moment decision. When her energy finally waned, Nero collapsed onto the soft snow. The cold seeped into her back as she sank slightly into the white expanse. "Omu! So cold!" she murmured, feeling the chill of snow that had slipped down her neck. Why had she suddenly decided to lie in the snow? Again, no reason, just a whim. And yet, in this seemingly trivial moment, Nero felt a deep sense of satisfaction. It was as if... Omu, let me think. It was like skipping class, buying a plane ticket on a whim, and flying to Chongqing just to eat hot pot. Skipping class wasn't remarkable. The hot pot wasn't extraordinary. But the feeling of walking through the airport with a suitcase, waiting for the plane, and boarding it, that inexplicable lightness. It was unforgettable. T/N, looky here, I posted an original Vinci called What the World Leaves Behind. It's just for practice for my upcoming original FIC, but all the stories take place in the same world, so if you feel like reading some short stories, take a little peek please. Yoo-woo. Chapter 291, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit. 291. There's hardly any change in the town, yet there's so much snow here. This must be the work of snow spirits, Nero remarked, lifting one hand. A fluffy, snow-white wisp floated gently into her palm. This was a snow spirit, an entity without a physical form, born from fantasy and elemental forces. Harmless in nature, it posed even less of a threat than a mosquito. Mosquitoes could at least spread diseases through their blood-sucking, but snow spirits? They didn't have an ounce of aggression. Moreover, snow spirits had minimal intelligence. Even if attacked, they wouldn't bother dodging. Despite their frailty, the guild's commission stated that eliminating a single snow spirit earned a hefty 100,000 eris. For such a tiny thing to be worth 100,000 eris. Nero murmured, inspecting the little spirit in her hand. Omu. I can't bring myself to do it. Though harmless, some claimed that defeating a snow spirit could bring spring half a day earlier. So perhaps, snow spirits were essentially winter's embodiment, or something like that. White snow stretching from the plains here to the mountains over there. Ah, it reminds me of Christmas. And speaking of Christmas, it's all about snowflakes filling the sky, jingling bells, Christmas trees decked with lights, and Santa Claus in a bright red suit. Omu, Omu. Chaldea has so many Santas, even that kid with the same face as mine was Santa once. But I never got to be Santa. Outrageous. Clearing her throat, Nero was suddenly overcome with the urge to sing. She twirled around as she began to sing in an enchantingly magnetic voice. Hashir Sorai Yokaze no Uni Tsuki Mihara wo Peidoru Peidoru. After a while. Where's my snow spirit? My big snow spirit? And why aren't there any left around me? Nero was shocked to realize that in her singing reverie, the dozen or so snow spirits surrounding her had all vanished. Not a trace of them remained. Omu? Could it be they were called home for dinner by their parents? Omu, good children should eat on time and not make their parents worry, Nero concluded, her mood unaffected by their disappearance. Music. More music. Hashir Sorai Yokaze no Uni. Boom. What now? Can't you see I, the Emperor, whose musical prowess rivals Apollo, am performing? Angrily, Nero turned toward the commotion, only to see a white avalanche surging down the mountainside like a tidal wave. Omu! It was the most common and dangerous natural disaster of snowy mountains, an avalanche. For an ordinary person, an avalanche spelled despair. The overwhelming power of nature dwarfed any individual's strength. But Nero was a servant. She was the Emperor of Rome. Would she fear an avalanche? Apologies, she did. Wah! Without hesitation, she turned and bolted. Dash. My name is Kazuma Sato. If you're interested in my glorious exploits, please refer to chapter 270, The One Guy with Decent Luck, Kazuma Sato. We'll skip that for now. Oh, and one more thing, if any girls out there like me, please let me know ASAP. All my teammates are beautiful girls from certain angles, and I strongly suspect one or two might secretly have feelings for me but are too shy to admit it. If you don't want me to be snatched away, confess right now, thanks. Today, I encountered a really messed up situation. Winter's approaching, right? If I don't save enough money to buy a house and continue sleeping in that ragged stable, I'll definitely freeze to death when winter truly arrives. But here's the problem, during winter, weaker monsters hibernate, making commissions scarce. I painstakingly picked what seemed like the easiest one off the wall, hunting snow spirits. I'm an idiot. The moment I saw the expectant look on our masochistic crusader's face, I should have realized. This quest was absolutely not as simple as I thought. Now, standing before me was something dressed in full white armor, draped in a white cloak, holding a frosty white katana exuding an aura of overwhelming presence and killing intent. The Winter Shogun. My throat clogged with unsaid complaints, my face twisting as if suffering from constipation. What the hell is this? What are you saying, Kazuma? That's the Winter Shogun. A yokai often mentioned in Japanese folklore. Don't tell me you didn't know. I know what the Winter Shogun is, no thanks to you. What I'm asking is, why does this world have the Winter Shogun? And why is it a real monster, not just a figment of imagination? Kazuma couldn't hold back and roared at Aqua's smug taunts. The Winter Shogun is a special designation monster with a high bounty. Like snow spirits, it's a winter spirit. Spirits gain form from human imagination. For instance, fire spirits manifest as ferocious salamanders because people associate fire with devouring, destruction, and greed. Meanwhile, water evokes freshness, beauty, and intelligence, so water spirits appear as graceful maidens. Hey! What's with that look? Fresh? Beautiful? Intelligent? Water goddess? Think about it. Let it sink in. Kazuma simply couldn't reconcile those three descriptors with the last one. Impossible things remain impossible. But winter spirits are more unique. With monsters running rampant in winter, even adventurers rarely venture out, making encounters with winter spirits a rare event. Unless they meet ice-sky adventurers from Japan, of course. Spirits took physical form based on people's perceptions. And winter spirits often encountered ice-sky adventurers from Japan, who inevitably thought of the Winter Shogun when they imagined winter, thus bringing it to life in this world. Those guys are a damn nuisance. Yelling at me won't help. The Winter Shogun is charging. The Winter Shogun raised its gleaming katana, its blade flashing coldly under the sunlight. No wonder darkness had been so excited on the way here. She must have been dying to face this guy. Sure enough, the masochist had already dashed toward the Winter Shogun while Aqua had been explaining. And then, with a crisp clang, a broken blade spun through the air before landing on the ground, its edge sheared cleanly. Ah! My sword! What kind of fight was this supposed to be? Dash. T/N, Peidoru Peidoru. Chapter 292, I don't want to be a heroic spirit. 292. The Winter Shogun was, in fact, a remarkably magnanimous creature. As long as no one harmed or captured a snow spirit, it would neither appear nor attack. Over time, adventurers had devised a strategy for dealing with the Winter Shogun if encountered. First, capture a few snow spirits in advance. When the Winter Shogun appeared, release the spirits in its presence, then kneel, discard all weapons, and sincerely apologize to seek its forgiveness. This was the best way to ensure survival. The most critical step was discarding one's weapon. As a noble samurai, the Winter Shogun refused to harm unarmed opponents. Despite its benevolent temperament, the bounty on the Winter Shogun's head was a staggering 2 billion eris. For comparison, even the headless knight Chaldea, a demon king army general that Nero had defeated earlier, was worth only 3 billion eris. Chaldea was an explicit enemy of humanity, with his bounty reflecting his clear threat. The Winter Shogun, though far less aggressive, was valued so highly purely because of its overwhelming strength, stronger even than Chaldea. If this world were likened to an RPG, the Demon King and his generals would undoubtedly be the final bosses. But in reality, this world was rife with creatures even more powerful than the Demon King's forces, what gamers might call hidden bosses. For this snow spirit extermination quest, the party had brought weapons and warm clothes. Only Aqua, however, had brought a bug-catching net and glass jars, resembling a child on a field trip hunting stag beetles. Now, faced with the Winter Shogun, Aqua's captured snow spirits suddenly proved useful. With practiced speed, Aqua released the snow spirits from her jar, then flung herself onto the snow-covered ground, pressing her forehead earnestly to the ground. To Kazuma, this display was beyond salvation. "You're a goddess, for crying out loud, how can you so naturally grovel before a mere monster? What are you all doing? Kneel and apologize. Quick! Throw away your weapons and beg for forgiveness. You too, Kazuma. Apologize now!" Aqua shouted at Kazuma and Darkness. Megaman, having used her explosion magic earlier, was still sprawled in the snow pretending to be dead. "Hey, Aqua, doesn't this Winter Shogun seem a bit off? It's not even looking in our direction," Kazuma said skeptically. "Really? No, wait. Kazuma, you're definitely trying to trick me into looking up so the Winter Shogun notices me. Humph. Do you think such childish schemes will work on me? I'm a genius." "Genius? You and that word are galaxies apart. Just lift your head and check the situation for me. Wah! How dare you yank on a goddess's hair again? Do you know how precious a goddess's hair is? You're done for, Kazuma. I curse you to be constipated for a week. Last week, you cursed me to run out of water in the toilet. You're definitely the goddess of restrooms, aren't you?" The Winter Shogun wasn't looking at Kazuma's party but had tilted its head towards something else. Darkness, who had been bracing herself for battle, grew curious and squinted in the same direction. "Hey, you two, stop bickering. There really seems to be something over there." Intrigued by Darkness's observation, the quarreling pair followed her gaze. Though Aqua had lost most of her divine powers, her eyesight was still sharp, and Kazuma's farsight skill allowed him to see far more clearly than anyone else. "Kazuma, I can only make out a striking patch of red. Can you tell what it is? I think it looks familiar. It might be Nero." "Nero? So, is Nero the one catching the Winter Shogun's attention?" "No, wait. There's something behind Nero." "Something? Oh crap, it's an avalanche." Nero, with her naturally high agility of A rank, and the ability to further boost it with Imperial Privilege X, was effortlessly outrunning the avalanche. It was said that avalanches could reach speeds of 500 km per hour, terrifying for humans, but not particularly daunting for a servant. From a distance, Nero spotted Kazuma's party and immediately felt uneasy. "Why are you all here? Her question was abruptly cut off by a cold flash of sword light. A crimson greatsword clashed against a snow-white katana, sparks igniting from the collision. Unable to halt her momentum, Nero tumbled across the snowy ground, carving a long furrow in the soft snow. Quickly getting back to her feet, she brushed off the snow clinging to her outfit and raised her blazing greatsword, Estus Domus Aurea, to block the Winter Shogun's relentless follow-up attack. Hey! Darkness! Kazuma! What's with this monster? Why is it targeting only me? With a twist of her wrist, Nero deftly parried the Winter Shogun's rapid strikes with elegant, precise swordplay. That's the Winter Shogun, a heavily bountied monster. It's part of the winter spirits, like the snow spirits. It only attacks those who harm snow spirits. Did you kill a bunch of them earlier? That's probably why it's so fixated on you, more than anyone else. No way. I haven't hurt a single snow spirit. Nero tilted her head to avoid a horizontal slash aimed at her face, countering with a swift kick to the shogun's knee. As it staggered, she drove an elbow into its helmet. In the next moment, Nero gripped her flaming sword tightly and swung it toward the shogun's neck, the blade carving through snow as it burned. At the last second, the Winter Shogun raised its left hand. The great sword cleaved through its wrist, severing it. However, the shogun's gauntlet caused a brief deceleration in Nero's strike, giving it just enough time to evade the fatal blow to its neck. Almost simultaneously, the shogun thrust its katana forward with unerring precision, the blade piercing Nero's chest and emerging from her back. Yet, the shogun froze in shock. The Nero it had struck began to shimmer like a reflection on water, then vanished entirely. The real Nero had already retreated 10 meters away, her wary gaze locked on the shogun. What the Winter Shogun had attacked was merely a mirage created by Nero's swift reduced earth movement skill. T/N, I've been thinking about playing around with how stats are emboldened. Chapter 293, I don't want to be a heroic spirit. 293. This sense of danger, why does it feel stronger than that Demon King army general? Nero gritted her teeth, forced back step by the Winter Shogun's relentless assault. The shogun, tireless and unyielding, continued its ferocious offensive. The snow-white katana cleaved through the air, aiming for Nero's side. But the strike was blocked by Nero's greatsword, firmly planted into the ground, producing a deafening metallic clash that echoed like thunder. Feeling the force transmitted through her arms, Nero dug her heels deeper into the snow, her legs sinking under the immense pressure. Ga-ah-ah-ah! With a shout, Nero forced the katana aside, following up with a heavy slash that struck the blade directly and pushed the Winter Shogun back. The shogun staggered several steps, gripping its sword tightly as it searched for Nero only to find her gone. A sharp whistling sound came from above. Instinctively, the shogun looked up. In that instant, it saw a fiery red streak descending upon it. Without hesitation, the shogun swung its katana. Nero simultaneously brought down her greatsword. Clang! Nero's strike overpowered the shogun's blade, driving it diagonally into the snow, sending a plume of white powder into the air. Golden hair whipped wildly as Nero's eyes sharpened. With a flick of her wrist, the flaming greatsword scraped against the shogun's katana, once again slicing toward its neck. Shhhk! At the critical moment, the shogun abandoned its sword and shrugged off its white haori. The haori was effortlessly torn apart by Nero's blade, but it obscured her vision. In the next moment, Nero felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. Through the haori, the shogun delivered a powerful kick, sending her flying. Sliding backward across the snow, Nero finally came to a stop, her expression grim. Damn it! This is getting troublesome. It wasn't that she would lose. Nero acknowledged that the Winter Shogun was formidable, possessing exceptional swordsmanship and unrelenting stamina. Moreover, it seemed impervious to mere physical attacks. But Nero was confident that she would ultimately triumph if the fight continued. The problem was that she didn't have the luxury of time to resolve this quickly. The avalanche was rapidly approaching, and Nero had no intention of being buried alive. Yet the creature before her refused to give her an opening to escape, using its era-defining swordsmanship to relentlessly pin her down. And on top of that, in a brief pause between exchanges, Nero glanced toward Kazuma's party not far away. The avalanche would surely engulf them, leaving them no chance to survive. Having made her decision, Nero steadied her resolve. Intercepting another diagonal slash from the shogun, she shouted. "Darkness! Kazuma! Aqua! If you don't want to die, come to me. And bring the immobile Megaman with you." Hearing Nero's call, Kazuma's group hesitated for a moment. "Quickly! Trust me." The first to move was Darkness. Without hesitation, she slung Megaman over her shoulder and ran toward Nero. Facing the unstoppable force of nature, Kazuma couldn't think of a better solution. Seeing Darkness lead the way, he followed suit, though the sight of the Winter Shogun still unnerved him. With her companions on the move, Aqua naturally joined in. It seemed Darkness had the most faith in Nero after all. "Nero! The avalanche is coming. What's your plan?" Open your eyes wide and behold. Now entering the stage, the manifestation of my imperial authority. Here's your invitation to the Golden Debauchery Theatre." Deflecting the shogun's katana once more, Nero grinned with radiant confidence and raised her left hand high. The white snowfield was suddenly showered with vibrant crimson petals. "Open the gates. Raise the curtain on my solo performance. Hey, hey, hey! Darkness! Kazuma! Aqua! What's Nero doing? I feel an overwhelming surge of magical energy. Is this some sort of spell?" Megaman, shaken by the incredible power radiating from Nero, spoke in awe. Though she had been feigning unconsciousness, she couldn't help but react, though she remained slung over Darkness's shoulder and unable to see Nero's actions. But Kazuma and the others didn't have time to answer her. The roaring sound of the oncoming avalanche, vast and deafening, bore down on them, exerting immense psychological pressure. Yet Nero's timing was perfect. "Behold my glory! Hear the thunderous applause! Sit down and praise! My golden theatre! Kingdom of heaven and hell! My heaven, reconstructed! This is where the limelight shines! Estis domus aurea." With Nero's declaration, the great sword in her hand pierced the ground, and the golden theatre began to materialize. Crimson carpets replaced the white snow. Fluttering petals supplanted the falling flakes. An enormous, opulent stage. Towering, extravagant banners. A resplendent, golden canopy. Aqua was dumbfounded. Kazuma was speechless. Darkness was awestruck. Even the Winter Shogun, despite its stoicism, found itself drawn into Nero's world. Standing center stage, Nero spread her arms, as if basking in the admiration of all. "Welcome! Welcome to the stage that is mine alone. Witness the apex of my imperial authority, my ultimate noble phantasm. The noble phantasm Estis domus aurea." For the second time in this world, it unveiled its full majesty. A recreation of the grand theatre Nero had designed and built in Rome during her reign. It embodied both her tyrannical excess and her imperial authority, a monument to her lavish opulence. No one could fathom the profound impact this scene had on Kazuma and Aqua, who were too poor to afford even basic accommodations. And now, standing at the very center of the Golden Theatre, as though the entire world revolved around her, Nero raised her great sword and pointed it at the Winter Shogun. Sensing danger, the shogun raised its katana in defense. But the summoning of the Golden Theatre signified Nero's full commitment to the fight. Though the shogun braced itself, Nero was already behind it, her great sword embedded in the ground. This is the brilliance of a meteor tearing through the night sky. The next moment, flames erupted, roaring like a feral beast. Behind Nero, the Winter Shogun's form disintegrated, consumed by a sea of crimson fire that reached toward the heavens. "Burn to ash, and salute the tyrant Nero Claudius. My passion burns like an inferno." Nero raised her swan-like neck with pride, utterly confident in her display. "Well? Darkness, Megaman, surely you find me overwhelmingly magnificent, yes? Haha. Feel free to heap endless praise upon me." Turning to bask in their adoration, Nero froze mid-step. "Kazuma? Aqua? What are you two doing on the ground? Were you so terrified your legs gave out? No, wait. Why are you stabbing the floor with knives? What are you doing to my beloved theatre, you fools? Dash. T/N, tisk tisk, that's why you don't show your stuff to the beggars." Chapter 294, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 294. "Ahumph!" Nero exclaimed, biting into her food. The town was now blanketed in snow. Bitter, bone-chilling winds occasionally swept through, cutting through even the thickest clothing. As a result, the streets were nearly deserted. In this world, the common sense of its residents dictated that winter was a time to stay indoors. During this season, only ferocious monsters dared to roam outside, and those venturing out in armor for quests were almost exclusively ice-sky adventurers. Finding a store still open during this time is nearly impossible. Ah, delicious! Hum. The crust on this is so crispy. The food was a little too hot, but on such a freezing day, something warm was just what she needed. If possible, Nero wished she could buy some instant milk tea, preferably the kind with chewy coconut jelly. A warm sip would be heavenly. She hadn't expected anyone else to be out on the streets at this time of year. But then, she spotted a few suspicious figures loitering in the distance. Focusing her gaze. Oh, it's Kazuma. No wonder they looked so sneaky. This time, however, Kazuma wasn't accompanied by Aqua or the others. Instead, he was with two men who seemed just as shady as he was. Nero recognized the pair. Anyone who could get along with the sadist Kazuma was bound to be infamous as well. Keith and Dust, neighborhood troublemakers with only a slightly better reputation than Kazuma. The three of them were huddled together, casting furtive glances at a shop tucked into a nearby alleyway. Since the street was deserted, when the three glanced her way, Nero instinctively ducked behind cover. Interesting. Nero thought, feeling a spark of curiosity. What could possibly make those three act so cautiously? She had a hunch this might lead to something fun. It's definitely not one of those shops that turns boys into men, she reasoned. She knew these three were all bark and no bite when it came to such matters. Honestly, those smirks. Men really are pigs. Wait, did I just insult myself too? She almost forgot she had been a man in her previous life. They went inside. Watching the three sneak into the shop like they were stepping into some forbidden 18+ zone, Nero pondered for a moment. She finished off her fried cutlet, pulled an apple from her bag, and casually tossed the empty paper bag aside before following them. Dash. This was a secret known only to Axel's male adventurers. A mysterious shop hidden away in a secluded alley. All those aware of its existence had tacitly agreed, under no circumstances were female adventurers to learn of it. It was for the happiness of all men, for the peace and quiet of this little town. It was a shop secretly run by succubi that offered customers sweet dreams. We've established a mutually beneficial relationship with the town's male adventurers, explained the shopkeeper, a voluptuous and scantily clad succubus, to Kazuma and his companions, who were first-time visitors. Most of you live in the stables, where certain needs can't be addressed. Especially with so many people sleeping around you, it's not like you can do anything, right? Meanwhile, we succubi need to sustain ourselves on men's life energy. She spoke with a practiced, sultry tone, her alluring voice drawing the newcomers further into her explanation. We'll visit you in your dreams, creating exciting, tantalizing fantasies while you sleep. You wake up feeling refreshed, and we get the sustenance we need. Of course, we only take a small amount of life energy, just enough to survive. It won't affect your daily life. No one's ever been harmed by it. So, what do you think? It's a win-win for everyone, isn't it? Around Kazuma and his friends were several other male adventurers, seated at tables and filling out forms with the help of seductive succubi. The forms detailed their preferences for their ideal dream. Succubi of all shapes and sizes wandered about the shop, tall and voluptuous, petite and delicate, fair-skinned and radiant, or tanned and exotic. Some exuded sultry charm, while others had an innocent allure. There was someone to match any taste. After all, it was just a dream. It allowed these men, too timid to act in reality, to indulge their imaginations freely. Is it a crime to fantasize in my dreams? Kazuma and his companions eagerly wrote down their dream preferences and handed their forms to the shopkeeper. As they left, they couldn't help but comment on how affordable it was, a mere 5,000 eris for 3 hours of blissful dreams. Since the succubi already received life energy as payment, money was only a secondary consideration. Watching them leave with a smile, the succubus shopkeeper reviewed their forms. Nothing too complicated. Perfect for the newbies to practice on, she mused. With that, she headed deeper into the shop. Reaching a room in the back, she knocked on the door and called out, "I'm coming in," before stepping inside. The sudden entrance startled a young succubus with wine-red hair, who leapt up in shock. What are you doing, boss? This is my room. You're supposed to knock and wait for my permission before coming in. I did knock, the shopkeeper replied calmly. Besides, this is my shop. You're only living here because I let you stay, samurai. You knocked and barged in without even waiting a second. What's the point of knocking, then? And how many times do I have to tell you I'm not samurai? My name is Balzac. The succubus known as Samurai crouched on all fours, raising her hips like an agitated kitten, baring her tiny fangs as if ready to pounce. But the shopkeeper, unfazed by the display, found her tantrum rather cute. What's the difference? Samurai is such a cute name. Besides, everyone here uses an alias for work. It's easier that way. Why not stick with Samurai? I do have an alias. Balzac, right? That name isn't cute at all. When I first heard it, I thought you were some obscure novelist. Samurai's much better. Mind your own business. Samurai's face turned beet red, her crimson eyes glaring at the shopkeeper, though she dared not make a move. On one hand, the shopkeeper had taken her in when she had nowhere else to go, and for that, she owed her gratitude. On the other hand, even if she wanted to fight, she couldn't win. Damn it! If it weren't for that woman destroying the body I'd stored up power in for years, I wouldn't be in this pathetic state. T/N, are these Oxid K? I have to be honest, I'm a normie. Chapter 295, I don't want to be a heroic spirit. 295. Samurai would never forget the golden-haired girl in the red dress who had appeared with such a dazzling entrance that she seemed to bring her own special effects. It was because of that girl that Samurai had suffered a double loss, not only failing her mission and earning no money, but also losing the vast majority of her strength. In the end, she had been picked up by this shop's owner. Damn it! That woman! She'd better hope I never meet her again, or I'll make her pay. Samurai clenched her fists, making a silent vow. If you're done ranting, you can leave now. Or did you come here just to annoy me? Of course not. I came because I have something for you, the succubus shopkeeper replied with a pleasant smile, unfazed by Samurai's tone. She reached into the deep valley of her cleavage and pulled out a request form. Samurai's face immediately twisted in obvious disgust. A few male adventurers came in earlier. They were first-timers. Their requests are all pretty simple, so I thought you could handle one of them to get used to the job. Isn't Lolsa available? Samurai's voice dripped with reluctance, her distaste plain as she glanced at the form. She couldn't believe she was being asked to cater to some novice adventurers. "I've already assigned Lulses some tasks," the shopkeeper replied patiently. "Look, I don't know much about your past, but as a succubus, you can't survive without men's essence. This job lets you collect it legally and safely without being ostracized or hunted. Isn't that worth appreciating?" Gah! Samurai's jaw tightened, her resentment flaring up again. It was all her fault, that woman's fault. No matter how much pride one had, whether human or succubus, reality would eventually force them to bow their heads. Unwillingly, Samurai snatched the form from the shopkeeper's hand, her expression one of pure revulsion. "Ugh, it's still warm. Gross." Muttering her complaints, Samurai's gaze drifted to the shopkeeper's impossibly voluptuous chest. The shopkeeper noticed her stare and smugly lifted her ample assets with her arms. "Tch. I'm not jealous at all," Samurai thought bitterly. "It's just a mass of flesh. Once I regain my strength, I can craft a body even more alluring than hers. Definitely not jealous." Turning her attention to the form in her hand, Samurai vented her frustrations at the unknown adventurer who had filled it out. "Pathetic. Can't get a date in real life, so you drown your excessive desires in fantasies and dreams. Typical losers." Now, the shopkeeper interjected with a helpless sigh. "Thanks to them, we can keep our business running. Remember, treat the customers well, they're everything to us. Satisfying them is our job." "Ha! All I have to do is slip into their dreams, control their fantasies, and leave. They won't even see me. Why should I care about my attitude?" Succubi were generally weak demons with little combat ability, their only innate talent being the power to manipulate dreams. In hell, they were at the bottom of the hierarchy, constantly bullied by stronger demons. To survive, many succubi fled to other worlds, though even there, they were often hunted as evil beings. Samurai was an exception among succubi. Her peak strength was on par with a Demon King army general. But even so, she was still a succubus, her expertise lying in dream manipulation. Faced with her current reality needing both sustenance and strength to create a new physical vessel, Samurai reluctantly accepted the task. The shopkeeper nodded in satisfaction. The shopkeeper harbored a dream, a world where no succubus would starve, where they wouldn't be ostracized or live in fear of being hunted down as evil demons. This dream had driven her to establish this shop, striking deals with certain individuals in the town and offering sanctuary to succubi who couldn't yet fend for themselves. When she'd first found Samurai weak, injured, and seemingly on the verge of being hunted, she had assumed the girl was just another powerless succubus in need of protection. The shopkeeper cared deeply for all the succubi under her roof, teaching them how to serve customers and earn a livelihood. Incidentally, she idolized Vanir, one of the archdukes of Hell, because his domain was the only place where succubi could live without fear of being bullied by other demons. It's getting noisy outside, Samurai said, her brow furrowing as she listened to the commotion. Curious, she and the shopkeeper headed toward the main hall. Before they even arrived, a lively voice echoed through the corridor. Who would have thought that such a remote place would be home to so many beautiful maidens? Why didn't I discover this sooner? The shopkeeper froze in her tracks. It was a woman's voice, unfamiliar and confident. This was unsettling. The shop was supposed to be frequented only by male adventurers or the succubi working there. If this voice belonged to a woman, then a female outsider found this place. A cold sweat broke out on the shopkeeper's forehead. What she didn't notice was how Samurai, trailing behind her, had gone even paler than she was. Oh my! So many beauties! Is this heaven? It must be heaven! Inside the shop, Nero was delighted. From the outside, the establishment appeared to be an ordinary eatery. But as soon as she stepped inside and was greeted by a chorus of welcome, from a lineup of stunning women, Nero's eyes lit up with excitement. The succubi standing near the entrance had instinctively greeted the new arrival, only to freeze in shock upon realizing the customer was a beautiful woman whose looks rivaled their own. Nero, on the other hand, was unperturbed as she scanned the room, stroking her chin thoughtfully. Even if they're dressed so revealingly that it's practically indecent, I suppose it's fitting for succubi. There's a certain charm to it. Some people probably love this sort of style. But I still think beautiful maidens should wear beautiful clothes. Clothes designed by me would be perfect. Chapter 296, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit. 296. When the succubus shopkeeper and samurai hurried into the main hall, they were greeted by the sight of a flustered succubus being joyfully embraced by Nero. As expected of succubi. Every single one of you is a perfect match for my tastes. Ah, such soft, delicate skin. I could easily take one home, gaze at her every day, and feel utterly content. See customer, no, you're making this very awkward. The succubus in Nero's arms was in a complete panic. When she saw the shopkeeper enter, she immediately shot a pleading look for help. If Nero had been a man, the succubus might not have been so flustered. But the one holding her now was a stunningly beautiful woman, so beautiful, in fact, that even she was left in awe. Moreover, Nero's enthusiasm made the situation all the more difficult to handle. What in the world is going on? Most women despise succubi. Why is this one completely breaking the mold? Excuse me, ma'am, could you please let go of my employee? Your enthusiasm is scaring her, the shopkeeper said, stepping forward with a friendly smile. Initially, the shopkeeper had been deeply alarmed that a woman had discovered their establishment. But after observing Nero's behavior, she began to think the shop might still be safe. She decided to take a chance. Nero turned toward the voice, and when her gaze fell on the shopkeeper, her emerald eyes sparkled with admiration. So you're the shopkeeper here? As expected, you're a beauty worthy of the phrase, a face that could sink nations. Nero stepped forward, bent slightly, and gallantly took the shopkeeper's hand. I must thank you for gracing me with your presence and bringing such radiance to my surroundings. Oh my, you have such a sweet tongue, ma'am. Even a humble woman like me can't help but feel her heart flutter, the shopkeeper replied, a blush coloring her cheeks as she raised a hand to her lips. What a shame! If you were a man, your honeyed words might have stolen my heart entirely. To call my words honeyed feels like an insult. I assure you, every word I've spoken is the absolute truth. After all, indulging in lies too often could irreparably damage my dignity, something I take great care to avoid. The grace and confidence in Nero's demeanor left the shopkeeper with an unmistakable impression. This was no ordinary individual. A royal, perhaps? If not a queen, then at least a high-ranking noble. After a brief conversation, the shopkeeper detected no hostility from Nero. Taking a deep breath, she decided to address the matter that concerned her most. So, ma'am, may I ask what brings you to our humble establishment today? About that. Nero blinked her gem-like eyes and smiled brightly. I was merely curious. I had a feeling I'd find something interesting here, so I came in. And lo and behold, I've discovered so many enchanting maidens. Damn it, why is such a wonderful shop hidden away in some alley? If I'd known about this place sooner, I would have come ages ago. Someone should have told me. Her words were filled with such genuine regret that it was almost comical, as if she'd missed out on a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The enthusiasm Nero displayed toward the succubi brought a spark of hope to the shopkeeper. Seizing the chance, she delicately explained the importance of keeping the shop's existence a secret. She emphasized the potential dangers. Not only would the shop be shut down if its existence became public, but the succubi working there could also be hunted by fanatical adventurers. I, too, would hate to see such beautiful flowers wither while they're in full bloom. Rest assured, I will keep this place a secret. No one will hear about it from me, Nero replied with a resolute nod. Relieved, the shopkeeper offered Nero a deep bow of gratitude. On behalf of everyone here, thank you for your understanding. No, no. It's I who should thank you. If not for you, I wouldn't have been able to witness so many stunning maidens today. I'm thoroughly satisfied. Despite her many years of life, the shopkeeper found Nero utterly fascinating. Here was a rare beauty, yet instead of being attracted to handsome men, she seemed utterly enamored with other beautiful women. Moreover, Nero's self-confidence and charisma were uniquely captivating. What a pity, such an attractive and charming individual, yet she's a woman, the shopkeeper murmured, gently stroking her cheek. She could sense that beneath Nero's petite frame lay an extraordinary power. For succubi, the quality of life energy they absorbed was directly linked to the strength of their source. If Nero were a man, the potential of her life energy would be unimaginable. The thought brought a glimmer of desire to the shopkeeper's eyes as she licked her lips with a coy smile. Changing the subject, she began explaining the shop's services, including its customizable dream experiences. Although our services are tailored for men, if you're interested, Nero, we could certainly arrange something for you. And as a gesture of gratitude for your discretion, I'd personally oversee your session, ensuring your complete satisfaction, the shopkeeper added, her voice languid and alluring. Her tone alone was enough to fill the room with an intoxicating atmosphere. As expected of a shopkeeper, Nero thought, momentarily reminded of Sesshin Kiera. Kiera's sheer voice alone could mesmerize and corrupt even the most steadfast hearts, plunging them into an ocean of hedonistic bliss. Of course, the shopkeeper's abilities couldn't compare to Kiera's, they were worlds apart. At the very least, the shopkeeper couldn't sway Nero's iron will. But Kiera? She could shatter the resolve of even the mightiest servants in a heartbeat. No need, Nero said, waving a hand dismissively. I prefer to take what I desire directly from reality. Why rely on the illusions of dreams? With that, Nero did something that caught the shopkeeper completely off guard. She gently tilted the shopkeeper's chin upward. Besides, the most beautiful person is standing right in front of me. Why look elsewhere when the treasure is so close? For a moment, the shopkeeper was speechless. Then she broke into a sultry smile that could make the strongest hearts falter. My, you truly are something, ma'am. T/N, I want Nero to fawn over me. No MO updates Wednesday Sadia. Chapter 297, I don't want to be a heroic spirit 297. Although Nero declined the dream service, the succubus shopkeeper still handed her a menu, allowing Nero to order whatever she liked. Yes, this place also served food. However, most customers came for the succubi themselves, like how no one visits a maid cafe just for the coffee, right? Waiting for her food wasn't boring either, as Nero had a plethora of succubi around to flirt with. Her lively conversation with the shopkeeper wasn't hidden from anyone, the entire room had heard every word. With Nero's friendly demeanor and lack of hostility, the succubus staff began to relax around her. Normally, their clientele was exclusively male, so having a female customer, one more beautiful than most of them, who was genuinely enjoying their company, felt novel and refreshing. Nero-sama is the adventurer who defeated a Demon King army general recently. That's incredible. Who wouldn't enjoy being praised? Especially when the compliments came from a group of stunning beauties. Omu. Yes, keep the praise coming. I am that amazing. Nero saw no need for false modesty. In her eyes, every compliment about her was entirely deserved. Samurai silently brought Nero's food to the table, placed it down without a word, and prepared to leave. The farther she could get from this woman who haunted her nightmares, the better. Back at her peak, she had been cut down by Nero with a single slash. Now, reduced to her current frail state, what chance did she have if Nero recognized her? Damn it! I came to this remote town to escape her, so why am I running into her here? The more she overheard Nero's recent achievements such as her one-on-one victory against a Demon King army general, the more hopeless Samurai felt. Although she had constantly grumbled about Nero over the past few months, fantasizing about getting revenge, now that they were face to face, Samurai had no choice but to cower. Good, she doesn't seem to have noticed me. I'll just sneak away quietly. Samurai decided to retreat to her room. She suddenly remembered that she had a drawing of Nero pinned to her wall, one she had been using as a stress outlet, punching it whenever she got mad. She needed to destroy that incriminating evidence immediately and then flee to another city. After all, she had chosen this town specifically to avoid Nero. If Nero was here, staying was no longer an option. As for how she would survive in a new city, she would figure that out later. Samurai had already made up her mind, not even the shopkeeper could stop her. But before she could take another step, a hand clamped down on her shoulder. Have we met before? Hearing those words whispered in her ear, Samurai felt her soul freeze. I don't think so. Nero-sama, I don't recall ever meeting you, she stammered, struggling to keep her voice steady. Then why? Nero narrowed her eyes, her hand still firmly on Samurai's shoulder. Why does it feel like you're terrified of me? Turn your face toward me, Nero commanded, her gaze sharp and unwavering. Samurai hesitated but eventually complied. After all, when she had first encountered Nero, she'd been in her Balzac vessel. There was no way Nero would recognize her now, right? Please don't recognize me. Please don't recognize me. As Nero studied her face, she fell silent, seemingly deep in thought. Wine-red hair. A petite succubus. And so timid, so easy to tease. Shamiko? Yoshida Yuko? The sense of déjà vu was overwhelming. As Nero contemplated, Samurai, pinned under her grip, was on the verge of tears. The oppressive silence made Nero seem more menacing than a destroyer. Samurai didn't even dare to breathe, her large teardrops trembling at the edge of her eyes. Am I going to die here today? Will she cut me in half again like last time? Or will she tear me apart piece by piece like a roasted chicken? Or maybe she'll burn me at the stake. Why, oh why, did I ever agree to help that old demon king just to save up for a fishing rod? Just as Samurai resigned herself to her fate, salvation arrived in the form of the shopkeeper. Nero-sama, you're scaring my precious employee, Shamiko. The shopkeeper puffed out her cheeks in mock displeasure, shooting Nero a playful glare. Shamiko. Nero blinked in surprise. Even the name was similar. That's right, Shamiko. Isn't it a cute name? I gave it to her myself, the shopkeeper explained as she wrapped an arm protectively around Samurai, gazing at Nero with a teasing smile. Shamiko here is a recent hire. She's still getting used to the job and is quite shy. Please, try not to frighten her. Omu. My apologies. I'll be more careful, Nero said, folding her arms across her chest. It's just. How do I put it? She feels oddly familiar. Looking at her reminds me of someone I know well. Nero crouched slightly to meet Samurai's gaze directly, her vivid green eyes studying her face closely. The more she looked, the stronger the sense of familiarity grew. Especially the way Samurai seemed on the verge of crying, yet stubbornly held back her tears. It was just so nostalgic. Unable to bear Nero's intense scrutiny any longer, Samurai fled behind the shopkeeper, clutching the back of her dress as if it were her lifeline. For the first time, Samurai felt genuinely safe, shielded by the shopkeeper from this terrifying woman. Hey, Shamiko, Nero said casually, a mischievous glint in her eye. Can you repeat something for me? What is it? Samurai's guard went up immediately, though she felt slightly relieved that Nero hadn't recognized her as Balzac. Nero, however, was struck by how much Samurai reminded her of Yoshida Yuko from the demon girl next door. A playful idea struck her. Repeat after me, Don't think this means you've won. Just once. Samurai's heart, which had just started to calm, plummeted into despair. That's what I said to her when I fled the battlefield last time. She recognized me after all. Chapter 298, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 298. After Nero destroyed the vessel in which Samurai had stored most of her strength, the succubus had vented her frustration and humiliation by shouting a few parting lines. I won't forget this grudge. Don't think this means you've won. At the time, Samurai believed Nero was too far away to hear her. Leaving behind some bravado before fleeing wouldn't hurt, right? After all, years of effort poured into creating that vessel had gone up in flames. Surely she was entitled to at least a few angry words? Once she'd fled, Samurai forgot the whole thing. It was akin to a random comment you'd left on a video months ago by now, utterly forgotten. But now, should she say it? A cold sweat trickled down Samurai's forehead. If she really repeated those words now, there'd be no turning back. She'd be completely exposed, recognized without a doubt. Should she alter her voice? Could she fake her way out of this? But if her tone sounded unnatural, wouldn't that only raise suspicions further? Run? That was the dumbest idea of all. How could she possibly escape from someone who had taken down a Demon King army general in a one-on-one fight, all while under Nero's watchful gaze? Her mind cycled through plans, only to discard each one. Every rejected idea fed her growing anxiety, which spread like poison through her chest. The tension gnawed at her, and for a fleeting moment, Samurai even considered giving up entirely, revealing her true identity and letting Nero finish her off. Why are you crying? Nero's puzzled voice cut through the chaos of Samurai's thoughts. Samurai blinked, startled. Tears were welling up in her eyes. She quickly rubbed her arm across her face, her voice breaking slightly as she muttered, I'm not crying. But you're literally tearing up, Nero pointed out. It's not tears, just water from my eyes. Hey, didn't Yoshida Yuko say something similar once? Nero thought. Turning to the succubus shopkeeper, Nero shrugged, hands open in mock exasperation. You saw that, didn't you, shopkeeper? I didn't even do anything, and she's crying on her own. I'm not crying. All right, all right. You're not crying. Nero adopted a soothing, almost maternal tone, as though comforting a sulking child. Miss Nero, I must ask you to stop scaring my poor employee, the shopkeeper interjected, puffing her cheeks in mock displeasure. All I wanted was for her to repeat something after me. You saw that, right? Nero sighed. Well, fine. Forget that idea. How about letting Samurai know, Sumiriko try sitting in a massage chair instead? The iconic scene from The Demon Girl Next Door. Nero thought, her face lighting up. But her suggestion was met with blank stares from the shopkeeper and Samurai. A massage chair. Oh, right. This world doesn't have those, Nero admitted with a crestfallen expression, reminded of the technological gap in this magic-based world. Noticing their confusion, Nero scratched her head and attempted to explain. A massage chair is a device you sit on, and it squeezes, kneads, and taps your body to help you relax and relieve stress. She did her best to simplify the explanation, but Samurai's face turned ghostly pale. Squeezing, kneading, tapping her body. The words conjured a horrifying mental image of an interrogation device, the kind used to torture criminals. As for Nero's comment about relieving stress, Samurai assumed it referred to Nero's satisfaction at watching the execution. Demons who found joy in others' suffering were far from rare in hell, and Samurai was certain she'd be the one tied to that torture chair. So, even after being exposed, I won't even be granted a quick death? Her heart sank into despair. If any term fit Samurai's state right now, it was heartbroken beyond repair. Nero's disappointment at failing to recreate the Yoshida Yuko scene was fleeting. She quickly moved on, turning her attention to the other succubi. You've done an amazing job maintaining this place. It must be exhausting, Nero said. The shopkeeper blinked, surprised by the sincerity in Nero's tone, before offering a warm smile. Not too bad. Everyone here is well behaved, and they've worked hard to protect this shop in their own ways over the years. The customers have also been very supportive. She turned her gaze toward her employees. Nia recently developed a fondness for cute accessories and hair ornaments. Lulsa dreams of becoming the top girl at this shop. Katerina, despite being a succubus, told me she hopes to marry a man someday, to love and be loved in return, and to experience what true romance feels like. Lucia, who once fell in love with reading, recently said she wants to try writing a novel of her own. And Barbara, she dreams of becoming an idol. The shopkeeper's voice softened. Do you know, Miss Nero, before I met these girls and founded this shop, their lives were full of hardship. They had no way to protect themselves and lived in constant fear, always running to avoid being killed. Yet they still had to risk everything just to stave off starvation. Now, though, they don't have to worry about food. They have time to think about the future, about hobbies and dreams. With such radiant smiles on their faces, what did her own exhaustion matter? That's truly admirable, Nero said with a small smile. In that regard, we're alike. I, too, hope nothing happens to this shop and that the day never comes when anyone here is missing. After all, if this shop closed down, where else could she find so many beautiful succubi to admire? Well then, that's enough for today. I'll take my leave, Nero declared. I've thoroughly enjoyed our conversation, Miss Nero. Please visit us again. Samurai could only stare in shock as Nero waved goodbye, exchanged pleasantries with the shopkeeper, and then left the shop. She left? Just like that? Not killing me? Her mind swirled with confusion. Then, Nero's earlier words flashed through her thoughts. I hope the next time I visit, no one here is missing. Is that why she spared me? In that instant, Samurai felt as though a glimmer of hope had pierced the darkness. Her crushed spirit began to stir back to life. If she let me go, I have a chance to escape. Escape? Could she really run? Could she leave this place? I hope the next time I visit, no one here is missing. Samurai froze. If she ran, wouldn't the shop be missing someone? Wait, was that a warning? A chill ran down her spine. If she left and Nero returned to find her gone, there'd be no second chances. Nero would come for her, and this time, there'd be no escape. Understanding dawned, and Samurai felt as though she'd narrowly avoided walking straight into her own doom. T/N, I know Sumamriko is wrong name, but that's on purpose since the other name from last chapter was a fake name and ways. Chapter 299, I don't want to be a heroic spirit 299. When Yunyun entered the hall, she saw Nero crouched by the fireplace, engrossed in something. Omu, this really is incomprehensible, Nero muttered, her expression filled with confusion. What are you doing, Nero? Yunyun asked as she walked closer, noticing Nero holding a slice of cantaloupe on a fork and moving it near the fire. The cantaloupe, initially dormant from the cold, had begun squirming violently from the fire's heat so much so that it appeared to be jumping. Nero had never imagined she'd one day use the term jumping to describe a piece of cantaloupe. This slice of fruit was livelier than a freshly caught fish. Omu? Oh, Yunyun, you're awake? It's nothing. I'm just pondering. How is it that this cantaloupe can move so energetically when it doesn't even have nerves? Nerves? Ah, never mind, just some idle musings. Abandoning her contemplation, Nero bit into the wriggling cantaloupe. Sweet and fresh. In this world, the freshness of fruits and vegetables wasn't judged by their color or texture, it was determined by how energetically they moved. Nero found this delightful. After all, she'd spent countless trips to the marketplace with her parents back home and never quite learned how to gauge produce quality. "Are we heading to the guild today?" Yunyun noticed Nero was dressed in her iconic red gown, a sign she intended to go out. At home, Nero preferred more casual, comfortable clothing. "Yes, indeed. The guild sent for us earlier, saying they need our assistance," Nero replied, her hands on her hips, flashing a confident smile. "Although I believe I could handle it alone, care to join me?" Yunyun nodded firmly, her eyes shining with anticipation. "It feels like it's been so long since we've gone on an adventure together." "That's because my presence would hinder your growth," Nero said with a shrug. "While I enjoy being by your side, I also want you to stand on your own 2 feet. When Nero and Yunyun arrived at the Adventurers Guild. Quite a crowd, Nero remarked, noticing the unusually large gathering. "Everyone seems to be gathered together. Is something happening?" Yunyun wondered aloud. Typically, the guild's adventurers infamous for their laziness would lounge in corners drinking. Male adventurers might sneak off to visit that shop. But today, they were all congregated in one spot. "It's likely the same reason we're here, the sudden appearance of mysterious creatures in the nearby dungeon." The guild had informed Nero that a horde of strange monsters had recently appeared in a nearby dungeon, requiring manpower to address the issue. The dungeon was popular among local adventurers due to its proximity and the lack of dangerous monsters within. Any disruption there would indeed pose a problem. Nero, however, had never bothered to visit. It was far too mundane for her tastes. "Hey? Is that Megumin and the others?" Yunyun asked, suddenly alarmed. "They're not causing trouble again, are they?" Nero spotted Kazuma's party in the crowd and instinctively assumed they were somehow responsible for the commotion. Maybe we should leave." "Hey." Nero had no desire to get tangled up in whatever mess Kazuma's party had caused. Just as she was contemplating a discreet exit, a woman in uniform at the head of the crowd turned her gaze toward them. Upon spotting Nero and Yunyun, her eyes lit up. "You must be Miss Nero and Miss Yunyun. Are you here to help resolve the mysterious creature issue in the dungeon?" Nero and Yunyun were well known in Axel. Unlike the original story, where Kazuma's party defeated the Demon King Army General Chaldea, this time it was Nero who had claimed victory in a spectacular one-on-one battle. That high-caliber fight had left an impression on everyone at the guild. Yunyun's reputation as Nero's teammate, coupled with her already exceptional magic skills, had also earned her admiration. Many adventurers had benefited from her assistance during her solo quests. The uniformed woman's exclamation caught the attention of the other adventurers, who turned to look at Nero and Yunyun. "Let's get a clearer understanding of the situation first," Nero suggested. The woman, wearing glasses and a slight beauty mark near her lips, exuded a prim and proper demeanor. She introduced herself as Sina, an investigator for Axel's legal system. Sina explained that all the monsters in the nearby dungeon had inexplicably disappeared, replaced by hordes of mysterious, doll-like creatures. "We suspect these creatures were summoned for some unknown purpose by an individual or group," Sina continued. "And based on our investigation, the last party to enter that dungeon was Kazuma's team. We're questioning them to see if they're connected to the incident." Kazuma's voice immediately rang out in protest. "Hey! That's ridiculous. This has nothing to do with us, right?" The 3 members of his party beside him nodded furiously in agreement, their faces the picture of innocence. "I see. I understand the situation now," Nero said with a nod. Then, pointing directly at Kazuma's party, she added, "I agree, it's probably their fault. Let's arrest them and sort it out later." "Why us?" Kazuma's indignation was palpable, though somewhere deep down, even he must have wondered if they'd inadvertently caused the mess. "Hey, Nero! Even if it's you, accusing my team without evidence is crossing the line," Megumin said, her crimson eyes glowing as if about to detonate. I agree it's wrong to accuse without proof, Nero said with a nod. So let me ask directly, what exactly were you doing in that dungeon last time? Hold on. I swear we didn't do anything this time. You're treating us like criminals. This interrogation is overkill. Kazuma, genuinely innocent for once, was frustrated by the lack of trust and raised his voice in defiance. Omu? You don't like being treated as a suspect? How about as a debtor, then? I seem to recall Aqua smashing the Eris Church's windows and pinning it on me, and I was the one who paid for the repairs. Not to mention you and Aqua using knives to stab holes in my theater. I'm sorry. I raised my voice too much just now. Please, anything you want to know, I'll answer truthfully. Kazuma's attitude did a complete 180, bowing repeatedly with a pleading tone. Chapter 300, I don't want to be a heroic spirit. 300. Apologies, Prosecutor Sina. I'd like a moment to chat with Kazuma and Aqua, Nero said casually as she pulled the two aside, her arms draped over their shoulders. All right, no one will hear us here. Now spill it. What exactly did you two do this time? I keep telling you, this has nothing to do with us. Why don't you ever believe me? Kazuma groaned. Fine, fine, I'll tell you everything about our last dungeon trip, but you'd better clear my name afterward. If it turns out you truly didn't cause any trouble, I'll apologize and even help clear your name, Nero replied smoothly, a small smile playing on her lips. I'll even give you a little compensation for the emotional distress. That's more like it, Kazuma grumbled, though he looked somewhat placated. Kazuma began explaining how, in an effort to make some quick cash, he had ventured into the nearby dungeon. With his unusually high luck stat, he had hoped to find some rare treasures that previous adventurers might have missed. Initially, he had planned to go alone, relying on the thief skills he'd learned from Chris to sneak past the dungeon's monsters and pilfer any valuables. Unfortunately, Megaman and Darkness were of no help in dark environments. Megaman, with her single-use explosion magic, would be useless in a confined dungeon. Even she understood how catastrophic casting explosion underground would be. Then there was Aqua. She had insisted on tagging along, proclaiming that as a goddess, her divine sight allowed her to see perfectly in the dark, better even than Kazuma's farsight skill. Aqua had also warned him that undead monsters detect enemies through life force rather than sight, making his stealth skills ineffective against them. With no other options, Kazuma reluctantly brought her along. And then he immediately regretted it. Thanks to Aqua's divine aura, every undead creature in the dungeon swarmed toward them like moths to a flame. What should have been a stealthy treasure hunt turned into a chaotic undead gauntlet. Things escalated further when they encountered the dungeon's master, a lich named Keel. Surprisingly, Keel bore no hostility. Once a powerful court mage, Keel had fallen in love with a noble woman. However, her parents had married her off to a king as a concubine in a bid for political favor. The noble woman endured years of abuse in the royal court. In a desperate bid to save her, Keel had kidnapped her, proposed marriage, and received an immediate yes. The two became fugitives, battling the royal army while fleeing for their lives. Tragically, Keel was gravely injured during their escape. Determined to protect his love, he used forbidden magic to turn himself into a lich. Together, they hid in the dungeon he created, where Keel cared for her until she grew old and passed away. Keel wished to die alongside her, but as a lich, he couldn't take his own life. So he resigned himself to eternal slumber, hoping his body would eventually decay. Aqua's divine aura, however, had reawakened him. Moved by his story, Aqua had decided to help Keel find peace. It was said that, for once, Aqua truly looked the part of a goddess. Bathed in a radiant, holy light, she had smiled gently at Keel and declared, "Great mage Keel, who defied the heavens to become a lich, I, Aqua, goddess of water, hereby absolve you of your sins. When next you awaken, a certain heiress should greet you. She's a goddess with rather pronounced curves. If you don't mind the age gap, or even the lack of gender difference, she'll grant you the chance to see your beloved again. Just pray to her, and she'll make it happen." As Kazuma recounted this, Nero fell into stunned silence. Did Aqua really say something so goddess-like? Of course, this heartwarming moment couldn't go uninterrupted. Aqua had managed to sneak in a dig at her junior heiress. Truly on brand for her. Kazuma and Nero exchanged incredulous looks, their gazes shifting toward Aqua, who stood with her hands on her hips and her nose pointed skyward in smug satisfaction. You two finally realize the greatness of this goddess, don't you? Now, apologize for doubting me. Especially you, Nero. If you don't buy me 100 bottles of premium liquor, I won't let you off for grabbing my head the other day. Aqua, impersonating a goddess is a serious crime. You'll be struck by divine punishment, Nero replied smoothly. I am a goddess. Aqua, goddess of water. Why does no one believe me? Of course, Nero knew Aqua's true identity, but playing along with her frustration was far more amusing. Tell her, Kazuma. Tell her I'm the real deal. Aqua cried, grabbing his shirt and wiping her tears on it. Let go. Stop using my clothes as a tissue. How are you this strong? Kazuma struggled in vain, eventually giving up as Aqua clung to him like a limpet. Resigned, Kazuma turned to Nero and deadpanned, sorry about this. Aqua has issues. She keeps claiming she's the actual goddess of water. It's not a claim. I am the goddess of water, you useless neat. Aqua retorted, her fists raining down on Kazuma's shoulders as tears streamed from her eyes. Wah-ya! Nero, please believe me. I really am the goddess of water. Her tears flowed like a faucet, so absurdly over the top that Nero momentarily entertained the thought, if this were real life, only a water goddess could cry like this. Ah, I see now. So that's why Aqua always calls herself a goddess. She's delusional. Have you taken her to a doctor? Nero asked Kazuma with feigned concern. I have. The doctor gave up. Why won't anyone believe me? Nero, look at my aqua blue hair and the divine aura that attracts undead. Isn't that proof enough? Blue hair is rare, but it could just mean you were blessed by the real goddess of water. As for your aura, it's not that unique. Nero's lips curved into a mischievous smile as an idea struck her. Let me educate you. A true godly aura is distinct from the sacred energy radiated by priests. The undead are drawn to me because they instinctively seek reincarnation, compelled by my unparalleled divinity. Aqua's impassioned explanation abruptly stopped as her eyes widened in disbelief. Her mouth hung open, words caught in her throat. What's wrong? Nero asked, tilting her head in mock innocence. Chapter 301, I don't want to be a heroic spirit. 330 PS. Imperial Privilege X. Even skills that are inherently unattainable can be temporarily acquired based on personal conviction. A skill perfectly suited to Nero, who embodies a fervent amalgamation of passions. Relevant abilities include writing, swordsmanship, artistry, charisma, and military tactics. When at A rank or higher, it even grants burdens related to the physical form, such as divinity. Indeed, even divinity can be acquired by Nero through the Imperial Privilege X skill. That's impossible. Aqua lunged forward, clutching Nero's shoulders, her face a mask of disbelief. Kazuma, being an ordinary human, sensed nothing unusual. At most, Nero merely seemed more radiant to him. However, Aqua, as a goddess, could distinctly feel it. This is divine energy? Not just holy energy, but actual divinity. And yet, there's no divine authority attached. And it's far weaker than a true deity's presence. How did you manage this? Nero, pleased with Aqua's shocked reaction, let out a smug hum of satisfaction. Humph! Surprised, aren't you? This is the privilege exclusive to an emperor. My privilege. I am the one and only emperor in heaven and earth. Everything within my domain falls under my rule. In other words, even deities must submit to my authority. Naturally, I can also claim divinity. Aqua instinctively wanted to retort with "That's impossible," but the radiant divine energy emanating from Nero left her speechless, her mouth agape. In this world, there seemed to be no such concept as demigods or divine progeny, only the gods of the heavens possessed divinity. Through imperial privilege X, Nero's divinity could, at most, reach an A rank level akin to the demigod hero Heracles. It was far from true godhood, and she lacked divine authority. Yet this world had no concept of demigods to bridge that gap. Ah, I almost got carried away and forgot my true purpose. Nero nearly lost sight of her objective, to inquire about the dungeon's situation from Kazuma and Aqua. From what I see, I may have misjudged you too. My apologies. Especially you, Aqua. It seems you are capable of doing something commendable once in a while. Purifying the lich keel was well done. I may have to revise my opinion of you. Looking at Aqua, Nero couldn't help but think of Barbatos, the wind god of another realm who shirked responsibilities. When first encountering Vinci, or Barbatos, many must have thought of him as a worthless drunkard or a mischievous sprite, just as she now regarded Aqua. Until, in the legendary quest If You Find Yourself Lost in a Windless Land, perceptions changed completely. Having played Genshin Impact extensively, Nero had rarely been as moved by a story as she was by that quest. Only after experiencing it could one understand why Barbatos was beloved and trusted by the people of Mondstadt, who began every greeting with "May the Inmo Archon protect you." When Venti softly uttered, "May I entrust the soul of my old friend to you," it perfectly encapsulated the demeanor of a god who cherished humanity. If you find yourself lost in a windless land, I shall play a song of the heavens for you. That line, too, was deeply poetic. Nero never expected that Aqua, a goddess who rarely showed any reliability, could also exhibit such divine qualities. But she seemed to have forgotten one crucial detail. Aqua's personality was one where praise led to pride, and pride inevitably led to causing trouble for others. Of course. I worked really hard back then, you know? I'm super amazing. If Kazuma didn't have me, he wouldn't have known what to do. Back in that dungeon, to purify that lich, this goddess painstakingly created a magic circle. I bet it's still there, warding off all the evil things even now. Hands on her hips, Aqua puffed out her chest in triumph, oblivious to the astonished expressions on Kazuma and Nero's faces. Why do you always have to go and do unnecessary things, you idiot? Why are you yelling at me? Dash. After calming down the alarmed onlookers drawn by their shouting, Nero reassured everyone that nothing was amiss and that she could handle it herself. Returning to Kazuma and Aqua, Nero glanced at Aqua, who sat sobbing in a corner with a wooden sign around her neck that read, in crooked writing, "I'm a fool." Then she turned her gaze to Kazuma, crouched nearby with his face buried in his hands as if too embarrassed to be seen. Nero couldn't suppress a chuckle. Walking over to Kazuma, she patted his shoulder. As it turns out, my suspicions weren't entirely unfounded. Fine, Aqua does have a habit of doing unnecessary things, Kazuma admitted with a pained expression, meeting Nero's eyes. But she only left a magic circle that repels monsters. How could that possibly be related to these mysterious creatures suddenly appearing? Well, that would settle it. But I've also heard some other interesting tidbits recently. Kazuma froze as a sense of foreboding crept over him. Leaning in close, Nero whispered into his ear. I've heard that the number of monsters around the dungeon has increased strangely. Villages have been attacked, and adventurers exploring near the dungeon have been ambushed by swarms of monsters. Kazuma swallowed hard, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Moreover, some adventurers claim that many of these monsters appear to be native to the dungeon almost as if something has driven them out. Glancing at Kazuma's pale face, drenched in cold sweat, Nero gently patted his shoulder again, flashing a mischievous smile that could rival the celestial star god Ihaha's infamous grin. Now then, Mr. Kazuma. Surely you wouldn't want the overworked investigators or the adventurers injured by these monsters to learn about Aqua's magic circle in the dungeon, would you? Nero acknowledged that threatening others wasn't ideal, but she had her reasons. She had learned from investigators about the peculiar creatures that had appeared, small, doll-like beings wearing eerie masks. The more she heard about these creatures, particularly their tendency to cling to people and explode, the more familiar they seemed. This was likely the work of a certain demon duke. The reason for threatening Kazuma was to ensure Aqua accompanied her. Though Aqua was a magnet for trouble, she was still a goddess. Against a demon duke, she could prove invaluable. Unfortunately, Chris was nowhere to be found in Axel. If given a choice, Nero would have preferred taking Chris along. But with her unavailable, Aqua would have to do. T/N, yeah, that was an amazing story quest. Chapter 302, I don't want to be a heroic spirit. 302 PS. Indeed, this mysterious monster incident has nothing to do with Kazuma and his companions. On this point, I can assure you. However, out of kindness and a sense of responsibility, they've decided to join the investigation, fulfilling their duties as adventurers. This was Nero's statement to Inspector Sina. Despite Sina fixing her with a look that clearly said, "I don't believe a word you just said," Nero maintained her flawless smile, free of any visible fault. Behind her, Kazuma looked slightly guilty, while Aqua was rubbing her teary eyes, her face flushed red. For clarification, Aqua's flushed face wasn't from embarrassment, it was because Nero had pinched her. Well, if you say so. I'll tentatively take it as such," Sina said, adjusting her glasses with an exasperated sigh. Soon after, the summoned adventurers began their journey to Kiel's dungeon. What should have been a dangerous mission fraught with peril instead felt like a light-hearted outing, with adventurers chatting and laughing along the way, as though they were headed for a picnic rather than dealing with monsters. "With Lady Nero here, we're just here to make up the numbers." Most of them carried this attitude. To be honest, do we really need this many people? Lady Nero and Yun could probably handle it themselves. Exactly. If Lady Nero couldn't solve the problem, what could the rest of us even do? No way Nero can fail. She even took down a Demon King's general with such flair. Honestly, the Demon King must have been furious when he found out one of his generals was killed in the starter town. Nero is so amazing. I want to be her loyal servant. Hearing this last line, Nero turned her head, wondering if her ears had deceived her. The journey was smooth, and before long, the group arrived at the dungeon entrance. For Nero, this was her first time visiting the location, and soon, she laid eyes on the so-called mysterious monsters Sina had described. To sum it up, they were doll-like creatures wearing masks. The dolls, each about knee-high to an adult, sported black and white masks and waddled around on short stubby legs. Fascinating. They're certainly mysterious creatures. I've never seen or heard of monsters like these before, Megaman observed, scrutinizing the masked dolls. But that mask, it's so cool. Hey, Kazuma, can I keep one as a pet? Or maybe just take one of the masks as a collectible? Darkness, meanwhile, stroked her chin in thought. Are they really monsters? They don't seem to have much combat potential. Still, they're rather cute. Her tone carried a hint of disappointment, likely because she'd hoped for stronger monsters to pummel her senseless. These weak-looking creatures must have let her down. As for Aqua, well, how should I put it? I have this visceral, almost physical repulsion toward those dolls. Why is that? They look cute, but something about them just makes me irrationally angry. She picked up a rock from the ground and began aiming at one of the masked dolls. The fact that Aqua harbored such hostility suggested these dolls were indeed creations of the demon Duke Vanir. Aqua, you're coming with me into the dungeon, Nero declared. I refuse. Aqua adamantly shook her head. Stop being so stubborn. You're coming, and that's final. No. No way. Absolutely not. I'm not going back into a dungeon. I'll just get abandoned again, and then I'll have to run from a horde of undead monsters chasing me. Aqua crouched down, covering her ears and shaking her head furiously. The last time she'd gone into a dungeon with Kazuma, he had left her behind to escape on his own. The incident seemed to have left her with significant emotional scars. It's fine, Nero. If it's just the magic circle Aqua drew, anyone can erase it, right? Letting her stay outside shouldn't be an issue. Besides, her presence in the dungeon would only attract more undead. The undead are the least of my concerns, Nero thought. I'm more worried about the one who created these dolls. Though she knew the demon Duke Vanir wasn't here in person, these dolls were merely creations of his molded from clay. Nero still felt uneasy. Hey, I think we've been spotted, someone muttered. Several masked dolls began waddling toward the group. Megumin blinked in surprise as one of the dolls suddenly clung to her leg. Kazuma, what's going on? Is it cuddling me? What should I do? Could it be that my hidden maternal instincts are drawing it to me? Wow, the mask looks even cooler up close. Maybe we should take it home and keep it as a pet. We could name it Poof Poof and take care of it together. Ignoring Megumin's bizarre naming sense for now, the group noticed something alarming. The doll was beginning to heat up and glow red. Megumin blinked, turning to Kazuma. Kazuma, why do I have a growing sense of doom? The next moment. Boom! The masked doll clinging to Megumin exploded, leaving her sprawled on the ground in tattered clothes. Yes, you read that right, the explosion mage was blown up. Megumin! Kazuma let out an exaggerated wail, dropping to his knees beside her and cradling her limp form in a scene straight out of a melodramatic soap opera. Megumin! Stay with me, Megumin! Omu! Did none of you know? These masked dolls cling to their targets and self-detonate. Because of this behavior, no one has figured out an effective countermeasure, Nero remarked, genuinely surprised that Sina hadn't explained this to them. Just then, Aqua's voice rang out, fraught with tension and embarrassment. Guys, what am I supposed to do here? Everyone turned to look and saw Aqua covered in 6 masked dolls clinging to her body. Her expression was a contorted mixture of despair and panic. Moments later, an explosion far more devastating than the one before engulfed Aqua, sending her flying through the air. Watching Aqua, now charred and smoking as she crashed back down to the ground, Kazuma, Nero, and the others fell silent for a long time. Megumin! You can't die on me, Megumin! That's so unfair! Is this some kind of double standard? Can't you at least worry about me a little? Still trailing smoke, Aqua sprang to her feet with a dramatic kip up and hurled herself at them, wailing in indignation. Chapter 303, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit. 303 PS. Aqua's abilities were undeniably impressive, and she wore the sacred robe she had brought down from the heavens. According to Aqua, the robe not only boasted incredible defensive capabilities but also had a powerful purification function, granting her immunity to all negative curses. Naturally, Kazuma often used it for mundane tasks like doing laundry. This was why neither Kazuma nor Nero worried about Aqua in the slightest. 6 exploding masked dolls wouldn't even leave a scratch on her. However, the situation grew more complicated as more and more masked dolls began closing in. While Aqua could shrug off explosions and remain unscathed, the same couldn't be said for the rest of the adventurers. Most of them would likely be gravely injured from a single blast. Touching the dolls triggered an explosion, and attacking them carelessly caused the same result. The situation was becoming increasingly precarious. While the group of adventurers was being forced to retreat by these tiny menaces, 2 figures stepped forward, standing out from the rest. Hey, what are you doing, Darkness? Nero. Several masked dolls hurled themselves at Nero and Darkness, resulting in explosions just as grand as the ones before. And yet... I can handle this level of explosion just fine. Omu. Such paltry explosions are no match for the fiery passion that burns within me. The two emerged from the smoke and dust, completely unscathed, leaving the onlookers astonished. Darkness required no explanation. For someone capable of withstanding Megumin's explosion magic, these minor blasts were utterly inconsequential. As for Nero, she relied on her magic resistance. With the added boost from her Imperial Privilege X, Nero's magic resistance was easily at A rank or higher. Omu. If Aqua's unwilling to be of use, Kazuma, it'll be just the two of us from here on out. Hey? Me? Kazuma pointed to himself, his face filled with disbelief. Perhaps thinking he was frightened, Darkness swore to him with uncharacteristic chivalry. Don't worry, Kazuma. Nero and I will clear the path ahead. All you need to do is follow us. I swear on my honor as a crusader that I will protect you. Damn it! Isn't that kind of cool line supposed to come from me, the protagonist? Kazuma said this with a straight face, as though proclaiming his status as the protagonist was the most natural thing in the world. Before entering the dungeon, Aqua cast support magic on the trio. Versatile entertainer. As she cast the final spell, Kazuma's face twisted in confusion. What was that last spell supposed to do? It's a spell to make you a jack of all trades in the arts. Kazuma fell silent for a moment before delivering a punch to Aqua's head. Dash. In the dark confines of the dungeon, masked dolls were everywhere. Taking care of them became the sole responsibility of Nero and Darkness, while Kazuma was relegated to holding the lantern and lighting the way from behind. Hey! Darkness! Don't charge in so fast! Wahaha! Kazuma, did you see that? I actually hit one. So this is what it feels like to land a blow on an enemy. Even I can hit these things. Despite her immense physical strength, Darkness had always struggled to hit anything in battle. However, the masked dolls didn't dodge, they actively ran into her attacks. This meant that even Darkness couldn't miss them. Honestly, if she's that bothered by her inability to hit enemies, she should just learn a proper greatsword skill already. But it seemed Darkness had become so exhilarated by finally landing hits that she swung her sword faster and faster, charging further ahead. Nero and Kazuma struggled to keep up. Kazuma, his face betraying a deadpan exasperation, glanced at the rapidly retreating Darkness, then turned to look at Nero. Nero, in stark contrast, walked leisurely ahead as though on a casual stroll. Masked dolls rushed toward her, but they never got close. A faint, imperceptible wind barrier surrounded Nero, and the doll's explosions failed to breach it. Neither she nor Kazuma were harmed. Though her magic resistance alone could nullify the doll's explosions, Nero wasn't about to let herself get randomly blasted and end up covered in soot. Nero, you can use magic. Of course. As Emperor, there is nothing I cannot do. If you feel afraid, simply stay behind me. As long as you remain by my side, you will be absolutely safe. To Kazuma, Nero's figure suddenly appeared towering and majestic, exuding an overwhelming sense of security. This ridiculous sense of safety. Compared to her, what kind of lunatics are my other teammates? A masochistic crusader who couldn't hit her targets, a glass cannon explosion mage who could only fire one shot per day, and a trouble-prone goddess with an IQ that rivaled her own delusions. If left unattended, these idiots would inevitably cause chaos, leaving him to clean up the mess. I'm their adventuring partner, not their babysitter. Hey, Kazuma! There's a fork in the path. Which way do we go? Why are you charging ahead when you don't even know the way, you moron? Kazuma intended to wipe away the magic circle Aqua had left in the dungeon. Since only he and Aqua knew its location, and Aqua wasn't here, Kazuma was the sole guide. Nero, meanwhile, wasn't concerned about the magic circle. Her focus was on the demon Duke Vanir, who was creating the masked dolls. Since it was her first time in the dungeon, she decided it was best to stick with Kazuma. She also had faith in his bizarrely good luck it might lead them straight to Vanir. Kazuma explained that they were approaching Kiel's old chamber, just at the end of the corridor. Then, what's this? That has to be the mastermind behind all these creatures, right? In the room ahead, a figure sat cross-legged on the ground, molding clay into dolls. The man wore a formal evening suit that clashed completely with the dungeon's setting. His gloved hands moved deftly, and his face was obscured by a mask identical to those of the dolls. If there had been any doubt before, seeing this confirmed it for Nero. The man before them was none other than Vanir, the highest-ranking demon duke from the underworld. Chapter 304, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 304 100 PS. As Nero deliberated, Darkness boldly stepped forward and addressed Vanir with a commanding voice. Hey! What are you doing here, suspicious guy? If you're making those dolls, then that means you're the source of this monster chaos, aren't you? She drew her great sword and assumed an aggressive stance, ready to face him down. Nero thought Darkness's approach was rather reckless, but it probably wouldn't matter much. From what Nero understood, while Vanir was the highest-ranking demon duke, he was one of the least harmful to humans. Since humans could constantly produce the negative emotions Vanir found so delicious, he abided by a personal principle of not killing humans. Nero also remembered that Vanir was nicknamed the Demon of Clairvoyance. His eyes could see anything he wished to, akin to Merlin's abilities. Perhaps this was why his personality bore a resemblance to Merlin's. He enjoyed observing the choices made by people in various predicaments, often with an unsettling fascination. However, unlike the half-incubus Merlin, Vanir thrived on negative emotions such as contempt, disappointment, and shame. He frequently orchestrated embarrassing situations just to elicit these reactions. Darkness's outburst successfully drew Vanir's attention from his diligent doll-making. Oh! I didn't expect anyone to make it here. Adventurers! Welcome to my dungeon. You're absolutely right. I am indeed the source of this chaos, the root of all evil. A general of the Demon King's army. The Demon Duke who commands the forces of hell. The great demon who can see through all things Vanir. Vanir set down his work and rose to his feet, giving the group a theatrical bow as if performing on stage. Combined with his evening suit, his mannerisms resembled a performer more than a fearsome demon. Kazuma, that guy looks really dangerous. Stay behind me, Nero said. She drew her massive sword, Estus Estus, gripping it with her left hand as she steadily advanced to Darkness's side. Kazuma, however, was already hiding behind Nero without needing to be told. A Demon King's general, he stammered, clutching her shoulder. Darkness. This is way out of our league. If he's a general, we should just leave this to Nero. Kazuma. How can you say something so cowardly? As a servant of the goddess Eris, I cannot back down when faced with a Demon King's general, especially a demon. Even if it means perishing together, I will strike him down. You always get stubborn at the worst possible times. Though Demon Duke of Hell was a far more ominous title than Demon King's general, both Kazuma and Darkness seemed fixated on the latter. Hell was, after all, the counterpart to the celestial realm. The demons of Hell had waged an eternal war against the divine beings of the heavens, with victories and losses on both sides. As the commander of Hell's forces, Vanir was undoubtedly a being as fearsome as Aqua in her prime. Though for some reason, Vanir didn't seem all that intimidating in person. Vanir's grin widened at Darkness's declaration. Oh? You intend to defeat me? To vanquish one who may be even stronger than the Demon King himself? But, worried that the man bathing next to you might see your chiseled abs and expose the truth of your muscular frame? I don't know why you're so angry, but I've heard that gnawing on small bones can help relieve frustration. My mask is partially crafted from the skull of a magical dragon. You may take a bite if you wish. As Vanir spoke, Darkness's face turned beet red. She screamed, "That's nonsense," and charged at him, sword in hand, only to be held back by Kazuma. Vanir, unfazed by Darkness's mortified rage, smiled slyly and began explaining his motives. While Vanir bore the title of Demon King's general, the Demon King lacked the authority to command him. His role was mostly honorary, helping to maintain the barrier around the Demon King's castle. Vanir had come to the dungeon partly at the Demon King's request to investigate the death of the Dullahan, Chaldea. But he also had a personal agenda, visiting his old friend Wiz, the lich who ran a magic item shop in Axel. Upon hearing this, Kazuma and Darkness instinctively glanced at Nero. After all, it was Nero who had defeated Chaldea. I see. I see. Vanir's eyes glowed ominously behind his mask as he turned his gaze toward Nero. So it was you who defeated Chaldea? And with such overwhelming force, in a one-on-one duel no less. Thank you for answering my questions in your heart. The girl beside you, shyly fantasizing about all the unpredictable punishments this man might inflict on her, and the cowardly man who's secretly curious about his female teammates' romantic inclinations yet does nothing because they're in the same party. I wasn't fantasizing. I wasn't curious. So this was the so-called demon of clairvoyance. His ability to see through people's thoughts was genuinely terrifying. It was said that Hell's long-standing stalemate with the heavens, despite the latter's vast pantheon of gods, was largely thanks to Vanir. His clairvoyance allowed him to anticipate and counter the heavens' strategies, ensuring Hell always had the upper hand. These two are already useless, Nero thought, her brow furrowing as she warily studied Vanir. If he could see into her own heart. The thought made her stomach turn. Without hesitation, Nero used Imperial Privilege X to teleport behind Vanir, her sword wreathed in flame, aiming straight for his head. Oh my! How dangerous! Vanir bent at the waist, narrowly dodging Nero's strike. His smirk, however, remained insufferably smug. Such an impulsive attack! The woman beside that man who's contemplated abandoning his three burdensome companions to join your party instead, your impatience is written all over your face. What secret are you hiding so desperately? Let me take a peek. Why can't I see? Vanir's ever-present confident grin faltered, replaced by genuine astonishment. Though his clairvoyance could pierce through the minds of angels and lesser gods, it was completely ineffective against the red-gowned woman standing before him. To make matters stranger, Nero exuded no trace of divinity, not even the faint holy aura of a high priestess. She seemed, outwardly, like a mere mortal with exceptional combat skills. Vanir's confusion left him momentarily vulnerable. Omu! Now's the time! With emerald eyes gleaming, Nero surged forward, closing the distance in a single step. Before Vanir could react, her flaming sword sliced through his body. The blade entered at his left shoulder and exited through his right hip, leaving a glowing, fiery gash across his torso. Gah! A Duke of Hell, defeated, like this. Gah arg! Vanir clutched the wound, roaring in fury and disbelief. In the next instant, flames erupted from the gash, consuming his body entirely. Within moments, nothing remained but a pile of black ash and a single eerie black and white mask. Dash. T/N, what was Nero hiding? Idk. Chapter 305, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 305. The faint glow from Kazuma's lantern barely illuminated their surroundings, casting flickering shadows on the narrow dungeon walls. The oppressive silence was broken only by the sound of their own breathing. Did we, actually just take down a Demon King's general? Kazuma stared at the pile of ash and the eerie black and white mask on the ground, disbelief etched across his face. Kazuma, I don't think we did anything. This was entirely Nero's doing, Darkness pointed out bluntly. I know. Kazuma's cheeks flushed red at her unreserved honesty. Well, now that Nero has defeated the Demon King's general, the issue with the masked dolls should be resolved, right? All we have to do is erase the magic circle that idiot Aqua left behind in that room, and our job here is done. Ugh! I can't believe we ran into a Demon King's general, and I didn't contribute anything. I thought today, after miraculously hitting a monster earlier, I'd finally have my moment to shine. Darkness mumbled dejectedly. Once inside the room, Kazuma wasted no time wiping away Aqua's magic circle. With Nero promising to keep the truth hidden, erasing this sole piece of evidence meant that none of the adventurers injured by the dungeon monsters would come looking for him. Sorry about this, but I'd rather avoid getting beaten up. He consoled himself with the thought that he could treat the adventurers to a meal later to make amends. Despite its ability to terrify even high-ranking demons, Aqua's magic circle had been drawn with ordinary chalk. It only took a damp cloth to wipe it away completely. While Kazuma knelt on the floor, diligently scrubbing the circle, Nero bent down to pick up the black and white mask from the pile of ashes. The mask was split evenly in color, black on the left and white on the right. Below each eye was a star, one black and one white, and the Roman numeral I was etched onto the forehead. This is so ugly. Nero couldn't help voicing her honest opinion. Why did Megaman think this mask looked cool? Tomu. I don't understand her taste at all. Nero, we're done here. What's that you're holding? Kazuma and Darkness emerged from the room to find Nero inspecting the mask. A trophy? Perhaps. Do you want it? Your teammate Megaman seemed to have an interest in it. No thanks. My instincts are screaming that thing is bad news. Plus, it belonged to a Demon King's general. It could be cursed or something. Given the caliber of the boss they'd faced, there was a chance the mask could be some kind of artifact, or a cursed item. If it's cursed, as a follower of Eris, I can't ignore it, Darkness declared. Stay put. If something happens to you, I'll be the one left cleaning up the mess. Ah! Kazuma's harsh, commanding tone, full of disdain. Should I obey or not? If I disobey, will he punish me with something truly outrageous? Kazuma ignored the panting crusader beside him, though his indifference seemed only to fuel her excitement. You people have no taste. None of you appreciate the masterpiece before you, my most cherished, most perfect mask. It's my signature. My soul. And yet, you dismiss it so easily. Vanir's voice suddenly rang out from the mask in Nero's hand. It was unsettling, given that the mask, which only covered the upper half of a face, lacked a mouth yet somehow spoke. A Demon King's general. So he's not dead after all. Kazuma and Darkness froze, their faces a mix of shock, tension, and wariness. Ha 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 ha. Did you fools truly believe you had defeated me? What a pity you haven't harmed me at all. This mask is my true form. Oh, I can feel it now, the delicious taste of your negative emotions. Thank you for the feast. With that, the mask leapt from Nero's hand and latched onto her face. And now, powerful warrior who defeated Chaldea. I shall borrow your body for a while. Vanir, having glimpsed Kazuma's thoughts earlier, knew that his nemesis the goddess Aqua was just outside the dungeon. Though his principles forbade him from harming humans, gods were his natural enemies. Upon learning that Aqua was waiting outside, Vanir immediately resolved to eliminate her. However, Nero's strength had far exceeded his expectations. As the warrior who defeated Chaldea, she had utterly overwhelmed him earlier. But his body had merely been a temporary construct made of clay. As long as his mask, his true form, remained intact, Vanir could survive. Still, attempting to fight his way past Nero to reach Aqua was a daunting prospect. Thus, Vanir devised a brilliant plan. He would possess Nero's body and use her strength to defeat Aqua. Let's see how this immensely powerful body fares. Hey! The moment the mask adhered to Nero's face, Vanir froze. Through his eyes, he glimpsed extraordinary sights beyond his comprehension. A storm-ravaged tower piercing the heavens. A desolate realm of death, filled with cages imprisoning blue, ethereal flames. A golden scale suspended in an infinite starry void. A crimson demon god, engulfed in flames, annihilating worlds and deities alike. A heart and feather, wrapped in grey flames of death. And beyond these, even further away, two ancient, opposing forces clashed. One was a vast ocean, the source of all life. The other was a seven-headed crimson dragon coiled around a decaying theater. And farther still, behind these two entities, something even more profound seemed to exist. But Vanir never got the chance to see it. His intrusion had been detected. One of the seven dragon heads turned toward him, its gaze piercing through the void. Then it lunged, jaws snapping shut. Crack! The sound of shattering echoed through the dungeon. The mask on Nero's face fractured and crumbled, disintegrating into dust before it could even hit the ground. Everything happened so quickly and unexpectedly that Kazuma and Darkness remained stunned, unable to process what had just occurred. Tomu. The problem is solved. Let's head back, Nero announced, breaking the silence as she turned to leave without waiting for the others to recover. Solved? Seriously? What if he's just faking it? He seemed pretty devious. Kazuma muttered, his skepticism evident. It wasn't unreasonable he had no idea why the mask had shattered. Had Nero done something? Vanir had said the mask was his true form, so its destruction should mean his death. But what if he'd been lying? Nero, however, knew the truth. Vanir wasn't dead. High-ranking demons had multiple lives, and a demon duke like Vanir likely had more than he could count. The earlier encounter had merely cost him one of those lives, a negligible loss. Still, he's definitely not having a good time right now, Nero mused. Vanir had provoked that one and been noticed. Even Nero couldn't help but feel a little sorry for him. T/N, frig quick analyze who's who? A storm-ravaged tower piercing the heavens. Artoria FRFR. A desolate realm of death, filled with cages imprisoning blue, ethereal flames. Old Man Hassan. A golden scale suspended in an infinite starry void. I don't know. A crimson demon god, engulfed in flames, annihilating worlds and deities alike. Goisha. A heart and feather, wrapped in grey flames of death. I don't know. And beyond these, even further away, two ancient, opposing forces clashed. One was a vast ocean, the source of all life. Tiamat. The other was a seven-headed crimson dragon coiled around a decaying theater. I don't know. Chapter 306, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 306. It was that transitional time of year. Winter hadn't quite ended, but spring was on the horizon. The air carried winter's biting chill, yet traces of new life were visible on the ground. Monsters that had hibernated throughout the cold season were beginning to awaken. Hungry after months of sleep, they emerged to wreak havoc on nearby villages, preying on livestock and farmland. Consequently, requests to the guild increased, forcing adventurers to abandon their lazy routines. Their wallets were as empty as the stomachs of the monsters outside, leaving them little choice but to take up quests. However, on this particular day, even the most active adventurer teams, those who braved the harshest winters to take on quests, were conspicuously absent from the guild. Neither Nero's party nor Kazuma's team had shown up. The reason was simple: Nero's team had other pressing matters to deal with. Humph! Nero frowned, her gaze fixed on Yun, who lay on the bed, her face flushed unnaturally red with fever. Her labored breathing filled the room. Unfortunate, it's clear you've come down with a fever. Ugh! Yun's crimson lips parted slightly as she struggled to breathe. Nero knew exactly why Yun had fallen ill. Honestly, competing with Megumin in winter swimming. Yun, you always seem like such a well-behaved girl, but even you occasionally do things that cause unnecessary trouble. Yun often proclaimed herself Megumin's rival, constantly challenging her to contests back in the Crimson Demon Village. But the truth was, Yunyun simply used these competitions to alleviate her loneliness, having few friends to keep her company. Megumin, in turn, played along because she recognized Yunyun's plight, though her tsundere nature kept her from openly expressing her intentions. These contests almost always ended with Megumin's victory, and as the winner, she often claimed Yunyun's lunch as her prize. Eventually, Yunyun began bringing extra lunches every day. On days she didn't feel like competing, she'd simply hand her lunch to Megumin, who would take it with a shout of, "Do you think I'm only competing for your food?" Though Megumin frequently walked away with Yunyun's belongings, she never accepted money as a wager, even though her family was so poor that her clothes were hand-me-downs from her mother. Once, upon learning that someone had borrowed money from Yunyun under the pretense of friendship, Megumin personally confronted the borrower and forced them to return it. She then told Yunyun the money was repaid out of guilt. Megumin truly is a tsundere. I'm sorry. Nero. If you're feeling unwell, there's no need to force yourself to talk. Nero's servant-enhanced hearing barely caught Yunyun's faint apology. It seemed that Megumin had also caught a fever, and Kazuma's team was currently taking care of her. Neither party had ventured out on quests today. Tomu. All you need to do is rest. Leave everything else to me, I'll take care of you. Sorry. This is the time to say thank you, not sorry. Nero brought a basin of warm water and soaked a towel in it, wringing it out before gently wiping Yunyun's face and neck. Yunyun's skin was burning to the touch, her face flushed red, but her hands and feet were unusually cold. Nero wasn't entirely sure how wiping a feverish person with a warm towel worked. She only knew it was something her mother had done for her when she was young. Her memories of preschool were hazy, but she remembered much of her early elementary years. Back then, she was often frail, frequently falling ill with colds and fevers. The three places she knew best were her home, her school, and the children's hospital. She could still recall the hospital's basement floor, filled with play equipment. After numerous visits, she became acutely sensitive to the distinct medicinal scent of hospitals. That smell always put her in a foul mood. It meant injections and bitter medicine were inevitable. Surely, she wasn't the only child who preferred a quick jab to the lingering bitterness of medicine. Come on, Yunyun, raise your arms. Stop covering your chest already. We're both girls, what are you so shy about? It's hard to help you clean up like this. Ugh. To think that the mighty Roman Emperor Nero was now patiently caring for a sickly young girl, it was a novel experience, to say the least. Of course, she wasn't exactly the same Nero history remembered as the infamous tyrant. Still, if caring for others was surprising from Nero, it was outright baffling to imagine Bhavansi, the persona she once adopted, tenderly looking after someone. At least Nero's actions could be explained by her imperial privilege. Beopan, on the other hand, had no such excuse. That's quite the figure. The thought flitted through Nero's mind as she glanced at Yunyun. Despite her young age, only 13, her development was absurdly mature. 13 years old. She'd be in middle school in the real world, wouldn't she? Who in middle school looks like this? Even so, Nero's thoughts remained focused on Yunyun's well-being rather than anything untoward. The girl's discomfort tugged at Nero's heart far more than her appearance could distract. After finishing the task of wiping Yunyun's body, Nero helped her change into fresh clothes, tucked her in under a thick blanket, and replaced the ice pack on her forehead. That should do it, right? She carefully ensured the blanket was snug, tucking its edges under Yunyun to keep any drafts out. Sitting by Yunyun's bedside, Nero gently patted the blanket, attempting to lull her to sleep. Her mother used to sing her lullabies at times like these, but as Nero opened her mouth to hum, she closed it again, deciding to maintain a rare moment of quiet. Yunyun's furrowed brow suggested she was plagued by bad dreams. Fever dreams are truly unpleasant. Awake, one's head pounds, eyes refuse to open, and every movement feels like lifting weights. Asleep, one tosses and turns, waking frequently, sometimes 7 or 8 times a night, with no relief in sight. Nero herself had vivid memories of a fever dream in which she fought an endless series of divine beings. She couldn't recall much else, only that she battled relentlessly, slaying hundreds of gods over what felt like several days. Yet when she awoke, drenched in sweat, only an hour had passed. Her body ached as though she had fought for real. Glancing out the window, Nero noticed the shifting light and decided it was time to prepare something for Yunyun to eat. But, what should someone with a fever eat? Nero had little knowledge of proper convalescent care. If only Florence Nightingale were here. On second thought, that would be too dangerous. This world has neither beta nor sogu. I can't even look it up online. Should I go ask someone? Chapter 307, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit. 307. Nero's expertise lay in desserts, a skill she had honed under the tutelage of Edelweiss. Cooking wasn't her strongest suit, but she could still manage some basic dishes. She prepared a simple pot of porridge and carried it to Yunyun's room. The warm white porridge, steaming and infused with the aroma of meat, was brought in by Nero. Knowing that people with fevers often lacked an appetite, Nero had kept the meal modest yet nutritious. She had even gone out to consult Wiz at the magic item shop, Luna at the guild, and Darkness from Kazuma's team for advice. Incidentally, Kazuma's group was also busy caring for the sickly Megaman. Although Aqua, as a goddess, excelled in healing wounds and lifting curses, she wasn't particularly adept at treating illnesses. She was far from omnipotent. For example, there was that one time Kazuma had secretly eaten a watermelon without telling his team. In this world, all fruits and vegetables were alive, and watermelon seeds, in particular, shouldn't be swallowed. Lacking this common sense, Kazuma had been parasitized by the seeds, which sprouted and rooted in his stomach, leaving him writhing in agony. Aqua's magic was completely ineffective against this condition, so they had no choice but to take him to the hospital. Yes, this world had hospitals, but instead of angelic doctors in white coats, they resembled devilish figures clad in black, skilled in curses that could destroy or preserve life. In Kazuma's case, the doctor anesthetized him, cut open his stomach, and used a curse to kill the sprouted seeds before removing them. But that's beside the point. Nero sought out Darkness because she figured Kazuma and Aqua wouldn't be much help in caring for a sick Megaman, leaving most of the responsibility to Darkness. Darkness's advice proved invaluable for Nero. Along the way, through Megaman's complaints, Nero also learned that Darkness, ever the masochist, had joined Megaman and Yunyun in their ill-advised winter swimming contest. Yet while both Megaman and Yunyun ended up sick, Darkness, with her extraordinary physical resilience, emerged unscathed. Big sis. Yunyun doesn't feel like eating. You should eat a little. It'll help you recover faster. Nero found it amusing that Yunyun, seemingly delirious, had started calling her Big Sis, just like Alice did. Even with her wide, watery eyes, flushed cheeks, and soft, pleading voice, Yunyun's request was met with a gentle but firm refusal. Scooping a spoonful of hot porridge, Nero blew on it softly before bringing it to Yunyun's lips. You don't have to finish the porridge, but make sure to eat the meat, at least. After Yunyun managed to eat about a third of the porridge, Nero helped her wipe down her body once more. Once Yunyun was comfortably tucked in and beginning to drift off, Nero stood up to take the remaining porridge away. She paused, looking down at the hand that had reached out from under the blanket to grab her sleeve. Big sis, don't go. Yunyun's delicate brows knitted together in a way that evoked sympathy. Softening her voice, Nero placed her free hand gently over Yunyun's. I'm not going anywhere. I'll stay right here. She hadn't realized how deeply Yunyun had come to rely on her. Whether Yunyun heard her reply or not, her expression seemed to ease slightly, her complexion looking just a bit better. As the sky outside darkened, night blanketed the room. A soft, serene atmosphere filled the space, as though time itself had slowed to a gentle crawl. When I was sick as a child, did my mother care for me like this? The thought crossed Nero's mind. She remembered how every cough had seemed to send her mother into a flurry of worry, how her mother would consult others for advice to ensure Nero recovered properly. Quietly slipping away, Nero took the remaining porridge to the kitchen. "I'll wash the bowl later," she thought, setting it aside. Returning to Yunyun's room, Nero checked her condition again. Yunyun's complexion had indeed improved. The tense, nightmare-plagued expression she had worn earlier was gone. Nero had considered trying gua sha, an alternative therapy she remembered from her childhood fevers, but it didn't seem necessary now. As a child, she had often been treated with this method when her fever wasn't severe enough for a hospital visit. She didn't fully understand the mechanics of gua sha. It was likely similar to cupping, where firm strokes along the back and neck produced dark purple marks. Her mother swore by it, saying the results were immediate after wiping the body with a warm, damp towel and performing gua sha. The fever would subside after a good nap. And it was free. However, Nero vividly recalled the pain of the treatment. Her mother had insisted that the more she cried and sweated during the process, the better the results. In fact, Nero vaguely remembered her mother joking that the neighbors once thought she was being abused because of her wails. Gazing at Yunyun's sleeping face, Nero murmured softly, "When I was sick, my mother stayed by my side just like this. She couldn't even rest properly, waking up at the slightest sound of my cough." Yunyun is only 13 years old. At 13, she had already left her village and family behind, venturing into a strange land as an adventurer, battling dangerous monsters daily. Removing the ice pack, Nero touched Yunyun's still cool forehead, smoothing her brows and adjusting her hair. In her sleep, Yunyun murmured faintly, "Papa. Mama. Omu. Sorry, your parents aren't here right now." "But..." Nero smiled softly. "You can rely on me. I can't promise to be like your parents, but I'll do my best." Moonlight filtered through the window, bathing the room in a silvery glow. Dash. Yunyun's long lashes fluttered slightly as she opened her eyes to a sliver. Her vision slowly cleared, and she glanced toward Nero, who sat by her bedside. "Nero, big sis." "Omu. That's me. Are you awake? Or would you like to sleep a bit longer?" Hearing Nero's concerned tone, Yunyun shook her head weakly, then glanced out the window. "Big sis, were you here all night?" Her voice carried hints of guilt and regret. "Of course I was," Nero replied matter-of-factly. "The walls here are pretty soundproof. If something happened to you while I was in my room, I wouldn't hear a thing. So, of course, I had to stay by your side. I couldn't sleep otherwise." Yunyun clenched the blanket tightly, biting her lip. Her heart raced. "Why does my chest feel this way?" Her face burned, and she couldn't bring herself to look directly at Nero. Suddenly, a loud growl broke the silence. The sound of her stomach grumbling reverberated in the quiet room, startling both of them. Yunyun yanked the blanket higher, hiding her face as red as a ripe tomato. Nero couldn't help but laugh softly. "What's there to be embarrassed about? Being hungry means you're getting better. Besides, you barely ate anything today, not even a third of the meat porridge I brought earlier. Ugh! Kill me now." Nero stood, stretching briefly. "Perfect timing, I'm hungry too. Let's head out and get something to eat. Now. Consider it an early breakfast," Nero said with a grin. Chapter 308, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit. 308. What do I do, what do I do, what do I do? Yunyun was unusually flustered today. She stood before a full-length mirror, holding up one dress after another as though preparing for an important interview. Watching her, Nero couldn't help but voice her thoughts. Is this really necessary? Of course it is. We're going to meet Her Highness, the Princess. Due to their achievements in defeating multiple Demon King's generals, Nero's and Kazuma's teams had received invitations to the royal capital to be formally recognized by the princess herself. The list of generals defeated was impressive: the headless knight Chaldea, the demon Duke Vanir, the poisonous slime Hans, and the chimera Sylvia. Yes, since their battle with Vanir in the dungeon, Nero's team had gone on to take down 2 more of the Demon King's generals. In recognition of these heroic feats, the princess had sent invitations to both parties. But honestly, I think this is more about Alice missing me and using this as an excuse to see me again, Nero mused. Watching Yun fret over her dress choices, Nero sighed. Why are you so nervous? Didn't you and Alice play chess on the same bed back then? But that's different. I didn't know Alice was the princess back then. Even when I found out before we parted ways, I was so sad about saying goodbye that I didn't even process it properly. Seeing Nero so calm, Yun asked tentatively, Nero, aren't you even a little nervous? Why would I be? This is just a trip to visit my little sister after a long time apart. If anyone should be nervous, it's Alice and her people, Nero replied confidently, placing a hand over her chest and smiling radiantly. Besides, as the Emperor of Rome and the living embodiment of Venus, I am always in a state of perfect, flawless grace. There's no need for panic. Her confidence shifted to a sly grin. Relax. We're going with Kazuma's team, too. Knowing them, they're bound to stir up some chaos. Even if you do something embarrassing, their antics will make you look tame in comparison. Nero, isn't that a little mean? Don't worry about it. At worst, it's just the guillotine. How is that not terrible? Instead of traveling with Kazuma's team, Nero and Yun arrived at the royal capital ahead of them via teleportation. The royal capital. It doesn't look like it's changed much since I left. It was Yun's first visit to the capital, but not Nero's. After all, when Nero had first arrived in this world, she had descended into this very city specifically, into Alice's room. Seeing Yun curiously taking in the surroundings, Nero asked, Want to explore a bit first? We don't have to rush to see Alice. Lady Nero. Approaching them was a familiar face, Rain, one of Alice's personal guards and a skilled mage. Rain gave a slight bow, her polite smile as warm and pleasant as ever. Her Highness asked me to greet Lady Nero and Miss Yun upon your arrival. Nero raised an eyebrow. Alice sent someone to wait for us at the teleportation array? How thoughtful. Then she frowned slightly. Where's Claire? Isn't she the one who's supposed to welcome me? Lady Claire isn't very thrilled about your visit, Lady Nero, Rain said, her smile becoming slightly strained. When Her Highness announced her intention to invite you to the capital, no one protested more strongly than Claire. She was adamant that you shouldn't meet Her Highness again. What a pity. I quite like girls like Claire, beautiful and spirited, but she seems to have taken a disliking to me, Nero remarked with a wistful tone. Like. For some reason, Yun's reaction to Nero's casual remark was unusually pronounced. Her face turned bright red as she stammered incoherently. Rain quickly regained her composure and gestured toward the castle. This way, please. Her Highness has been eagerly awaiting your arrival. As she turned to lead them, Rain hesitated, then glanced back over her shoulder. One more thing. Lady Claire might be in a bit of a foul mood. When you meet her and Her Highness. No, forget I said anything. Nero shrugged and walked forward, pausing when she noticed Yun still standing rooted in place. Yun, let's go. Oh, all right. Coming. Yun's behavior seemed off, like she was preoccupied with something. But everyone has their own worries, Nero thought, deciding not to press further. Alice's castle was the most prominent and iconic structure in the royal capital. Seeing its grandeur for the first time, Yun's jaw dropped, her mouth forming an O large enough to fit an egg. Ah quickly gave way to nervousness. Please don't be nervous, Miss Yun, Rain said gently, sensing her unease. You and Lady Nero are Her Highness's friends. Even here in the capital, she often speaks of you. If you appear anxious because of her status, it might upset her. Her tone was earnest, a clear indication of her genuine care for Alice. Friends. That's right. Her Highness treasures you both as friends and hopes you will treat her as such, just like you did in Axel. The word friends seemed to flip a switch in Yun. Her tension melted away, replaced by determination. Yes. Alice and I are friends. Relieved to see her encouragement take effect, Rain smiled and turned to Nero, who had been silent. Omu. To me, Alice has always been a younger sister in need of guidance. Status and titles mean nothing to me. No position, no matter how lofty, could ever surpass mine. Omu. You haven't changed a bit, Lady Nero, Rain said, chuckling softly. It's good to see your energy hasn't waned. Under Rain's guidance, the group entered the castle, greeted by rows of maids bowing in unison. Yun stiffened, clearly overwhelmed by the formal reception. She's not used to this kind of setting, Nero mused with a small smile. Chapter 309, I don't want to be a heroic spirit 309. Oh? Isn't this Lady Nero? Ah, I remember you. Lord Chaldea. Walking down the pristine white corridor toward Nero was a man clad in deep blue heavy armor, a massive sword radiating magical energy strapped to his waist. It was Chaldea Mitsurugi, one of the most renowned individuals from Japan who had crossed into this world and the wielder of the cursed sword Gram. Nero had met him during her previous time in the royal capital, where they had exchanged a few words. She had also heard that he visited Axel recently but had returned to the capital before they had a chance to meet again. As Nero acknowledged him, she became aware of another presence, a sharp, unrestrained glare filled with hostility. That blatant animosity came from none other than Claire, standing by Chaldea's side. Omu. Long time no see, Claire, Nero said, completely ignoring the hostility and flashing a bright, cheerful smile. Long time no see, Lady Nero, Claire replied stiffly, her frustration evident as though she had thrown a punch only for it to land on soft cotton. Beside Nero, Rain discreetly patted her chest in relief, while Yun remained uncharacteristically silent, focused on observing her surroundings rather than speaking. She understood her limits and didn't want to risk embarrassing herself or Nero. Less talk, more listening. Nero's gaze swept over Chaldea, and her lips curved into a small smile. Omu. Your aura feels much more refined than the last time we met. It seems you've grown significantly stronger. Very impressive. I've always admired those who strive to reach new heights. Well, it's not like we had a choice, Chaldea replied, scratching the back of his head with a sheepish smile. With Lady Nero constantly raising the bar, it's impossible to slack off. When news of your victories against 4 of the Demon King's generals reached the capital, everyone at the guild was in an uproar. But somehow... He paused, his expression turning reflective. It felt strangely believable, probably because it's you, Lady Nero. Omu. Naturally. I am extraordinary, after all. If you wish to admire and rely on me, I'd welcome it with open arms. You're quite the joker, Lady Nero, Chaldea said, waving her comment off with a chuckle. His demeanor then shifted to one of determination. But I refuse to stand idly by while one person shoulders the burden for everyone. That's the behavior of a coward, and I won't accept it. Watch closely, Lady Nero. We'll catch up to you soon. With 4 more generals and the Demon King himself remaining, we won't back down. Your actions have inspired everyone at the guild to sharpen their resolve. We're proud adventurers, after all. Seeing the resolve in his eyes, Nero's smile grew wider. Omu. That's the spirit, she said, her voice full of approval. Go forth and display your bravery. I'll be watching with great anticipation. Driven by curiosity, Nero then asked why Chaldea was in the castle. Recently, the Demon King's forces have been attacking the capital more frequently. I'm here as a representative of the Adventurers Guild to report the current situation to Lady Claire. No wonder Chaldea and Claire were together. And you, Lady Nero? Have you finally returned to support the capital's defense? And, who might this be? Omu. Why am I here? Alice invited me to celebrate my victories over 4 Demon King's generals. Incidentally, Sato Kazuma and Aqua received the same invitation. As for the one beside me, Nero suddenly wrapped an arm around Yunyan's shoulders, pulling her close. She turned to Chaldea and grinned. She's my trusted teammate, the Crimson Demon Archwizard, Yunyan. It was perfectly normal for girls to hug, but for some reason, Yunyan froze completely. Her eyes widened, her face flushed, and her body went stiff. The soft sensation pressing against her arm sent waves of joy surging through her chest. Oh! I remember now. I once invited you to join my party back in Axel. So you ended up joining Lady Nero's team, hey? Chaldea nodded as if a puzzle piece had clicked into place. At that moment, Rain stepped forward, her expression apologetic. Lady Nero, Lord Chaldea, I'm sorry to interrupt your conversation. Her Highness is still waiting for Lady Nero, so may I kindly ask you to proceed to meet her now? Omu, indeed. It wouldn't do to keep Alice waiting too long. Nero and Chaldea exchanged a glance. Well, you'd better hurry, then. I've got some matters to handle at the guild, and with the Demon King's forces attacking unpredictably, I need to prepare. See you around, Lady Nero. With that, Nero resumed following Rain toward Alice's location. Nero noticed they weren't heading directly to Alice's chambers. Of course, she thought. Officially, this is a formal banquet to honor the heroes who defeated the Demon King's generals. Going straight to the princess's private chambers would be scandalous. Not that Claire would ever allow it, even though Nero had visited Alice's room plenty of times before. We're here, Rain said, pulling Nero from her thoughts. They had arrived at the end of the corridor, where an ornate door adorned with intricate floral carvings stood. Maids stationed on either side of the door opened it as Nero stepped forward. The moment Nero entered, she was bathed in golden light as a radiant figure came into view. Sister! The soft, affectionate voice brimmed with longing. Like a bird returning to its nest, Alice, dressed in a gown as white as angelic wings, threw herself into Nero's arms. The sunlight streaming into the room seemed to bless their reunion. Alice's delicate arms encircled Nero's slender waist as she buried her face in Nero's shoulder, inhaling the faint, familiar scent she had missed so much. A profound sense of comfort filled her chest, a feeling only this person could evoke. In Nero's presence, Alice let down all her guards, openly expressing the emotions she had kept buried. I missed you. Chapter 310, I don't want to be a heroic spirit 310. Nero was taken aback. Alice had hugged her so boldly that she couldn't help but think, if Claire were here, she'd definitely lose her mind. After their heartfelt embrace, Alice took Nero's hand and led her to a seat, her cheeks still tinted with a faint blush. With practiced ease, Alice pulled Nero into the seat closest to her own. What about Rain? Isn't her position supposed to be the one closest to Alice? When Nero turned to Rain for an explanation, the mage replied with a calm smile, this meal is to honor Her Highness and the valiant heroes being commended. As members of her personal guard, Lady Claire and I are not to take seats at the table but to stand by Her Highness's side. Yun, come sit with us too, Alice called out warmly. As one of Nero's teammates, Yun's assigned seat was naturally among those closest to Alice. At the long rectangular table, Alice, as the highest-ranking person, sat at the head. Nero and Yun occupied the seats nearest to her. Rain, ever composed, remained standing respectfully beside Alice. I've been keeping track of your deeds since returning to the capital, sister. I always knew someone as strong as you could defeat the Demon King's generals, but to take down half of them in such a short time? That's truly remarkable. Omu. Naturally it's me, after all. Nero crossed her arms, exuding boundless confidence. However, the credit isn't mine alone. Yunyun, Megaman, and the others all played crucial roles. That slime's immunity to physical attacks and massive size would have been a challenge even for me. Yes, I've heard about it. From the final blow delivered to the poisonous slime Hans by the High Priest Aqua, to the combined magic of Yunyun and Megaman that defeated the Chimera Sylvia. Their contributions, as well as those of Lalatina and Kazuma, were indispensable in those battles. Nero nodded at Alice's assessment. She had to admit that Hans, the poisonous slime, was a poor match for her. Hans's mountainous size and immunity to all physical attacks left her with few options to deal significant damage. As in the original story, Aqua absorbed the prayers of all Axis cultists and obliterated Hans with a single punch. Sylvia was another tough opponent. Though Nero initially cut her down with ease, Sylvia later returned after fusing with the remnants of both Beldia and Hans. With her enhanced abilities, immunity to physical attacks, and a shield that negated magical damage, Sylvia had become virtually invincible. In the original timeline, Kazuma had used his charm to bait Sylvia into absorbing him, exploiting the fusion to act as her weak point. This allowed Yunyun and Megaman, armed with the collective mana of the Crimson Demons, to obliterate Sylvia and Kazuma together. But with Nero in the picture, Kazuma's life wasn't on the line. Nero's noble phantasm, Regalia of the Maiden's Song, was key. This anti-unit ability unleashed a devastating defense-ignoring attack, breaking Sylvia's magical shield. Yunyun and Megaman followed up with their most powerful light sword and explosion magic to finish the job. As Nero recounted these battles, Alice hung on her every word, her excitement evident. Noticing Alice's eager expression, Nero smirked. Omu. Since Kazuma and his party haven't arrived yet and there's still time before the meal begins, why don't I tell you more about my and Yunyun's adventures? Yes, please. I'd love to hear them. Rain, observing the scene from Alice's side, couldn't help but smile at the princess's enthusiasm. When Claire entered the room, she was met with the sight of Nero animatedly narrating her tales, while Alice listened intently, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Though Claire furrowed her brow in mild irritation, she wisely refrained from saying anything. Instead, she quietly took her place beside Alice, mirroring Rain's stance. A short while later, Kazuma's team finally arrived. Though the doors remained closed, Nero's enhanced hearing picked up Darkness's voice from outside. Listen carefully. When we meet Princess Alice, all you need to do is eat quietly and not cause any trouble. This isn't a casual gathering, any mistake here could cost us our heads. Darkness giving this warning is like trying to keep a reckless puppy from misbehaving, Nero thought, suppressing a laugh. The doors opened, and Nero's eyes brightened at the sight of the arriving group. First was Darkness. Gone was her usual armor, replaced by an elegant white gown. Her long golden hair was neatly braided and draped over her right shoulder, giving her an air of refined maturity. Next was Megaman, who wore a striking black gown that contrasted beautifully with her fair skin. The off-shoulder design left much of her skin exposed, giving her a surprisingly sophisticated look. And then there was Aqua. Despite being the most radiant of them all in her pristine white gown, she could only maintain her divine, goddess-like aura until she opened her mouth. The moment she spoke, that sacred image would undoubtedly shatter. Darkness, exuding the dignity of a noble, approached Alice and performed a deep bow. Thank you for your patience, Princess Alice. Dustiness Ford Lalatina, along with her adventurer companions, greets you humbly. Her impeccable manners left nothing to criticize an uncharacteristic departure from her usual behavior. However, Iris. Isn't that Iris? What is Iris doing here? Behind Darkness, Kazuma, Megaman, and Aqua openly gawked at Alice with wide-eyed shock. You insolent commoners! Claire's patience finally snapped. She stepped forward, her hand already on the hilt of her sword. To shout so brazenly in her highness's presence, and to look directly at her with such disrespectful eyes. How dare you? Even for crude adventurers, this is beyond unacceptable. Chapter 311, I don't want to be a heroic spirit. 311. Humph. Standing before you is none other than the princess of this nation and my adventure companion Beltzerg Stylishu Sword Alice. Under the gazes of Kazuma and the others, Nero proudly revealed Alice's true name. Realizing the situation, Kazuma scratched his head and said, "So, Iris is just a fake name Alice uses during her adventures. Who gave you permission to address Princess Alice by her name directly? At least add your highness, or better yet, just call her princess." Sword. I'm about to get slashed. Alice had occasionally interacted with Kazuma's party during her adventures in Axel, so being recognized was no surprise. But you didn't mention Alice's identity before coming here. Nero gave Darkness a peculiar look. Exactly. Why didn't you tell me? Do you know how much I was looking forward to meeting the princess? Breaking free from Claire's hold, Kazuma immediately jumped in front of Darkness, furiously tugging on her braid. I plan to leave a perfect and dashing first impression on the princess. I even went to the trouble of picking out this classy outfit so I could recount my heroic adventures to her. That way, she'd be so impressed she'd ask me to join her royal guard or something, and I'd move to the capital for a meteoric rise to glory. You idiot! How delusional can you get? And why does everyone insist on yanking my braid? At least consider the time and place for this nonsense. Save it for when we're somewhere private. Darkness attempted to strangle Kazuma, who retaliated by clinging stubbornly to her braid. Meanwhile, Megumin turned to Yunyun. Hey, Yunyun, don't tell me you knew about this too. Well. Aha! I knew it. You big-chested simpleton. I thought you were just an airhead, but your inner wickedness matches your outward appearance. You didn't tell me on purpose, just so you could watch me embarrass myself in front of the princess, didn't you? No. That's not it. I swear. And calling me an airhead is too much. It's not like I asked to be this, endowed. My shoulders hurt every day, it's uncomfortable to sleep, and I constantly worry about sagging. Do you know how hard it is for me? You traitor! From this moment on, I officially declare you my mortal enemy. Someone like you deserves to be tied to a cross and burned at the stake. The spacious, elegantly designed banquet hall, which struck the perfect balance between grandeur and refinement, became chaotic with the arrival of Kazuma's group. Alice raised her hand, letting out a clear, bell-like laugh. Her eyes curved into crescent moons, as radiant as a clear night sky. As for Aqua, the queen of antics herself, she was lying on the floor, engrossed in something. Done. To Nero's surprise, Aqua had created a highly detailed sand painting in such a short time. The sand painting was remarkably lifelike, rivaling a photograph in accuracy. As a token of friendship, please accept this. I even made sure to include the stray hair sticking up on your head that you forgot to smooth out. Nero turned to look and saw that Alice indeed had a strand of hair sticking up. Flustered by Aqua's remark, Alice's face turned bright red as she tried to pat the stray hair down. However, despite her efforts, the stubborn strand stood resolute, showcasing an impressive degree of persistence. Then Alice noticed Nero staring at her. Her cheeks grew even redder as she looked away shyly. Wait, isn't the stray hair supposed to be left intentionally as a charm point? Nero had assumed Alice's ahog was part of her hairstyle, akin to a crown for the ahog king. Alice carefully cradled Aqua's sand painting, her eyes sparkling like gemstones. Was she really that delighted? Now that I think about it, should I prepare a gift for Alice as well? The thought, which first occurred to Nero when Aqua presented her sand painting, lingered persistently. Nero's party and Kazuma's group were permitted to stay temporarily in the capital within the castle, no less. Apparently, this was due to Alice's repeated requests. Claire had wanted them to stay elsewhere, deeming it more appropriate, but for some reason, she refrained from overruling Alice's decision. Since returning from Axel, Princess Alice has become, how should I put this, a bit more assertive? She's started making decisions independently in many situations, Rain explained to Nero. That's wonderful news. Yes, it truly is. Princess Alice has grown a lot. Rain couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Following Rain's lead, Nero arrived at a room. Wait, isn't this the room I stayed in when I lived in the castle before? Nero, this will be your room for the duration of your stay. We've kept it exactly as you left it, per Princess Alice's request. Does Alice really think I'll return here one day? Was it necessary to go this far? Before entering the room, Nero glanced at Rain. Hey, Rain, I have a question. You wish to know the locations of Union's and Princess Alice's rooms, correct? I already know where Alice's room is, assuming it hasn't changed since I left. Nero had often entered Alice's room unannounced in the past. Though Claire had vehemently opposed it, Alice herself welcomed Nero's visits, eager to hear thrilling tales of adventure. So, just tell me where Union's room is, and Megumin's too, if possible. After parting ways with Rain, Nero entered the room prepared for her. It was exactly as she had left it. What kind of gift would be best for Alice? The idea of giving Alice a present had been brewing ever since Aqua presented her sand painting. However, Nero was still undecided. Alice is 12 years old. What kind of gift suits a child her age? 5 years of exam papers and 3 years of mock tests? Chapter 312, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 312. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle knocking came from the door before it creaked open slightly. Alice shyly poked her head through the gap. Nero, nay, may I come in? Of course. With Nero's permission, Alice happily stepped inside and immediately threw her arms around Nero. Alice's longing for Nero hadn't faded during their time apart. Instead, it had grown stronger, like a fine wine becoming richer with time. Hee, it smells like Nero, nay, Alice murmured, rubbing her face against Nero's cheek affectionately. Like a kitten seeking attention, Alice snuggled against Nero, a side of her she only showed when they were alone together. During dinner earlier, Alice had mostly listened to Kazuma and his party's adventure stories. She knew that once the meal was over, she could come find Nero to hear more stories from her. Nero, nay, you still haven't finished the story you were telling me earlier. All right. Come sit here, and I'll continue. Now, where did I leave off? Unable to resist Alice's eagerness, Nero gave her a doting smile and resumed the tale. A short while later, another knock came from the door. This time, Union's voice called from the other side. Nero, nay, may I come in? Union, like Alice, had a shy and reserved personality. Nero, nay. For some reason, when Alice heard Union address Nero that way, she turned to glare at Nero, her brows furrowed. From Alice's gaze, Nero caught a hint of displeasure. What's there to be upset about? Did someone offend Alice? Before Nero could delve further into the thought, Alice slid off the bed and opened the door to let Union in. When Union saw Alice standing there, she looked surprised. Alice? What are you doing here? Before Union could finish her sentence, she seemed to piece together the situation. Her eyes darted between Alice and Nero on the bed. Am I interrupting something? Not at all. You're just in time, Alice said warmly, taking Union's hand and leading her into the room. Together, they sat in front of Nero. Nero was just telling me about your adventure in the city of water and hot springs, Alice explained. I heard that's the headquarters of the Axis cult, famous for its miraculous healing hot springs. From what I've gathered, you encountered one of the Demon King's generals there, a certain venomous slime named Hans. It must have been a tough battle, right? Tough? Not exactly. Although Hans had been difficult to deal with due to his resistance to physical attacks, Nero had been more than capable of subduing him. In Nero's opinion, the hardest part wasn't fighting Hans but dealing with the fanatical Axis cultists. When she went to buy an apple, the shopkeeper would shout, "We're running a promotion. Just sign this form to become a member of the Axis cult, and all the fruit in the shop is yours for free." If she helped an elderly woman who had fallen, the old lady would cling to her arm and say, "Young people like you are so rare these days. I swear by the name of the goddess, I'll repay you. Just write your name and address on this Axis cult membership application. Be sure to fill out the name field, it's crucial for my family to thank you later." Even a thug with a scarred face stopped her in the streets, growling, "I'm the most evil criminal in this town. But the only people I don't mess with are Axis cult members. If you want to avoid trouble, join the Axis cult now. Don't have a form? No problem, I've got spares." That thug ended up getting knocked out by Nero and sent to jail. The experience reminded Nero of her days ruling an empire. Back then, she had orchestrated mass purges of Christians, using their persecution to divert her people's frustrations. This was why the church branded her as an enemy of the faith, equating her to the beast of 666 or the whore of Babylon. But her plan failed spectacularly. Instead of unifying her people, her brutal actions only deepened their resentment and fear of her. Frankly, during her time in Arcanretia, Nero had been tempted to recreate her infamous punishments, crucifixions, feeding dissenters to wild beasts, or using them as human torches. "Yes, Nerone was incredible," Yun said earnestly. "That was the first time I'd ever seen one of the Demon King's generals up close. It was terrifying, you couldn't help but wonder if such a creature was even beatable. When Hans revealed his true form, I had no idea what to do." Yun was referring to the venomous slime Hans, whose mountain-sized body and immunity to physical attacks were overwhelmingly intimidating at first glance. "The most annoying part was Kazuma and Aqua," Nero grumbled. "They kept shouting, 'We can't win. Let's run for it while we still can.' If they were my subordinates, I'd have them executed for disrupting morale." "Haha. That does sound like something Kazuma and Aqua would do," Alice said, laughing with a bell-like charm. She didn't seem to find their behavior problematic, only amusing. Still, when Hans threatened the residents and hot springs of Arcanretia, Aqua had surprisingly stepped up. It seemed she had at least a shred of responsibility as a goddess. But in the end, Nerone was the most amazing one. Alice declared. I think so too," Yun chimed in enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling like gems. Standing at the front, facing down that terrifying general, Nerone was like the brightest star in the night sky. Just watching her gave us courage. Even now, thinking back on it fills me with awe. As long as I'm by Nerone's side, I feel like I can be brave too. I feel the same. Nerone makes me feel so safe. With her around, nothing in this world feels scary." Alice and Yun seemed to connect on the same wavelength, chatting excitedly as if no one else were in the room. Meanwhile, Nero, the topic of their discussion, found herself oddly sidelined. So, am I popular or not?" Nero furrowed her brow, genuinely puzzled. Chapter 313, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit. 313. "Hey, Alice, that necklace around your neck, what exactly is it?" Nero knew it wasn't polite to interrupt someone, but she couldn't help herself. Alice's necklace was clearly no ordinary trinket. She could feel a strong magical power emanating from it. This wasn't just a magic item, it was something much more. The aura reminded Nero of the cursed sword Gram, the magical weapon wielded by Eugenhaya. "This? It's a necklace that was presented to my brother by a noble," Alice said softly, placing her hand over the necklace. "Since my brother is away on a campaign, I've been tasked with safeguarding it on behalf of the royal family." A gift from a noble? That's odd. Judging by the overwhelming magical power, this necklace was likely an artifact, akin to Gram. Artifacts in this world were usually cheat tools granted to transmigrators by the gods, powerful aids for their survival. Each artifact had a unique ability, and some were so troublesome even Nero found them challenging to deal with. A noble presented a magic item. Yunyun's curiosity was piqued as she stared at the necklace. I can feel an incredible amount of magic coming from it. It's far beyond what a normal magic item can hold. Could it be an artifact? Where did that noble even find something like this? The Crimson Demons were renowned for their skill in crafting magic tools. Wiz had once mentioned that most of her shop's inventory came from the Crimson Demon village. Yunyun's discerning eye quickly recognized the necklace for what it was, an artifact. Alice herself already had artifacts, her holy sword and its scabbard. The sword boasted immense offensive power, while the scabbard could nullify curses and negative effects while providing healing. They were like weaker versions of Artoria's Excalibur and Avalon. Though the necklace should have been an artifact, its plain and simple design seemed oddly unremarkable. If not for the immense magic radiating from it, it would have looked like an ordinary accessory you could find on any street corner. Alice, what does this magic item do? Yunyun asked curiously. Well, to be honest, we haven't figured it out yet, Alice admitted. It's said that its power can be activated by reciting specific keywords. There's an inscription on it that appears to be the key, but even the scholars in the royal city couldn't decipher it. Alice flipped the necklace over to reveal the engraved text to Nero and Yunyun. Wait, is this written in Japanese? So it's another artifact from one of those Japanese transmigrators. As a servant, Nero could read Japanese, so she instinctively read the inscription aloud. What's yours is mine, and what's mine is yours. Let's become one. Hey? Wait a second. Nero suddenly remembered something. She'd seen a plot like this before. Though the anime adaptation of Konosuba hadn't reached this point when she last watched it, she recalled a fanfiction she'd read where an artifact capable of swapping bodies made an appearance. In that story, the artifact's power had been nullified by the protagonist's intervention, so Nero hadn't paid much attention to it at the time. Wait, is it just me, or is that necklace glowing? This phenomenon, is it the artifact activating? A blinding white light erupted from the necklace, enveloping everyone on the bed. That's strange. It doesn't seem like anything happened, Yunyun remarked with a puzzled tone. As soon as I saw that inscription, I had a bad feeling about this. Truly worthy of being called an artifact. Even I'm not sure how to describe such an absurd effect. At those words, Yunyun froze. That tone, it was unmistakably Nero's. But the person speaking was clearly Alice. And then, the girl beside her who looked like Nero timidly whispered, Nero-ne. Yunyun was utterly dumbfounded. My shoulders feel so much lighter all of a sudden. It's a bit strange. Standing barefoot on the bed, Alice stretched her arms and marveled at her new body. But the power contained in this body far exceeds my expectations. Perhaps I could even take on a dragon without needing the holy sword. Having experienced multiple changes of form and spirit origins, Nero quickly adapted to the body swap. She even had the composure to test the capabilities of Alice's body. So this is Nero-ne's body? I'm inside Nero-ne's body. The girl inside Nero's body was ecstatic, hopping up and down on the bed and occasionally making childlike, innocent expressions with Nero's face. In contrast, the girl inside Alice's body carried herself with an air of maturity. The stark difference between their behaviors made the situation all the more jarring. The person feeling the most conflicted, however, was Yunyun, the hapless observer. So, Nero-ne and Alice have swapped bodies. That seems to be the case. Crossing her arms over her chest, though the flatness was a sudden adjustment for her, Nero frowned in contemplation. An artifact that swaps bodies. Why does such a thing even exist? What kind of twisted mind came up with this? Was it some hideous goblin-like creature hoping to trade for a more handsome face? If that's the case, wouldn't a straightforward artifact to enhance their looks be more efficient? Or maybe they just wanted to change genders. Alice murmured to herself in Nero's voice. No, wait, aren't artifacts supposed to help transmigrators defeat the Demon King? I fail to see how something like this could possibly aid in that endeavor. Swap bodies with the Demon King, perhaps? That doesn't seem likely. Body-swapping artifacts feel more like the stuff of niche doujinshi plots than serious storytelling. Nirone. MHM. It's nothing. Just something that caught my attention. Looking down at the pristine white dress she now wore and the cascade of golden hair that framed her face, Nero idly twirled a strand around her finger. It was soft and silky, almost like satin. Come to think of it, while Alice's appearance was a bit youthful, she was undeniably a stunning beauty. If a goddess of beauty truly existed, she probably wouldn't look much different from this. Men often have two dreams, to have a beautiful girl by their side or to become one themselves. In the past, Nero might have been thrilled beyond measure to experience such a situation. But now, she felt nothing. Ah, the power of acclamation truly is a terrifying thing. T/N, OOP. Chapter 314, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 314. Hey, Alice. Alice raised her head to look at Nero. Though, phrasing it that way felt oddly confusing. Who was the noble who gave you this necklace? From what Nero could vaguely recall, the noble who handed this artifact to the royal family likely had sinister intentions, planning to swap bodies with the prince, become one of the most powerful figures in the kingdom, and regain their youth in the process. Why are you asking, Nirone? Nero tilted her head in an adorable gesture before answering, I think the one who gave us this necklace was, wait, that's strange. I can't remember. An unexpected development. No matter how hard Alice tried to recall, she couldn't remember which noble had delivered the necklace. Something was definitely off. Forgetting only the identity of the noble responsible for presenting the necklace? It was suspicious, to say the least. Isn't this too strange? Maybe we should just throw this thing away. No, something this dangerous should be destroyed outright, Alice declared, reaching for the necklace hanging around her neck. No, you can't, Nirone. Nero quickly reached out to stop Alice, explaining anxiously, this was entrusted to my brother. Since he isn't here, we can't just handle it however we please. What's the point of keeping such a cursed object? Besides, the noble who offered it must have had ulterior motives, something dark and despicable. They're probably like a parasite, draining life from others without contributing anything of their own. My empire could tolerate arrogant lions and bloodthirsty wolves, but parasites that survive by feeding off a nation's lifeblood? Those are absolutely unacceptable. Even without knowing the culprit's identity, Alice couldn't help but sneer at them. After all, Nero had never been particularly fond of nobles as a class. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. The sound drew the attention of Union and the others, followed by a familiar voice from outside. Lady Nero, I thought I heard Princess Alice's voice just now. Is Her Highness in your room again? Judging by the tone, it was Claire. Ah, great, this was going to be a headache. Nero and Alice exchanged nervous glances. Sure enough, the one in Nero's body, Alice was visibly on edge. MHM. Claire, is that you? I was just listening to Nirone's stories about her adventures in Arcanretia and the Crimson Demon Village. So many exciting things happened, I almost wish I'd been there myself. Is something the matter, Claire? Something about Your Highness feels slightly different, Claire said thoughtfully. But I apologize for interrupting. It's time for your lesson. Today's class is swordsmanship. Once the lesson is over, you can come back and listen to Lady Nero's stories. After all, she and Miss Union will be staying in the castle all day. Swordsmanship lessons, hey? The word felt oddly unfamiliar to Nero, for some reason. Alice, do you have classes today? Alice looked puzzled at Nero, who nodded in response. Why yes, I was just planning to visit you before class started. Is it time already? So what now? You probably can't attend class like this, can you? They could either confess the situation to Claire. Or, I'll take your place, Alice offered after a brief moment of thought. It's fine. Skipping one class won't cause the sky to fall or the kingdom to collapse, she said with a soft smile, easing Nero's tension. Being overly rule-abiding has its downsides, you know. Running a little late or forgetting an assignment doesn't mean the world is ending. But if you live too rigidly, life becomes unnecessarily stressful. Why don't you take this chance to go out and have some fun with Union? It's been a while since you've had a proper break, hasn't it? Hearing this, Nero's eyes lit up. Isn't that a bit irresponsible? Ah, I almost forgot you're as much of a rule follower as she is, Union. Alice turned to the flustered Union and said matter-of-factly, if you ask me, one of the reasons you struggle to make friends is because you're too well-behaved. Yet. Union was shocked. She had never considered that being well-behaved could be seen as a flaw. Being well-behaved isn't wrong, Alice continued, as if hearing Union's thoughts. Your mistake lies in being different. Humanity is notorious for rejecting what's different. Even the slightest divergence will be exaggerated, leading to exclusion, belittlement, and ridicule. It's how they create a false sense of superiority. When everyone else is grey, the one who stands out as pure white is seen not as unique, but as wrong. Princess Alice. Claire's voice came again, urging from outside the door. That's settled, then. I'll attend class in Alice's place, and Alice can go explore the castle with Union. You two may have played together in Axel, but this is your first time doing so in the royal capital, right? Enjoy it. Opportunities like this don't come often. Alice smiled as she continued, this will be my first time standing in for someone in a lesson. I must admit, I'm a little excited. If you say so, Nero mumbled, clutching the hem of her dress. But, Nero, nay, don't do anything weird with my body, okay? Alice dismissed the concern with a wave. Both of them were girls. What weird things could she possibly do? What's wrong, Claire? Your gaze feels a bit unusual, Alice asked as she walked through the castle's hallways with Claire. The knights and servants they passed all bowed respectfully. Alice responded gracefully, nodding to each one in turn. It's just that, how should I put this? Her Highness seems to have changed a little, Claire said earnestly, her cheeks tinged with pink as she watched the serene smile on Alice's face, a smile that exuded confidence and composure. Her Highness feels even more dazzling now. Alice nodded, clearly pleased by the compliment, and gave a radiant smile. Isn't that a good thing? Chapter 315, I don't want to be a heroic spirit. 315. Princess Alice, you seem to be in a rather good mood. Of course. After all, I get to see Nerone and Union again. And Kazuma Sato and Aqua are so amusing. It's surprising to see someone as composed and reliable as Lalatina looking so flustered in front of everyone. Indeed. Who would have thought that Sir Dustiness would show such a girlish side? It seems she's found herself quite an interesting party. The act was going well, perhaps a little too well. Even Claire, Alice's personal guard, only sensed something slightly off. Yet, she hadn't grown suspicious. Nero, filling in for Alice, had intended to act perfectly to avoid embarrassing her. Ironically, this effort was too flawless, making Claire more puzzled than reassured. Perhaps this was a case of trying a little too hard? Then there was another issue. Princess Alice, I understand that you hold Nero in great admiration, perhaps even reverence. She's a powerful warrior who's defeated 4 of the Demon King's generals. I've overheard people speculate that she could one day become the hero who defeats the Demon King. Even here in the royal capital, many admire her. Claire's tone grew complex, as though she were holding something back. It's admirable to emulate such a figure. Even I can find no fault in it. But, Your Highness, could you please not mimic Nero's catchphrases? Claire's suggestion was entirely reasonable. However, this was a bit of a tall order. Not even Nero herself had anticipated that her trademark would persist, even after switching bodies. What a strange phenomenon! As Alice raised her hand, her fingers brushed against the necklace on her neck. This accursed thing had caused the current mess. As expected of an artifact, her magic resistance skill had proven useless against it. She'd initially planned to destroy it outright but was stopped by Alice, and then Claire had interrupted them. Speaking of which, Claire, do you recall who presented this necklace to my brother? Alice looked at Claire. Previously, Nero hadn't been able to answer this question, so it lingered in her mind. Now she posed it again to Claire. Why do you ask, Princess Alice? Claire paused, then frowned. The one who presented the necklace was, wait, that's odd. Claire's expression mirrored the confusion Nero had shown earlier. But Alice was unsurprised by this. As expected, something was seriously wrong. Think about it, this suspicious artifact had been presented to the royal family, yet no one questioned it. It had been passed to Alice without hesitation, and she wore it without a second thought. I'm sorry, Princess Alice. Allow me to investigate further. There should be records of any magic tools presented to the royal family. I'll leave that to you, Claire. While she said this, Alice didn't hold much hope. It felt as though an invisible hand had orchestrated everything, erasing abnormalities from people's awareness. This wasn't just large-scale mental manipulation. It felt deeper, like the strings of fate itself had been plucked to rewrite reality. This wasn't magic, it belonged to the realm of concepts and authorities. Such powers were divine in nature. To think this incident might involve gods, or perhaps even a great demon. Princess Alice. Claire's voice brought Alice back to the present. She looked up and met her guard's concerned gaze. Ah, Claire. Sorry, I was lost in thought for a moment. Did you say something? Massaging her temples to ease her tension, Alice tried to refocus. It's about the neighboring country, Elrode, and Your Highness's fiancé. What did you just say? Alice's expression turned incredulous, as if asking, what nonsense are you spouting? What's the matter, Princess Alice? We've spoken about this before. Elrode has suddenly refused to provide financial support, and their attitude has been especially firm. You mentioned wanting to visit personally to discuss the matter. One reason for inviting Lady Nero and Miss Union here was to ensure your safety during the trip. This is the first I'm hearing of this. No, wait. That is important, considering how wars devour money, resources, and manpower like insatiable beasts. But, I seem to have heard something even more pressing just now. With her expression turning serious and her presence radiating authority, Alice demanded, Fiancé. Tell me everything. Her desire to know about this so-called fiancé overshadowed any concern about revealing her identity. Princess Alice. Claire's mental gears spun at full speed, taking about 3 seconds before she cautiously ventured, wait. Are you Lady Nero? Set aside who I am for now. Taking 2 steps forward, Alice grabbed Claire's collar and pulled her down to eye level. Explain this fiancé. Alice is only 12 years old. Where did this fiancé come from? The kingdom Nero currently resided in, Part-6, was the most militarily powerful among all nations. It was also the closest to the Demon King's castle. Because of its location, Part-6 had been in constant war with the Demon King's army. If its defenses were breached, the other, weaker nations would stand no chance. Thus, while other countries lacked strong armies, they provided financial support to Beltserg, understanding the principle of mutual survival. Elrode, a neighboring kingdom renowned as a gambling nation, was one such ally. Its economy thrived on its gambling industry, earning it the nickname "a country with nothing but money." For years, Beltserg and Elrode maintained a mutually beneficial relationship. Elrode provided financial support, while Beltserg offered military assistance, fostering a "you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours" dynamic. But recently, Elrode abruptly announced it would cease financial support to Beltserg. Their excuse? The treasury is empty, and the budget is tight. A feeble, unconvincing explanation. As for Alice's fiancé, he was none other than Elrode's crown prince and current ruler. T/N, I forgot about the UMU's I am a failure AE. Chapter 316, I don't want to be a heroic spirit. 316. So, in simpler terms, this is just a political marriage, isn't it? Thanks to Claire's detailed explanation, Alice had pieced together the situation and promptly offered this blunt assessment. If it were merely a political marriage, I suppose it wouldn't be the end of the world. There are cases where such arrangements turn out happy, after all. But Alice hasn't even met this prince, has she? Has her brother or father completely lost their minds, throwing away Alice's future and happiness so easily? Exactly. What were His Majesty the King and the Crown Prince thinking? That so-called first prince of Elrode is nothing but a spoiled brat, pampered since birth. His combat skills are pitiful, and his looks don't hold a candle to the beauty, grace, and charm of Princess Alice. How could they expect her to find happiness with someone like that? Claire was livid, to the point of openly criticizing the royal family. Her disdain for Elrode's first prince had been evident during her earlier explanation, where personal bias had heavily colored her words. If anyone else had overheard, Claire might have found herself in serious trouble. Nero. Don't you agree? Claire asked Alice passionately. You think Princess Alice shouldn't marry someone like that brat either, right? Instead of answering immediately, Alice silently rose from her seat. Claire, the king and prince are at the front lines, fighting the Demon King's army at the fortress, correct? That's right. Wait, Nero, where are you going? Claire called after her, confusion etched across her face as she watched Alice's back. Isn't it obvious? I'm going to give those two fools who traded away Alice's happiness for national support a surprise. Perhaps something like locking them up and playing a divine symphony I personally composed on surround sound for 3 days straight. No, you can't. Nero, please don't do that. Claire's face turned pale, as if haunted by a traumatic memory. While she had no idea what surround sound was, the mere mention of Nero singing seemed to awaken long-buried horrors in her mind. Grabbing Alice around the waist, Claire desperately tried to stop her. His Majesty is the backbone of this kingdom. We can't afford to lose him. The prince is our future king, he's important too. If you really have to act, then maybe, just get rid of Elrode's first prince instead. How rude. I wasn't planning to get rid of anyone. Alice retorted indignantly. I only wanted to sing for them. Listening to your singing might as well be a death sentence. At least that would be over quickly. Claire shuddered at the thought, her imagination painting a vivid, grisly picture. A political marriage. What a familiar, yet deeply bittersweet concept, Alice muttered with a distant expression. All it takes is one person sacrificing their future and happiness to secure benefits for a nation, provide welfare for its people, and achieve peace. From a rational perspective, it's an entirely logical trade, one life for countless others. When you weigh an individual against an entire kingdom on the scales, the answer is clear. Political marriages were nothing new to Nero. To secure Nero's rise to the throne, her mother, Agrippina the Younger, had committed numerous heinous acts. Agrippina had poisoned her second husband, then married her uncle, Emperor Claudius, to become empress. She consolidated Nero's power by manipulating Claudius into naming her as his heir while eliminating rival successors. To further strengthen Nero's position, Agrippina arranged for her to marry Claudius's daughter, Nero's own stepsister, Octavia. Octavia was Nero's wife, but Nero felt no love for her. However, she could do nothing, as she was fully aware of her role as a pawn in her mother's schemes. In the theater of power, Nero had been nothing more than a marionette. Strings bound every part of her being, dictating her every action. Her selfhood was unnecessary, even unwanted. Agrippina held the strings, directing Nero's every move for her own benefit, the sole audience of a grim performance. Behind the curtain lay a mountain of corpses, their stench and dried blood seeped into the floorboards. It wasn't until Nero used her mother's own methods, poison, to assassinate her that she finally cut her strings. She shed her identity as a puppet, a pawn, and without hesitation, burned the rotting theater of death to the ground, her mother's corpse included. "I seem to have recalled some unpleasant memories," Alice muttered, snapping back to reality. Even though she currently inhabited Alice's body, a dull ache throbbed in her head, as if the memories were physically weighing her down. Reflexively, she attempted to lift her hand to massage her temple, as she used to do when plagued by headaches. While it wasn't effective, it had always been somewhat comforting. But this time, her hand didn't move. "Claire. Is something the matter, Nero? Don't you think you've been holding on to me for a little too long?" Have I?" Claire began feigning innocence, but her arms betrayed her, still tightly wrapped around Alice's waist. "Not to be rude, but while I know Nero is inside, this body undeniably belongs to Princess Alice. From her scent, to her soft skin, to the perfect proportions of every part of her." Claire's voice trailed off as her cheeks flushed, and she let out an awkward, sharp exhale. I apologize. I may have gotten carried away. To be honest, moments like this exist only in my wildest dreams. If this were the real Princess Alice, she'd have punched me into next week the moment I grabbed her. If that's what you're hoping for, I can grant your wish right now." Alice shot back, her gaze sharp enough to pierce through any excuses Claire might have had. Chapter 317, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit. 317:30 PS. "So this necklace swaps bodies, hey?" Claire sat on a chair with an unusually serious expression, listening intently as Alice explained the situation. Despite the dark circles under her eyes, her composure didn't waver. "Ugh! If only I were the one who swapped bodies with Princess Alice." With that muttered lament, her image as a dutiful knight shattered completely. Claire's thoughts were so transparent that Alice didn't even bother to call her out. "Omu. Which is why I want you to investigate which noble sent such a dangerous object." Alice held up the necklace, throwing Claire a look of disdain. "Although, I wasn't exactly expecting much from you to begin with." Gah! Claire's frustration was evident, but she couldn't refute Alice's biting words. What made it worse was a certain other reaction she couldn't ignore. Even a disdainful Princess Alice is so adorable. What's wrong with me? Even knowing it's actually Nero inside, the way she looks at me with those scornful eyes, this intoxicating mix of excitement and heartbreak. I think I might be addicted. Claire's body fidgeted as her breathing grew heavier. These thoughts, thankfully, were Claire's own. Alice couldn't hear them, but she could certainly see Claire's awkward squirming. The sight immediately reminded her of darkness. At that moment, Alice's consciousness grew hazy. "Hey, miss. Want to buy an apple? Fresh and lively apples, right here." When Nero opened her eyes again, she found herself standing in front of a fruit shop. If not for the shopkeeper describing his apples as lively, she might have thought she had suddenly wandered into ReZero. "Omu. So. I'm back now." The familiar weight on her shoulders confirmed it. It seemed the swap had timed out, and their bodies had returned to normal. What a shame. I was hoping to use Alice's body to give Claire a good thrashing during her swordsmanship lesson, but then I got distracted by all that shocking news and blew my cover. By now, Alice should have returned to her own body and was likely still with Claire. At that moment, Nero spotted Yunyun walking out of the fruit shop. Omu. Yunyun, I thought you'd taken Alice somewhere fun. But here you are, picking out fruit. Hey? Nero-ne? You've switched back. Yunyun blinked, surprised, then explained, Alice suddenly wanted to learn how to haggle, so I brought her here. Where is she now? She should be with Claire. I was talking to Claire before the swap ended. I see. I was hoping to spend more time with Alice, though. Indeed, the time they had to explore in swapped bodies was too short. They hadn't even done anything significant before switching back. If Nero had followed through on her initial plan to attend Alice's lesson, the swap would have ended just as class started. By the way, what fruit did you buy? Nero asked curiously. I got apples, bananas, and pears. Most of them were for Alice, but before we could eat them, she swapped back and left. Well, no helping it. Pack them up and bring them to her later. As Nero inspected Yunyun's basket, a thought crossed her mind. Hey! I don't see any grapes. Do they not sell them here? Gee, grapes? What are you talking about, Nero-ne? Yunyun's shocked expression puzzled Nero. Nero-ne. Grapes are legendary fruits. Even high-level adventurers can struggle against them. Regular merchants would never sell such dangerous items. The kingdom strictly forbids the sale of those. Wait, grapes are considered dangerous? Yunyun then shared an even more astonishing revelation. Nero-ne, did you forget? Alice has a bunch of grapes on her head. Those are her old enemies. Alice fought them as a child and managed to subdue them. Ever since, that bunch of grapes has stayed with her. They protect her when she's in danger and even serve as emergency rations. So that thing is a real bunch of grapes? Nero had always thought it was a grape-shaped magical accessory because of the powerful magic aura it emitted. Who could have guessed it was just actual grapes with absurd magic powers? Are they grapes or some kind of mythical beast? Nero-ne. Beside her, Yunyun's face flushed red like the first bloom of peach blossoms in early spring. Her idle hands fidgeted nervously with the hem of her skirt. Do you have any plans for now? Or are you heading back to the castle? Omu. No, there's no need to rush back, Nero replied after some thought. Alice is probably still in her lesson, and the castle doesn't have much to offer. It'd be more fun to explore the capital. This is your first time here, right? I'll join you. I'm not that familiar with it either. Why yes. Please let me accompany you, Nero-ne. With no one else around and just the two of them together, Yunyun's heart began to race uncontrollably. Stopping in front of a shop, Nero asked if Yunyun saw any necklaces or bracelets she liked, offering to buy one for her. Huh? Really? Omu. Of course. It's not that expensive. You can't leave the capital without a souvenir, can you? In the end, Nero bought Yunyun a necklace. It was simple but elegant, adorned with a teardrop-shaped gemstone. While not a costly item, at least to Nero it brought boundless joy to Yunyun. It was like a small firework shooting into the sky with a whoosh, then bursting into a dazzling display of colors. You've been staring at that necklace this entire time. Do you really like it that much? Nero teased. Why yes. This necklace. I'll treasure it for the rest of my life. Nero chuckled at Yunyun's earnestness. Isn't that a bit much? A lifetime is longer than you think. Walking through the bustling streets with Nero, stopping at shops, holding hands occasionally, and sharing light-hearted moments, it felt almost like a date. Yunyun's heart raced wildly, and she couldn't stop her lips from curving into a shy smile. "Mu? Yun, did you just say something?" "Ah, no, nothing. Just talking to myself." It truly lived up to its reputation as the kingdom's most prosperous city. Yun saw many fascinating and advanced things she'd never encountered before. It wasn't surprising, given the number of Japanese transmigrators living in the capital. To make their lives more comfortable, they had introduced many elements from their world, including food and technology. With so much to explore, the old Yun might have been as giddy as a country girl visiting the city for the first time. But now, for some reason, her gaze kept drifting back to Nero's elegant, radiant face. All along the way,